Good morning or good afternoon, as it is for me. Hope you're well out there. I'm well anyway. Hope the volume's not too loud. Hope you're doing well. What's happening? Anything happening today? We're giving away 2 mugs. That's what we're doing today. That's what's happening today. Rumble, rumble in the jungle. Do, 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 do. Where the hell is my rumble gone? There. I speak out loud when I'm doing stuff, so I know. I'll try and remember what I'm doing. Oh, bollocks. Oh, fuck me. Why does that do that? Oh, don't worry, Rumble peeps. I am on my way to make it live. It is live. Happy days, right? I just wanted to check that. Look who's here. Madwell's here. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with the kits, but if you can click, that's even better. It's too early in the morning. She's got a toddler with her, guys, so don't take the piss out of her. Do you know what I mean? Thanks, Mad World. You're awesome, as always. I'm not too loud, am I? I've just turned the. It's hard being deaf in 1 year. I can never understand my bass level, if I'm shouting or not. The reason I think I'm shouting is because 3 people just straight away disappeared. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. Bum, ba, 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 bum, doo, doo. Right, I got the other one. There's 11 minutes before we kick off. So we're good. Look at Model. She's entered herself now in the competition. Sneaky. I love it, though. I love it. Yeah, I don't really understand why everyone disappears. They wait and then disappear. I don't get that bit, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I normally start the streams early just because I'm like, interact with people and stuff. But that's a worst point because look at Madwell's on fire. Madwell is on fire. I'm sure it's yeah, she's on fire. Do I even think about Facebook? She is on fire. Fair play to Madwell. You're good. You're a good one. The show is one now. Yeah, no, it does that sometimes. I always thought that, but um, yeah, I don't really understand why it does that. To be quite honest with you, it sometimes I've learned sometimes it drops, and then I think people have left. But actually, they're not. They just it's dropped down. Well, it was like 3 or 4 here, but it's gone. But it doesn't matter. This was speaking about. I think that at the start of the stream, people expect, oh, you started it now. Oh, let's go. It's like, well, no, I'm setting up. Maybe I should set up in this time and I have no one here. So when I do start, it's already we're gone. But I don't know. I like to speak to people, have a bit of fun. Um, Good morning, Amy. Good morning to you. You've now officially been entered into our competition. Welcome. So if it's literally just you and Madworld that speaks today, you've both won a mug. Look at that. I'm just so generous. I'm just giving away all the time. So yeah, welcome, Amy. Lovely to have you here. If you want to look at last night's comments, right on the, I should have done this myself, but I was too lazy. But Shelley, fair play to her. She was commenting flat out on the. She left like 4 comments on yesterday's video after going back to watch it, and she's great. She's very insightful. Shelley is. Winner chicken dinner. Yeah, fingers crossed. No one else speaks now. Do you know what I mean? And you've won. Yeah, as I say, because I'm still deaf in 1 year. I hope I'm not shouting, guys. That's all I'm saying. I hope I'm not shouting because I I can't hear, so I don't know what balance I'm at. So my volume is fairly middle-ish. So I could put this up, couldn't I? Yeah, I could put that one up. I could put this. I just like to show off my logo, right? I'll put that presents there. Just need to put add to stream. So I'll put it on for now, just so we can, whilst we're all waiting. Oh, do you know what? I'm gonna move myself down a little bit so I don't block the logo as much. If I use my other logo, it's just you don't see it very clear. Oh, honestly, I've this is my oops, I'm not sure you can see it. Do you know what? Hang on. Jesus, it will not. You know what it is basically, diesel spray. That's my second batch. So if it worked, and my ear became clear again. No more buzzing, nothing. Then I got the Rona, didn't I? As soon as I got the Rona, it went back again. So yeah, literally, it cleared for like one day. I was like, and then it came back because of Rona. So I got to go back next Thursday to get that. Oh, I got loads of stuff I need to get from doctors. So yeah, but I'll tell you what, that does work though. That stuff. Just I'm nearly run out of it. So luckily, I've got an appointment a week tomorrow, which is sorted out hopefully. So at the stream, oh, what have I done now? What have I done now? There we are. Here for the watch hours. Happy days, Lou. Yeah, happy days. Thank you, Lou. My man. You're a man. I know you'll pop in and out. I'm glad you joined, mate, because you do bring a lot of insight to us. So thank you very much. Mad World. Oh, I need to get the watch hours up, don't I? That's what I'll do. Hang on. I know what I'll do. Yeah, absolute. Ruins everything. You're right. My YouTube have not updated. So we're still guessing because YouTube have not updated my. Do you know what YouTube did? I lost an hour yesterday. Weirdly. Let's have a look. Here we go. Earned. So yesterday, at the start of the day, yesterday I had 2,734 public watch hours. I came back last night to check. I had 2,733 public watch hours. So I lost an hour. And they've not updated yesterday's yet. So we're still guessing. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Lou. I didn't realize you were a lady. Oh, actually, I did know. I did know you're a lady. You did tell me before you're a lady. Sorry. Apologies. Um, I know you wouldn't have taken offense to that, so that's fine. I don't need to apologize anymore. I need to don't need to go down my knees and beg, so that's fine. So it's weird when you say hi, Mad. Who chooses the name Mad World? Do you know what I mean? You gotta be off your rocker. Right, let's get this. I know you know, Lou. I know you know, but I remember asking you probably a month or longer ago, man or woman. You did say woman, so just me be forgetful that was. Right. So Lou was also entered now into the competition. I need to get the watch hours sorted. So if I put the watch hours maybe in the bar thing, or do I put the what? No, do you know what? I put this in the. Bear with me. Now you can see technical stuff here now. There. Bam. Copy. Bam. 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 See that? Technical genius. Um, I'll put that there. So this is estimated now because I've not had an updated amount. But my Johnny Depp trial stuff, that's done well. Well, I mean, well, relative to my channel, it's had over 500 like viewers. So, and I know for most people that's nothing, but for me, I'm chuffed with that. You know, um, so it's probably even less than 1198 watch hours. Okay, no real updates from the source this morning, but they are typing to me now again. So we'll see if they. I think it's safe to say that we know that they're in court. So we'll just wait to see if they've got anything to add. So, Margot, what you asked before, are they actually in court? Yeah, they are actually in court. I mean, I don't think there's the things that are updating us with, you don't even know if you're in court. Do you know what I mean? So, and there's a couple of people now as well that are messaging me from court, which is quite good. But also, my source said, I asked this question because Spider Girl told me that, oh, hang on, I only know when they pull it right, defense witnesses. Okay, got to win. Fucking hell. So, court is running late, by the way, by about 15 minutes. That's my source saying. No, they didn't start cross at all. Hang on. So, hello, free mug. Oh no, it didn't last. It just cracked. That's a bit crap, isn't it? Hey, let's not say that. Oh no, it's the brilliant mug. But the impact of it carrying through it into the sink. No, no cross. No, there's nothing. We couldn't hear them. It's amazing. Okay, just got to tweet out. Even though I'm shadow banned. I'm shadow banned again. No one sees my tweets. Um, so if you are on Twitter and you see any tweets of mine, or you might not see my tweets because whatever, fucking retweet the shit out of them because no one sees them. I mean, some people see them, but you have to go into my um profile to see it. Oh shit! I needed to edit that, didn't I? That's why I got a blue mark thing because I can edit now. Uh, profile. I forget tags all the time. I always have a row off Mad World and Spider Girl for not. tagging stuff. So edit tweet, Travis Rudolph. I'm sorry, I'm always speaking as I'm typing because I just can't Travis. I can't do Rudolph. Oh, fuck that up. I can't do two things at once. Oh, I fucked it up again. Rudolph trial FSU Knowles. Yeah, retweeted it out again. So yeah, diolch yn fawr mae Carwyn. Shwt y Steddfod boi? Gweithiodd yn iawn. Ti off gwaith wythnos ma, neu ti'n ôl yn gwaith heddi? Beth sy'n ymlaen 'da ti? I hope everyone else is okay as well. Do, 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 do. Also, oh, here she is. Spider Girl's here. Spider Girl. Right. I started to say something. I'm not sure if I said it. Oh, they're not late. They're starting. Oh shit. Well, that's wrong information I put out. Um, even though everyone's saying it's going to be finished by Friday, my source said it's unlikely to be finished by Friday because um, the state still have a lot of witnesses to go, and the defense probably only have like 3 or 4 witnesses. They think the 51 witnesses, most of them are state witnesses anyway. It's only about a handful that are not state witnesses. So yeah, so just so you're aware of that as well. Um, so even though it's been reported Friday, it could happen. It could because no one knows. You know, some of these witnesses could be super quick. You know, but it's doubtful. It's probably going into next week. Is what everyone thinks. Um, but then we've seen trials finish abruptly, and we've seen trials go on for 6 weeks when they should have been like 3 weeks. So it'd be shock, is all that I've heard from my source, that if it finishes Friday, it would be a shock. You tell Spider, do you know what? Everyone thinks that Mad World and the Spider Girl are lovely and stuff, but fuck, you don't see behind the scenes, guys. Okay, now my back is like full of. I'm like, Jesus, get better, speak louder, bloody speak nicer because your accent's shit. You got, oh, you know what they're like? Bam, 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 bam. I'm joking. They're lovely. But I do get roused for not hashtagging. So hang on, I'd be shocked if they don't. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I agree. Damn right. Lefty. Hello, sir. I hope you're well. I hope you're not too tired. Spider, I hope you're not too tired either. Thanks for popping in, guys. So, as well, as you can see, the bottom of the screen scroller, I'm going to give away 2 mugs today, at the end of today. So, all that people need to do is just say hello or whatever they want. Fuck you, or I hate Spider, I hate Mad World, or whatever you want in chat. You're entered. Doesn't matter what it is. So, everyone that's spoken so far has entered. Um, those are not speaking in a minute. Just put something in, say hi, and you don't have to speak after that. It's fine. But don't be shy. It's all good. Here he is, the casino man. Stacy's here. Stacy's mom, she's got it going on. Love that song. Wide awake at the moment. Happy days at the moment. We'll see you in about 5 hours when you fast asleep. Hi, Stacy. Nice to see you. You were miss. I was like, where's Stacy and Shelley? Yesterday afternoon, I was like, where they gone? But nice to see you back. I always knew you'd come back. It's always weird to me because you're always here, and when you go missing, I'm like, where's she gone? Is she all right? Giovanna's the same because Giovanna was came in Sunday and she's got a migraine, or Monday, sorry. She got a migraine and belly upset, and we've not seen her since. And because both of you aren't on bloody Twitter, I can't check in on you. Hey, Stacey. Yeah, that's Stacey's mom song is fantastic. So every time I see Stacey, I always think of Stacey's mom. She's got it going on. Da 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 da. Hold on. Fair enough. That's more important than this. I'll forgive you. It's all good as long as you're okay. That's the main thing. Um, we got some as well that Carwyn I think is working today. So, well, the difference between you and Carwyn, Stacey, is you're probably working. Carwyn is working. I bet she was. I bet she was. So yeah, we're just a little bit late today. Um, I'll say we don't know my watch hours. We're not sure because it's not been updated yet. But we'll just go with it. It's a guesswork. I think we got more than those hours. No, sorry, less than those hours to go. But it's all good. And as I say, you've all been entered into the mug competition. Yeah, I never get that. I never get that. I know. I agree with you. Yesterday we had something like 14 people here and about 6 likes. I was like, how's that happen? I don't know. I always ask people to like it, but also it might be because if you're not registered on YouTube, you can't like it. So that's why I think it always is. People pop in and they haven't got a YouTube account and they can't subscribe or like and stuff. All I say to them is just literally it takes you a couple of minutes. Just sign up to YouTube. What it does is it saves your views. So whenever you like the algorithm, wherever you like to watch, it'll save it for you. So just if you come in as anonymous, it's harder. Yeah, and the worst one is Mad World. Exactly. But also conscious we're dropping now. We're down to 6 now. What? We're up to about 9 or 10 just now. What's going on? Who's going? Who's leaving? And we haven't got Luna's of the world yet because it's Pacific time, so it's early. Bow, 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 wow. Bow, 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 bow. Got that. Oh, you be on it. You could be on it. Yeah, but in StreamYard, do you know in StreamYard, right, Spider Girl? If on the top right hand corner where it said there's a picture of me with a symbol, YouTube symbol, right but next to end broadcast. If you press that and put view on YouTube, it opens another tab. And that's how I see how many people are here and stuff like that. Because it opens up to YouTube and then you can go into analytics and it shows you like once you go into analytics again, like at the minute we got 8 concurrent viewers, 4 likes. How have we only got 9 concurrent viewers and 4 likes? How many views we got? Average view duration, chat rate, stuff like that. So it's quite handy. I'm sure it shows you a mad with that as well. Um, there we are. I said quarter past, didn't I? 10 past. Okay.
All day today and all day tomorrow. That leaves. All right, I just heard you then. Okay, you ready? Bring him in, please.
I don't know what he said there.
That's okay.
Yeah, all good. There's no
See you
rush.
tomorrow.
Also, a little bit of patience. Remember today about the
Assuming we don't go past lunch tomorrow,
processing.
how much time do you think the defense is going to need? We know Mr. Rudolph's going to be testifying. What else you got? In addition to Mr. Rudolph. Is that what you're saying? Mr. Rudolph plus, okay.
And maybe some officers, depending who they call. Rebuttal witnesses.
So you don't really know? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I don't know who they're calling on 13 witnesses. I mean, yeah, I don't know. For sure, I can tell you I have 3 witnesses, maybe 4.
Okay. We have to push this trial, folks. We got to move it.
Jury entering.
You will for a little bit, Spider. You will for a little bit. It will get better. I promise you. You would here yesterday. It does get better. I just need to do a few things. So bear with me with the choppy audio.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats, please. Okay, let's bring the witness back in. I've forgotten her name. Miss Brunt, was it? Or Brandt. Sorry, Miss Brandt. There she comes. Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
All right, you may continue on direct examination.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning. CSI Brain, how are you? Good. Good. All right. Where we left off yesterday were various photos that you took at that first scene that you responded to at 4015. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, you recall when we were speaking about copper fragments that you located throughout the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you saw those metal fragments, did you take them into evidence and bag them up so that they could be preserved for later?
Yes.
Would you be able to recognize the evidence bags that you put those in if I showed them to you?
Yes.
Judge, permission to approach?
You may.
It's going to be states 15 and 16. Good.
No objection.
Thank you. I remember you said that yesterday, to basically everything on the table, right? Except
was
for
showing-
yeah, okay.
Police attorney, use the fucking mic, counsel.
It's a evidence bag that I completed that contains copper fragments and a silver fragment.
Okay. And on that evidence bag, you indicate all the different places where you located those different fragments.
Yes.
Okay. State seeks to admit exhibit 15, Judge.
All right, submitted without objection. Thank you.
I'm going to show you number 16. If you can do the same thing, look at that, do you recognize that one?
I do.
What is that bag in number 16?
It's an evidence bag I prepared that contains fragments as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did one of the jurors? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You can go ahead and continue.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. All right, go ahead.
The evidence bag I completed that contains fragments recovered from the Cadillac.
Okay. Judge State seeks to admit exhibit 16.
It's admitted without objection.
Now, do you also recall the pictures about the phone that was in the front right passenger kind of door panel there.
Yes,
Did you also take that phone into evidence?
I did. It went back and forth from me to Herzog to Vanderlun and then back to me, but ultimately I placed it into evidence.
Would you recognize that if I showed it to you? May I approach with stage
may.
26? If you could take a look at that one, and we could tell the jury what stage 26 is.
It's the evidence bag that I prepared that contains the cell phone from the door panel pocket in the right front passenger quadrant of the Cadillac.
Okay, great. State seeks to admit states 26.
Admitted without objection.
Now, once you take all of those different photographs and take certain pieces of evidence in, did there come a point in time where a representative from the medical examiner's office arrives on scene as well?
Yes,
Okay, and during that point in time, does that individual also take photographs of the deceased in this case?
yes,
And were you present for that?
yes,
And when you're allowing the medical examiner's investigator to do his work, is either you or him taking out anything that may have been in the victim's pockets, the deceased
Yes.
pockets? Okay, and you were present for that as well.
yes,
And do you recall the photograph where the deceased on his pants, there were a pair of car keys?
yes.
Where were those car keys located?
In his right front pants pocket.
Okay, and did you take those keys into evidence as well? Take a look at that, and do you recognize it?
I do.
What is that?
The evidence bag I prepared for the
State seeks to admit 27, Judge?
It's admitted without objection.
And as I stated, does the medical examiner's investigator also take photographs separately from all the photographs you take?
Yes,
Okay. Permission to approach with states 28, Judge?
You may.
This is going to be a composited exhibit A through F.
Thank you.
You could take a look at these right here. Start with that top one. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that photograph is?
That's the dorsal side or the top side of the victim's right hand.
Okay. And is this photograph taken once he's removed from the vehicle and prepared basically for the medical examiner to start doing their work?
Yes.
Okay. And so underneath the deceased on this, what's underneath him?
The body bag.
Okay.
And then a white sheet.
Okay. If you could turn to B, what are we looking at here?
This is the palmar side of the victim's right hand.
Okay. If you could turn to C, what are we looking at there?
This is the decedent's right hand in a bag.
Okay. What's the purpose of the bag?
That's to maintain any trace evidence that might be present, because in the post-mortem process, the autopsy process, there are nail clippings taken by the medical staff at the ME. So any evidence that may be derivative from that is captured in this bag and not lost from banging around in the bag.
Got it. If you could turn to D, now what are we looking at in D?
This is the dorsal side of the victim's right hand.
Is this his right hand or his left hand?
Sorry.
No, it's a little
Yeah,
disorienting.
sorry, left hand.
Okay. If you go to E, what are we looking at here?
This is the palmar side of the victim's left hand.
Okay. And then the last photo, F, what are we looking at here?
And this is a photo of the victim's left hand with the bag having been placed over it.
For the same purposes we discussed before.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this point, state would seek to admit 28, A through F.
Admitted without objection.
Okay. Now, in terms of the Cadillac, where does the Cadillac go from the scene at 4015 Broadway? Where is it brought?
It's towed from the scene to our crime scene garage, which is located at our office on Gun Club Road.
Okay. And I know we're probably jumping forward in time, but did there come a point in time where you went back to the Cadillac to take even more photos at that location?
Yes,
Okay. And what's the purpose of that?
that's to fully document the vehicle in a controlled environment that wasn't able to be done on scene.
Okay. Now, in terms of on scene, did you get a chance while you were on scene to search the trunk of that vehicle at that point in time?
No.
Did there come a point in time where you were able to open the trunk and see what was inside?
Yes.
You may.
This is going to be states 39A through U. I'm going to publish these up there. You just grab those quick. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What are those photographs of?
This is the interior trunk of the Cadillac.
Okay. Judge, state seeks to admit 39A through U.
Admitted without objection.
Permission to publish,
You
Judge?
may.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to look at A right now. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior trunk space of the Cadillac.
Okay. Was this when it was just opened during your investigation?
Correct. Well, later in the garage.
In the garage. Okay. This is B. What are we looking at here?
This is part of the contents that we observed in the trunk space.
Okay. Here's better.
Claire.
Thank you.
If you need to, you can stand up and adjust your view if you need.
All right. Like I said, this is letter C. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of the contents of the trunk. Some items were moved after the initial photograph was taken to show what was underneath some top items.
Looking at D, what do we see here?
That's another view of the contents of the water bottle and a black satchel.
Okay. Now, in terms of those photographs, was there anything else other than those items that we saw that were in the back of that trunk?
No, not that's photographed.
Okay. What are we looking at here, if you can tell, on E?
That's a cell phone that was in the trunk, and it was laying just forward of that black satchel.
So it wasn't inside of the black satchel.
Correct.
Okay. What about this one here?
This is that same cell phone in its the back cover in its case.
Okay. Same thing here we're looking at.
Same cell phone, but the back of it with the case removed.
Got it. And that one was G. What about H? What are we looking at here?
Same cell phone, but this is the photo of the screen.
Okay. I. What are we looking at here?
Same cell phone removed from its case and the case laying next to it.
What's this?
That's the black satchel that I referenced earlier.
In terms of states, K, is this now that same satchel just removed from the vehicle itself?
It is.
Okay. This is L. What are we looking at here?
I opened one of the zippered pockets to try to photograph what was inside of it before it was removed.
And then can you tell what this is right here, kind of this gold bar going across at this point?
It's a zipper for a top view of a small zippered pouch that was inside the satchel.
This is M. What are we looking at here?
And that's that small zippered pouch.
N as in Nancy,
I've unzipped the pouch and photographed the interior.
and that's that smaller little brown pouch that was inside the satchel.
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
This is the contents of that small zippered pouch.
Was there anything else inside that small zippered pouch other than these various IDs and cards?
No.
Okay. What are we looking at in this photo here?
And this is the large main compartment of that black satchel. I unzipped it and photographed the interior.
This is Q. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of all of the contents of the main compartment of that black satchel, and also a photograph of that small zippered pouch.
This is R. Is this just another close-up photo of that image we just saw?
Correct.
By the way, what's in this bag right here, if you know?
Well, not forensically tested, but it appeared to be tobacco leaves.
This is S. What is this phone that we're looking at here?
That's the face or the screen of a cell phone that was found inside the large main compartment of the black satchel.
What are we looking at in this one?
That same cell phone in its case, but the back of it.
Then the last one for this exhibit. What are we looking at here?
The same cell phone, its back cover, and also next to the case that has been removed.
And then just permission to publish states 28 that we previously discussed.
You may.
All right, so this was 28A. And we discussed this. This is now, once he's been placed down on the black bag to be prepared for transport to the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
You said that this image A is of his right hand, correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of moving him from the car to this location, it's possible that maybe hand positions change or something like that as you're moving him to this location, right?
Yes, and that's evident in the photograph of later of the left hand, because that photograph shows that it was now currently, when I photographed it, in the former position of the right hand before he was removed.
Okay. So if we take a look at B, is this a photograph just trying to show the hand being opened up to see if there's anything of note in this image?
Correct.
Okay. Who's bending the fingers down? Do you know? Is it you or the medical examiner?
The medical examiner.
Got it. And then C, like we discussed, this was the bag to preserve the evidence on that hand, right?
If there was any present, yes.
Now, if we take a look at D, is this now his left hand?
It is.
Okay. And again, in terms of moving his hand or his position, it could have happened between the car and bringing him down to the ground.
Yes.
Looking at E. Again, is this the medical examiner opening up his hand to see if there's anything of note, I guess, in the palm of his hand?
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, F. Again, a bag was placed on to preserve any potential evidence, right?
Yes.
Sorry, we're just clipping a video to Twitter. Please share it if you can. So get more people to the channel. Also, this guy's fucking boring.
So I know we jumped ahead in time to when you searched the back of the car when it's back at the crime scene. But now let's go back. We're at 4015 Broadway. Where's your next assignment? Where do you go?
I respond to CSI Ali's location, which is near the suspect's residence, as she was working a scene there to see if I could assist her before I went to the TIC address.
Okay. And do you recall what time you were done at the first location, 4015 Broadway?
I believe I arrived at the TIC location at 5:47, so spent about a half hour. 5:17 is when I arrived at the second location.
Okay. And when you get there, are there already PBSO officers there?
Yes.
Okay. Is crime scene tape set up around the area?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that CSI Ali was already there starting to do some crime scene investigation work?
Right. She was at the secondary scene where casings had been located and blood-like stains, and I assisted with swabbing some stains for her.
Okay. And when you arrive on that scene, are photographs also taken of the exterior of 550 Teak as well as the road where the casings were found?
Well, that would be my third scene. My secondary scene was Redwood with CSI Ali. I didn't take any photographs there because that was her scene and she already photographed the area. I just swabbed areas of blood-like stains for her. Then I went to the TIC address, and yes, exterior photographs were taken.
Okay. And although CSI Ali took photographs down on the Redwood Drive where the casings were found, are you familiar with what that scene looked like when you arrived?
I am the roadway and where the stains were that I swabbed, but she had pretty much was wrapping up collecting her casings and her stanchions.
Okay. And did you see the stanchions all placed in the road?
Or the blood-like stains. She was done collecting her firearms evidence.
Got it. So in terms of when you get to that location, do you go to where the blood-like stains are first?
Yes, I meet with her and she points them out to me.
And at that point, you stated that there were stanchions, I guess you called them?
Yes.
Do you recall how many stanchions were on the ground in terms of the casings by the time you got there?
The casings, I believe, had already been picked up, but stanchions remained for the blood-like stains that I was going to be swabbing, and there were 6.
Okay. All right. So once you swab those blood-like stain areas, and we'll get back to that, do you then go and start taking even more photographs once at that scene?
At the TIC scene.
The 550 Teak Drive?
Right. After I clear helping or assisting CSI Ali, I clear Redwood and then I go over to TIC. And that's when my part of the investigation starts with photographs.
Okay. Permission to approach, Judge?
May,
Just so monitor.
E states 54A through double E. If you can just take a look at these photographs real quick, just make sure you recognize them, and then we'll start talking about them.
Do you get double E, like bra sizes? What's the biggest bra size you can get? Double E, double F, what? That's a huge pair of tits, that is. I'm just trying to get some of the type in the chat. I think everyone's sleeping. Spiracle's probably sleeping. Left is sleeping. Madwell's running rings everywhere after a toddler. AB, you're not be chatty. I've always wondered what's the biggest bra size. That's a huge. Double F's would be huge, wouldn't it? Intrigued as a man, because I never like looked at bras and stuff like that, but I wore a bra once for initiations in rugby. We all did, all the guys did, but and with the wear like knickers and stuff. But
Okay, I remember
don't
I
quite type.
recognized some of them because I took them,
Okay.
beginning with
Those
F
two.
and continuing to the end of the photographs, are CSI Ali's.
Okay. So starting with number F, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. Judge State seeks to admit, I believe there's no objection at this point. We'll admit all of them and have her talk about the one she knows.
I
what does
understand that to be the
What's
case.
going on?
Admitted without objection.
All right. So we'll
Jeez,
start out with A. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of 550 teak.
Okay. And in the foreground, or I guess in the middle of the picture here, can you just tell the jury what these lines are that are going across the home?
That's barrier tape.
Okay. What about B?
It's the same, but it's more to the southwest.
Okay. What is this road kind of going along the right side of the photograph, if you know?
That's Redwood.
This is state C. Over a little bit. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior west side of 550 teak.
Okay. So what road is this side of the house facing?
Redwood.
States D. What are we looking at here?
There's some cameras that were attached to the west face of that residence.
States E. What are we looking at here?
This is still the west side, but further south. So, and this would be encompassing the back or south yard.
Of which address or which residence?
550 teak.
Now, I know this one looks a little dark. And this is F. Can you tell what we're looking at here?
That this would begin CSI Ali's photographs of her scene. I can only guess it's Redwood. I don't know. I wasn't there when the photographs were taken.
Got it. Skip now. This is states S as in Sam. Okay. What are we looking at here?
Again, CSI Ali's photograph and her scene. I wasn't there. I didn't view that when I was there on the scene. I was there to swab the blood-like stains.
Do you
So
recall
yellow
what?
markers, I know, because we all use the same. They are stanchions that mark evidence.
We'll explain
Got
that.
it. Do you remember which stanchions were the location of the blood-like stains that you tested or swabbed?
I do.
Could you tell the jury how many of them there were?
I swabbed 6 stains on Redwood Drive, all of them on Redwood Drive at various addresses. The first one at 586, the next at 580, 3 more at 580, but on the sidewalk, and the last at 574. And those were marked by stanchions 40 through 45.
Got it. So in terms of this photograph here, and I know it might be difficult to see, is this number 40, stanchion number 40?
I can't see it from
Let me bring it up. And again, this is states S.
Yes, 40 and 41 in the background.
Got it. So right here is number 40, the first blood-like stain that you indicated, right?
That I swabbed, yes.
And then this one in the back, is that number 41?
Yes.
Show you an alternative photo. Now, is this just getting closer now to stanchion 41, 42, and 43?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this one?
That's a close-up of stanchion 40 and the blood-like stain.
Is that the blood light stain you're referring to?
It is.
Now, why do you take a photograph, I guess, like this?
That's part of our protocol. We do overall mid-range and then close-up so that we know that 40, there's no other background noise, and you can concentrate on your marker and the evidence itself.
V is in Victor. What are we looking at here?
This is a stanchion 41.
Okay. And has blood-like stains around stanchion 41, right?
Yes, that's the area I swabbed.
Moving on to W. What are we looking at here?
With stanchions 42, 43, and 44, also marking blood-like stains that I swabbed.
And do you recall what address this is closest to? I guess these
40
stanchions right here.
2, 43, and 44 were all at 580 Redwood, but on the sidewalk.
Okay. Showing now X again. Is this just a close-up of stanchion 42?
Yes.
And where are the blood-like stains, if you can tell from this
To
photograph?
the left?
So right around here.
Yes.
Again, for Y, is this another close-up now moving to stanchion 43?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where the blood-like stain might have been here?
To the left.
To the left? Right here?
It's hard to see because the driveway was spotted with dark and dried vegetation. It had rained.
But in terms of the blood-like stain, it's in this area right here.
Yes.
Now looking at Z. What are we looking at here?
Stanchion 44.
Okay.
Marking a blood-like stain.
Where was 44 located? Closest address?
Oh, again, 580 Redwood on the sidewalk.
AAA, again, is this just a close-up of 44 and a blood-like stain next to it?
Yes.
This one I might bring up to you, but can you tell if this is stanchion 45?
It appears to be, yes.
Bring it up to you, just to confirm. States BB.
Yes, 45.
And what was located at stanchion 45?
And that was a blood-like stain I swabbed as well. And this would be at 574 Redwood.
Got it. Is that further south, further north than all the other stanchions that we saw? Further south. Okay. This is CC. Is this now close up of stanchion 45 and the blood-like stain right below it?
Yes.
Hi, Shelley. Thanks for all the comments last night.
DD. What are we looking at here?
It's down at the bottom, you can barely, but 45.
45?
Yeah.
Do you recall what this pathway is right here?
It's a sidewalk, I believe. Yeah, west of this. It says from the driveway, west of the sidewalk.
Got it.
I know. I'm falling asleep.
And then the
here,
last one in this set,
but keep
double
going.
E.
Boop, boop. Get some songs going. Boop, boop.
Is this now just a pulled back shot of where stanchion 45 was located?
Yes.
That's a good point, Matt. Well, that's actually a good point. What a load of bollocks that was. Couldn't see it anyway, but bloody hell. Is this the best they got? I mean, yeah, whatever, but Amy's right. I'm zoning out. You know, Julie's probably like, oh my God, this is
And
boring.
then just permission to retrieve, I believe it states 1A.
All right.
Oh, you don't get
May?
permission.
Do you need the easel?
I could just hold it. Joe.
Okay.
Can you see this okay? See this, Brant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms, permission for her to step down, Judge?
Sure. Watch your step getting down. Might want to use the pointer as well, so neither of you blocks the view of the jury.
So this is states 1A. Do you recognize this area? Okay. What is this area?
So I tell you what, move over there so one of you can use the standing microphone and CSI Brand can use.
We need someone to listen intently and break it down for us. It's just a monotone thing, and also I hate this bloody prosecutor. Yeah, I wonder. I've not been told who's after this actually, so I don't know.
So can you show us on this diagram where 550 Teak Drive is? Okay. Now, in terms of, we're starting with stanchions 40 through 45. Can you show the jury where those stanchions were located?
Between Sable Pond on Redwood, So between Sable Palm and the curve.
And in terms of that last photograph we saw with that sidewalk kind of going along, can you point out where that is on this map?
I cannot.
Okay, but the stanchions 40 through 45 are basically near this intersection of Sable Palm Drive and North Redwood Drive.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so after you're able to go down and work on those stanchions while Ali works on the shell casings, did there come a point in time where now you go to 550 Teak Drive and start taking pictures of the exterior of the residence?
Yes.
I couldn't understand how much is
Approach it.
left.
You may.
This is states
had the
36A through M.
I couldn't understand them. But I think it's going past Friday anyway. And that's pretty obvious now.
Take a look at those. Just let me know if you recognize them.
Come on. Maybe I've just been impatient, you know. It's been a good trial so far. I haven't loved it, but
I recognize
She's
these
not
as
gonna
photos
go-
I took.
Great.
he's a prick.
And where did you take these then? What are these going to depict?
550 teak, the exterior.
You already saw some of these. What are we looking at here in A?
This is the exterior west side of the residence. It shows a closer up of the starting of the backyard and the attached back porch and cameras.
We look at B. What's in this image?
This is the driveway area, and it reflects what the occupied driveway, and there's some cameras attached to the north face of the residence by the garage.
I think C. Is that what you're just talking about?
Yes.
What about image
What-
D?
This is the approximate
image-
midsection of the front of 550 teak.
What the defense said was they couldn't give an estimate until they know exactly who the state are calling.
Letter E,
State
what are we
knows
looking
who
at
they're
here?
calling yet.
These are
Interrupted.
ground lights along the walking path to the front door, some of which have been knocked over.
So he said 3 or 4, but he said depends on how many of the state they're using.
States F. What are we looking at here?
That's the corner of the residence, and it reflects a camera mounted outside.
States G.
This is an exterior mounted camera above the front door.
States H. What are we looking at?
This is the exterior north face of the residence, further east section of the residence.
States I. What are we looking at here?
Again, it's the approximate midsection of the north face of the residence. You can see the barrier tape, the ground cover lights, and a T-shirt laying on the ground.
Now I might as well, I'll finish these and we'll get to it. But in terms of that T-shirt that was found outside, did you collect that T-shirt as evidence as well?
I did.
States J. What are we looking at here?
That's one of 2 vehicles that were parked in the eastbound lane of Teak in front of the residence.
States K. Is this just a close-up of that same vehicle?
This is the second vehicle. The first one was an Infiniti. This is a BMW.
Then moving on to L. What do we see in this one?
This is the front of that BMW.
And then can you tell the jury what that is right there?
It's an impact mark with a large radiating fractures around the initial strike mark.
Okay.
It's in the front windshield, driver's side.
Is there a difference between an impact mark and a bullet, I guess? compared to the Cadillac that we saw?
A bullet can cause an impact mark or a strike mark or a non-penetrating mark, and it can also be perforating, meaning it goes through and creates a hole. This is an impact mark. It did not go through.
Got it. Do you know what caused that? Can you say what caused that damage to that vehicle?
I don't know. It was present when I arrived, and that's why it was documented.
It's going to the thorough,
Then the last one,
but we don't need to
This-
see all this.
Exhibit M as in Mary. What are we looking at here?
That's the same BMW. It's just the passenger side of it.
It's the
And then in
complete
terms
opposite.
of any other defects to that BMW, did you notice any other defects on that vehicle short of the windshield?
No.
Then permission approach with states 29, Judge.
You may.
If you could take a look at states 29, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an evidence bag I prepared and contains the black T-shirt from the front yard of 550 Teak.
State asked to admit 29 into evidence, Judge.
Submitted without objection.
Okay. So once you take photos of the exterior, did there come a point in time where a search warrant was authorized for you to go inside of 550 Teak to also take photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do so?
Yes.
That makes absolute sense. I hadn't thought about that. Thanks, Shelly. Fuckers.
This is states 35, Judge, as a composite exhibit. You can just look through those. We're going to be going through them anyway. And if there's any that you eventually don't recognize, you can let us know. But if you can look through those, see if they're familiar.
It's 35A through what?
Triple W, Judge.
Okay.
It's just getting a bit tedious, that's all. And if we think it's tedious, the jury are going to think it's tedious. And I hope they got people like you guys on the jury panel that can point out some of these things. Like Michael said, it's just padding out, making it look like they got all this evidence. And Shelley said, just trying to show that the Rudolphs are trying to hide stuff. Oh my god, the silence is unbearable in court. I gotta wake up. I'm drinking coffee and falling asleep. I didn't know the coffee could do that for you. That's why I'm trying to get chat going. Hey, let's go chat. Whoa, whoa. I think you guys saved me from falling asleep. I might save some of you from falling asleep as well. I think Spider Girl and Madwell have fallen asleep already. But yeah, just remember everyone's entered into a competition. I got 8 names so far.
Okay. I recognize all of
Eye
these
tonight.
as photographs I took at 550 Teak.
State seeks to admit 35A through triple W, Judge.
And they're admitted without, or it is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Nay.
Thank you. All right, we'll start with A. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior of the front door to 550 Teak.
It's just perception of
This is
everything.
the front entry into
So it could be
550T.
hiding stuff.
C.
This is the living room area.
Can you tell us if you know what this is up in kind of near the top left corner?
It's a monitor that had 5 different camera views of the exterior of the residence.
Okay. What are we looking here?
This is what we've identified as the northwest bedroom, the brother's bedroom of the suspect.
Which brother, if you know, or what was the name of the individual in that?
I don't know.
This is photograph E. Is this that same bedroom?
It is.
Now, in terms of documenting the inside of the house, did you try to go into every room and just take photographs of anything that might be there in terms of evidentiary value to document it?
Yes. Do overall photographs of every room initially, and then go back and as we're searching through the rooms, focus again more photographs on evidentiary items.
Photograph F, what is this?
That's the same northwest bedroom.
Now we'll move on to G. What are we looking at here?
That's a bed and a mirror dresser in the northwest bedroom.
H, what are we looking at here?
This is in the northwest bedroom, and it's a view from the entry door into that bedroom into the living room.
So in terms of out this door, this is kind of the center living room area of the home.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is again in the same bedroom, northwest bedroom.
Now we're looking inside of the bedroom, I guess, from the living room area.
Yes.
Okay. Jay, what are we looking at here?
I'm sorry, can you go back one photograph? That television is on. This is what was identified to me. We were calling it in my report the northeast bedroom, but identified to me as belonging to Travis Rudolph. That TV is on. That's his bedroom.
So when
That's
we
the northeast bedroom.
northeast bedroom. So if we move to J, are we still talking about that same bedroom then?
We are. This is the bed in the northeast bedroom.
K,
That's another view of the bed.
do you know whose photograph that is up there?
I don't know.
L, what are we looking at here?
That's another view of the northwest corner of that same bedroom.
M is in Mary. What are we looking at here?
That's a cell phone that was on the bed in the northeast bedroom.
O,
Same cell phone, same bed, same bedroom, just a closer view.
or excuse me, that was N is in Nancy. This is O. What are we looking at here?
This is out in the living room. So there's an opening in the living room wall that leads to 2 other bedrooms and a bathroom. And this is above that opening. So that would be the southeast corner of the living room. And that's the monitor I spoke of earlier that has camera views on it, and behind which is the DVR.
P is in Peter. Is that the DVR, a closer up photo of the DVR you were just mentioning?
Yes.
In terms of Q, was this attached kind of or nearby that system?
Yes.
The security system.
Yes.
Looking at R, do you recall what this is?
This was in the northeast bedroom, just documents of showing cameras and possibly for the same cameras attached to the home that were discovered in a nightstand drawer.
Got S as in Sam. What are we looking at here?
Okay, this is the floor of
It's
the
hard to
northeast
tell,
bedroom
Kelly.
on the south side of the bed. So
don't-
between the south side of the bed and the opening to the
Don't
closet,
get a clear
it
picture.
was in the south wall.
And then what is this right almost in the center of the photograph?
That's part of a cover for a cell phone.
Was there a cell phone inside of it before you took this picture?
No.
T, is this now just a close-up of that same cover?
Yes.
This is states U. What are we looking at here?
This is on top of the upper shelf that's attached to the wall in the closet in the northeast bedroom. And this is the west corner of that shelf.
And this was Mr. Rudolph's bedroom's closet, right?
Yes.
What is this?
Gun.
What type of gun?
6 hour.
Do you know what caliber or what make and model?
223.
This is V as in Victor. What are we looking at here?
It's another photograph of that same area.
What's right below the firearm?
I can't see. There's a small safe on the shelf, a box above it, and on top of that is the firearm.
W. What is this?
That's a closer view of the gun.
So you hadn't touched this gun at all prior to taking these photographs?
No.
X. What are we looking at here?
This is a wallet. There was a dresser opposite the foot of the bed in the northeast bedroom.
What are we looking at here?
This is part of the contents of that wallet.
That was states Y. Going to state Z. What are we looking at here?
Same, more of the contents. We have a CCW and a driver's license in the name of Travis Rudolph.
This is double A. What are we looking at here?
That's atop the same dresser, but in a different area, and it's part of a front cover for a cell phone case.
BB. What are we looking at here?
That's a holstered handgun.
Where is this, I guess? Are we still in that same bedroom we've been talking about, the northeast bedroom?
We are.
So what drawer is this inside of that bedroom?
Top dresser drawer at the far end of the same dresser that held the wallet and that part of the red cell phone case.
Now, when you came in to this bedroom, was this drawer already open or did you have to open the drawer?
We had to open it.
CC, what are we looking at here?
That's just a closer up view of that holstered gun in the drawer.
Now, in terms of the gun we saw in the top of the closet and this gun right here, did you take those guns into custody?
I did.
DD, what are we looking at here?
That's the 6 hour in a gun box after it was removed from the closet.
EE, what are we looking at here?
Now I'm just taking photographs of each section of this gun.
FF, is this just a close-up of the trigger of that same gun?
Right. And the grip.
GG,
This is the midsection of that same gun.
then HH.
And this is the muzzle end of that same gun.
And in terms of II, is this just another backed up
It's
version?
just the flip side of the gun.
Flip the gun around to take another close, further out view of that.
Yes.
JJ, what are we looking at there?
This is the midsection on the flip side of that same gun, and it does show some markings, 6-hour SIG M400, which would be the model.
KK, what is this?
Now I'm beginning to photograph that holstered gun that was in the dresser drawer.
And where did you put it, I guess, to take this photograph?
It's on the bed.
LL, is that the same gun?
Yeah, just turned over.
And when you located it, was it inside of this holster, inside of that dresser drawer?
It was.
MM is in Mary? What are we looking
Photos of the gun with it now removed from the holster.
NN? What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of the midsection of the gun. It may show some markings. It's a little dark. I can't see.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
May.
Again, this is NN is in Nancy. If you could take a look at that photo, can you tell what make and model of firearm that is?
Yes, and also the originator, where it was made.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what type of firearm that is?
It's an FN Herstal, which is F as in Foxtrot, and is in Nancy Herstal, Herstal, and it's made in Belgium.
Thank you. OO.
And we're just moving down the gun, the slide area, and taking additional photographs.
And PP, what are we looking at? Now?
This is the muzzle end of the FN Herstal, and that silver plate reflects the serial number.
This is just getting too much now.
QQ, what are we looking at there?
That's a loaded magazine
Where did that loaded magazine come from?
from the Herstal.
It was inside of it at the time?
Yes.
RR, what are we looking at here?
That's another loaded magazine.
Was this magazine at full capacity or fully loaded?
Yes.
SS, what are we looking at here?
This is a top view of one of a few of loaded magazines that I collected, showing the ammunition inside.
Do you know what type of ammunition that is?
223, I believe.
TT,
This is literature that we found in the northeast bedroom in the nightstand.
and is it in relation to the first firearm that we saw in the closet in the top?
It is. That attachment, that literature for that attachment was on the 6-hour from the closet.
UU,
And this is the box for the prior literature, and that box contained another attachment, the same that was on the gun in the closet.
so this right in the center is a different item than the gun itself that had a similar kind of attachment to it, right?
Correct.
VV, what are we looking at here?
This is the literature that was discovered in the northeast bedroom for the Sig Sauer that was in the closet.
WW, what are we looking at here?
This is the north end of area of the dresser, not in the dresser, but next to the north end of the dresser from which the FN Herstal gun was removed. These are hard-sided handgun cases.
And when you say these are you referring number one to this black container with the blue handles?
Yes, and the one below.
And this one right here.
Yes.
This reminds me of the financial crimes, the Murdoch trial. Doesn't do anything with the
XX,
trial.
what are
but
we looking at here?
just
These
put it
are
in anyway.
markings or labels that were on one of those handgun carrying cases.
YY,
This is the interior of one of those gun boxes.
Why exactly? Why?
Was anything removed or was it empty other than kind of this documentation that we're seeing here when you photographed it?
It was as is when I photographed it. There's the only firearms related evidence that was in there is in that manila envelope in the middle. And usually if you receive a firearm in the carry case, it always has a test fire in it from the manufacturer.
Let's look at ZZ. What is that?
That's the test fire round.
So you said that was inside of like a manila envelope inside of that box.
Yes.
AAA. What are we looking at here?
That's the manila envelope that I was referring to. And it has the test fire information, what caliber, who did it, when it happened from the manufacturer.
Triple B. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior of one of those handgun carry cases.
Triple C. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior of that same carry case.
Triple D. What do we have here?
These are 2 loaded handgun magazines that were in that carry case.
And in terms of being loaded, were they fully loaded magazines?
Yes.
Now let's look at Triple E. I can bring this up for you if necessary. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in this photograph?
And that's the floor on the west side of the bed in the northwest bedroom and part of a drum magazine that was located underneath the bed.
So in terms of this bedroom, is this what you confirm to be Travis Rudolph's bedroom or a different bedroom?
No, a different bedroom that was identified as belonging to his brother.
Got it. Triple F. What are we looking at here?
It's a closer view of that drum magazine in the same location.
Triple G. What are we looking at here?
This is that drum magazine having been removed from under the bed.
Triple H. What are we looking at here?
It's the top view of the loading area for the cartridges in that drum magazine.
Now, did you take this drum magazine into evidence as well?
Yes.
Were you able to count how many bullets were in this drum magazine?
Yes.
Do you recall how many there were?
Can I refer to my report?
Of course, if it helps. Just let me know when you're ready.
There were 61 remaining cartridges in the drum magazine.
Holds
Triple I, is this just another angle of that drum magazine?
Yes, it's just turned on its side, so this would actually be an underneath view.
Triple J. What are we looking at here?
These are the cartridges that were in the drum magazine.
Now let's look at Triple K. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at a mirror dresser in the northwest bedroom where the drum magazine was found.
So staying in that bedroom for Triple L, what are we looking at here?
There are 2 cell phones that were atop the mirror dresser.
Okay. Triple M. Are those 2 same cell phones?
The same cell phones, yes.
Triple N. What are we looking at there?
This is the front screen of one of those cell phones.
Now, was it already powered on, or did you have to power this phone on to do this?
It was on.
Triple O. Is that the back of the phone that we just looked at?
Yes.
Triple P. What are we looking at here?
That same cell phone, but removed from its case.
Why do you remove the cases from the phones?
Because sometimes you find goodies in the case.
Did you find any goodies or anything in the backs of these phone cases that you were taking off?
No.
Triple Q. Got that same phone now just to get the backside of it.
Yes.
Triple R. What are we looking at here?
Now we're going back to the northeast bedroom, the bedroom of Travis Rudolph, and we're taking a photograph of the label that was on one of the hard-sided carry cases.
Triple S. Is that the
It-
case?
Another view of the case, the side view.
If not more, Amy. Fucking hell.
And where was this located specifically in that bedroom? Do you recall?
The northeast bedroom along the north end of the dresser that was against the west wall.
Triple T. What are we looking at right here?
That was found to be an ammo case, if you want to call it. It's a big hard-sided bin that had hundreds of loose cartridges in it.
Fired cartridges or unfired cartridges?
No, intact bullets.
Triple U. What are we looking at here?
That was the label that was on that canister.
And where was that canister found again?
That was on the floor up against the north wall in the northeast bedroom or Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Triple V. What are we looking at here?
That's the contents of that ammo can.
Then lastly, for Triple W, what are we looking at right here?
Part of the head stamps of some of the cartridges that were in that ammo can. I believe there were 3 different kinds of cartridges and 227 total cartridges
Inside of that one, I guess.
inside that ammo can.
Thank you. Now, in terms, we know what caliber the 6-hour was. Do you know what caliber or what type of gun was the handgun that you had found in the residence as well?
The Herstal was a 5.7 by 28 semi-auto pistol.
So once you document by photographing, do you then go back to those different areas where you noticed things of relevance and start taking those into evidence as well?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Judge?
May?
First, I'll start off with State's Exhibit 45. You can take a look at that one. What are we looking at for State's 45?
This is a evidence bag I prepared, the contents of which are pistol magazines that were recovered from the northeast bedroom.
You want to take a look at number 46? Tell us if you recognize that.
I do.
What is that?
It's also evidence bag that I prepared for the holster that the FN Herstal pistol from the dresser door was contained in.
So you separated it out in terms of preserving it for evidence from the actual firearm itself.
Yes, any firearms evidence, they just want the firearms. They don't want all the doodads that come with it.
That makes sense, Shelley.
And then if you want to take a look at number 47,
That's
do
interesting.
you recognize that one?
I do.
What is that?
The evidence bag that I prepared that contains the owner's manual for the 6-hour M400.
This time, Judge State seeks to admit 45, 46, and 47.
Admitted without objection?
Is he trying to confuse the jury? or something? This is all nothing burgers. Like, what the fuck's going on?
Now approaching with number 44, Judge. Take a look at that one. Do you recognize what's inside of that?
It's evidence bag are prepared for the Flambeau ammo can.
And so is that the one that had, I think you said it, over 200 ammunition inside of it? That was found in the closet?
227 cartridges.
Thank you. State seeks to enter 44, Judge.
Admitted without objection.
May approach with 56, Judge.
You may.
Take a look at number 56. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is that?
It's an evidence bag I prepared, the contents of which is the Apple iPhone that was atop the bed in the northeast bedroom.
Got it. And that would be Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Yes.
State seeks to admit 56, Judge.
Admitted without objection.
May approach, Judge.
You may.
First, I'm going to show you states 48. What are we looking at for that evidence bag?
It's an evidence bag I prepared for the drum magazine and the cartridges contained in it.
Okay. And so when you put it into this bag, did you leave all the bullets inside of that drum magazine, or did you take them all out and put the drum empty inside and all the bullets inside?
No, it was transported from the scene to our office intact. And then as we further document and process items of evidence, the cartridges were removed.
Got it. Then the last one I have in terms of evidence, if you want to take a look at number 25.
This is evidence bag were prepared for the Blue Apple iPhone in the clear case, and that which was from the black satchel in the trunk of the caddy.
Okay. And that was recovered once the car had been moved back to the crime scene kind of headquarters, and you went further in terms of evaluating that Cadillac.
Yes.
Judge State seeks to admit 48 and 25.
They're both admitted without objection.
Now, in terms of the Cadillac, do you end up drawing any types of diagrams to show kind of where all the different defects of the vehicle,
Generally, I'm
where
drifted.
you located them?
No.
I've got water here.
Does anybody draw a diagram sometimes?
Nothing
in your
to-
field?
Sometimes if
Flicking
it's
my
not
eyes.
as many as there was just too much information to put in one sheet of paper.
Got it. So in terms of once you get the Cadillac back to kind of crime scene headquarters, we'll call it, were you able to notate the total number of defects on the outside of that black Cadillac?
Yes.
How many were there?
30.
And then in terms of defects on the inside of the vehicle, how many were you able to count?
53.
Now, is it possible that on the inside of the vehicle that multiple defects could have been caused by a singular bullet?
Yes.
So is that why we might have a difference between the number of shots on the outside of the car versus what's messed up on the inside of the
Yes. If you have one bullet traveling through multiple surfaces of one particular area, it's going to be the same, basically the same defect.
Okay. Just one moment, Ron.
Yes, sir.
Now, after you take all that evidence into your custody at the home, is there a time that comes up on April 13th that you also go and collect autopsy evidence from the medical examiners?
Oh, it's brought to me and secured in our drawing room. Usually one of the day shift CSIs has to do the picking up of that evidence because my hours aren't conducive to that. So that's what was done is CSI from day shift picked it up, secured it in the drawing room. And then when I came in, I took custody of it.
May I approach with 42 and 43, Judge?
May?
Take a look at number 42. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is an evidence bag containing autopsy evidence, sealed manila envelope containing projectile debris fragments from the right back of the victim.
And these came from Dr. Marlon Osborne in the medical examiner's office, right?
Yes.
You can look at number 43. What is that one?
This is an evidence bag I prepared for additional autopsy evidence received, and it's 9 individual manila envelopes, all labeled with the victim's name and the location from which 9 projectiles were removed from his body at autopsy.
Thank you very much. State seeks to enter 42 and 43, Judge.
They're admitted without objection.
Now, we talked about a lot, CSI Brandt, in terms of all the photos you took, the evidence that you collected. Going back to 415 Broadway, were you ever asked to search the rooftops of that area in that location?
No.
Did you, I think we saw in the photos, there's a food truck kind of behind a chain link fence. Did you ever go behind that chain link fence to look for any firearms or anything like that?
I did not.
Were you ever requested to do so at that time?
No.
And then in terms of either alleyways nearby or sewer gutters, did you go digging in a sewer gutter to see if there were any firearms there?
No, I searched and we photographed what was available to us around the caddy, near the caddy, so that front lot of that property.
And aside from, you know, the bullet defects in the vehicle and obviously a deceased person, did you have any indication from when you're looking in the car or around the car that there were firearms at that location?
No.
Okay. So given everything we've spoken about going to 415 Broadway, going to 550 Teak Drive, all your photographs, all your evidence collection, does that pretty much summarize everything that you're involved in terms of this case and evidence collection?
Yes, other than all of the follow-up that was required to photograph, rephotograph, and document evidence that was collected, and the packaging and disseminating to evidence, those 3 scenes, and the photographs entails all of my involvement in this case.
All right. I don't have any further questions, Judge. I just want to retrieve that evidence, put it back in order.
All right, very well, do that. And while Mr. Clausi is doing that, we'll take a 90-second stand up and stretch break.
Muting for a second. Fuck me, that was hard. I think we were all like falling asleep. It's no joke. Come on. They've got to be more aware than that. Oh. We learned, well, I think Amy said it, we've learned that he left 61 bullets in the chamber, whatever you call it. So he could have shot far more than he did, is all we learned there. I'm sorry, I'm just yawning. Fucking hell. Look at Madwell trying to get some cocaine. What the fuck's this? We made it. Yes, Shelley, thank God. Is cocaine beer any good? What's this about cocaine beer, Madwell? Jesus. I'm only teasing. What is cocaine beer? Is it some sort of film or something or what? I think there's a lot of that. There's a lot of things here. He asked, "Oh, did you anyone ask you to look at the rooftops? Look at." it just shows that they didn't do enough on the scene. It's hubs to it's a movie, yeah. No, I was half teasing. I was sure it was a movie. Fuck, sorry, I'm yawning. Oh, just tired now. Lefty, Lefty, I feel like you, man. Feel old and I feel fucking tired. Jesus, that was like Lefty. If you were still here for that testimony, well, you'd be sleeping by now. It's funny but weird. Look, let's talk about drugs in here. Cocaine. Jesus, I'm gonna get flagged. Talk about drugs in that YouTube channel. Shut it down. Right, let's go here. Oof. So I think Luna probably join us in a little bit. Still a bit. It's like 8:30 for them. So and she's probably a little bit hungover this morning. True though, isn't it? What do you cover? True crime and cocaine. It's a drug series. Gee, I shouldn't say that out loud because they probably will look at it now. But I'm not monetized yet, so they can't. Ooh. So we have that. Oh shit, we're back. Sorry. Oh no, we're not back. No. I can update this now. We've had 12 watch hours today, so I'll update this now. 12 hours.
Oh,
Where is it? Oh, jeez, I can't spell it. Shit. 686. 1186. Here we are. So we've gained 12 hours so far. Thank you, guys.
Do you need water or a bathroom break?
yeah, refill the water. That'd be great.
You like more water? You take a bottle of water?
Oh, that'd be, yeah.
Bottle of water?
Oh, I'll move to bottle of water. Bottle of water. Fuck you, just give it a bottle of water. So we just see what the defense, what they're gonna do now. You should just go up there, be like, so all that evidence you've submitted is a bit worthless, isn't it? It's not telling you anything. You just wasted the court's time. If you guys want to stretch your legs and go somewhere, oh, have I got lefty down? Yeah, I got lefty down. Right, I got 8 names down, right, for this mug, and there's 9 people here. So someone hasn't said hello yet in chat. You should do. You'd be entered into a mug competition. And now I say that we're down to 8. Just like that. Just like that. We get rid of people. Also, as Spider would say, why have we got more people in here than likes on the video? That doesn't make much sense. Oh, he said 90 seconds. If I know, I've gone for a quick outside, fresh air. It won't be long now, so it's all good. Also, a struggle. but I don't want to bring it down. Let's be positive now. Defense could do well. We got excited. We're not gonna be tired anymore. Spider Girl's gonna wake up in any second now, and we're gonna be firing all cylinders. I shouldn't say firing on all cylinders, should I? Um, well, what were you typing about? Stony Thunder. What about being positive? Oh, about the likes. Sorry, yeah. You can still post it because I put it up there. Because that's ridiculous. Well, people keep coming in, do 9, 10 people in here, and then they leave. Do they not know that these mugs are expensive? Jesus, guys. Even though Carwick is smashing them. Um, but it's good because everyone on my list now I would call regulars. So oh, one person did listen. Thank you very much for that. Whoever that person was, thank you. Got that like there. Bam 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 bam. So how are we? I need to get a spark. Yeah, I mean, look, I like to. It's weird because some people it depends which designs you like as well. Do you know what I mean? So I got most of the alternate corner old designs, but I'm gonna order some of the new ones now as well. So, but yeah, I like the mugs. I think they're really good. And to be quite honest, with you, like this is a shirt, the alternate corner shirt. It's sturdy. It's actually sturdy. It's been in the wash probably about 7, 8 times, and it's not faded. It's not. It's good quality. To be quite honest, as I say, the only thing is I sized up on it, which I don't think I needed to size up in fairness to my t-shirt, but I did it anyway. Um, and the hoodies are great qualities. Just three of them didn't fit me. I had to size up on them. The one I've got is second favorite was a white one. Ah, okay. I know which one you mean. I like that one as well. To be quite honest with you, I like them all. I think they all bring distinct things to it. It's just I decided to do clean, simple stuff because some people like my nieces wear the stuff, and it's not really something they're going to wear to school that often. So I'm giving away three of my hoodies to them now. So I got to really think about outside the box. My little niece, she's got one as well. I gave her. She walks around it, very proud. Hang on, let me wear one. Oh shit! No, everyone's got favourites. Yeah. Hang on, let me just get this. Let me get that one down. Oh fucking hell! Now I've got to get the banner down. This one fits me. All right. The inside of it's so soft. I've not watched it yet, to be fair, so it might shrink a little bit. I'm not sure, but I like it. I say the other three I had don't fit, but my nips as well. No, but I like them. This is really nice and warm. Do you know what I mean? But I would definitely size up. I'm a double XL, and I'm gonna get some other hoodies now, just to make sure they're okay and stuff. But I'm gonna go for triple XLs, to make sure they fit really. Also, just in case they shrink a little bit in the wash and stuff. So all I can say is this t-shirt hasn't shrunk at all in the wash, and it's a triple XL, and it's it's a little bit big on me, but I am a double XL. Do you know what I mean? So, but still nice and comfy. But yeah, I like it. Well, I can take it off now because it's too bloody hot. Also, I kept wearing it. I'd be fucking sleeping because it's warm. Oh, hang on. I'll put this. Oh, yo, 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 oh, yo, yo. So, quite baggy. Do you know what I mean? But it is a size up, so but it's nice. Um, I wear them all the time. Just not today, not this week because it's bloody boiling. But I wear them all the time as well. Yeah, all year round as well. So don't worry. I get it. Oh, I think it's nice, nice and comfy. If people want to have a look, the shop address is in the description box. Feel free to take a look. Also, like I should have said it, like for you, Spider, and everybody, um, like if people like I put this one, what's it called? Hang on. That logo as in the innocent unless proven guilty in the front. But if someone wants that in the back, I could do that easily. Do you know what I mean? Or if someone wants that in the back and the alternate corner, the blood one in the front or anything like that, I could do that easy. It's no extra cost or anything. So it's just a little bit more extra work for me, that's all. But it's the same, I believe it's the same price. So if anyone's got ideas for it, I can, or would like a specific design, I can do it. No worries. Or if anybody wants a t-shirt that says like "Go fuck yourself" or something like that, that's fine as well. I can do that easy. Can't design it obviously, but I can type into it. Oh shit! I'll mute that for a second because you have to pay every month. I'm just like, it's not worth it. It cost me about 50 quid. It probably cost me about $75 to keep it open each month. Well, not quite that much, but so I'm just going to keep it open for a month, close it, and maybe open it again like October, November for a couple of months. Probably by then the prices will go up as well because you like what I didn't understand about store was in UK we got to pay VAT. Well, that's not in the price. That's I got to pay that extra on commission and delivery charges I paid for. So now see that in the back, and yeah, it has to be sent to the front because it's only like similar to this. It's only this area it's a very specific area you can put the logos into. So in the back, yeah. So I did that, but the other way around, and people didn't seem to really like it. So, but if anybody wants that, you just need to message me. I can certainly make it. Do you know what I mean? So I just don't want to put too much stuff in there. It's a bit too much then. Do you know what I mean? I got loads of stuff that I haven't put in there. I need to put more stuff in. Like, well, Canada's the issue. Canada's very expensive to ship to. So when I got the stuff in Canada, it means I got to suck it up to send to America then. Whichever way I fucking look at it, I've been fucked right over. It's like they bent me over and it's gone, whoop, there you go. So there's a lot of hidden costs in opening store. I wouldn't recommend anyone to open a store with like Shopify and all that. It's loads of hidden costs. You'd think I was making a fortune. I ain't. I'm making fuck all. Do you know what I mean? Well, if I could cover my expenses for the month on the stores, I'd be happy, but I don't even cover that. So yeah, do not. I wish I was a whiz, like websites and stuff like that. So that's the way forward. But I might have to go to Etsy, I think, maybe in the future. Um, but the most expensive things is the delivery, the taxes, and the shipping prices. If you saw how much they all cost, fucking hell. There's surely a better way of doing it. Right, anyway, we are back. Back again.
Last exhibit entered. And then just-
Okay, all right. Say again? Yeah, you will. We're just gonna wait and take a lunch break when you're done. Who says we have to take a lunch break at 12? Okay. Duly noted.
Oh, so this could be a long cross then.
We're on the ninth day of this trial, folks. And as I've said umpteen times, I've got another murder trial that's supposed to start on Friday.
Thanks, Spider.
While we're waiting for the jury, I think a member of the press wanted to take photos.
Jury entering.
I'll get to that later, all right? Thank you.
Yeah, you got to move the trial on Friday. Good luck, mate. You're not fucking go into it. It's going to be delayed. And rightly so. It's your fucking fault that we got a trial in the first place, you dick. Also, I'm going to use a bit of Etsy.
All right, welcome back, folks. Go ahead and take your seats. All right, Mr. Shiner, you may begin your cross. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, you may.
This is state 70. Take a look at that. You recognize it?
I do.
Okay. What is that?
The evidence bag I prepared for a gray Apple iPhone and a black OtterBox that was atop the dresser in the northwest bedroom.
Okay. And whose bedroom was that again, just for clarification?
Travis Rudolph's brother.
Got it. State seek to admit number 70, Judge.
All right, and as I understand it, that's admitted without objection. All right. Finish with direct.
Just look here for a second, Judge.
This is ridiculous. They do this all the time. They said arrested.
Just looking at.
I'm sorry, I guess you're not finished with direct. I thought you had been.
I think I just have to do this, Judge. Just show
Okay.
this. This is X. Is that the cell phone we were just talking about, or a different one that's inside of that bag?
No, this photograph is in Travis Rudolph's bedroom, which is the northeast. The phone we just published was in the northwest.
AAA. What phone is that?
It's not a phone, it's part of a case.
That's just the empty casing.
Right, right.
So in terms of the brother's bedroom, that's where that cell phone that we just submitted was located.
Correct.
Where was it found in the room?
On top of the mirror dresser.
Not Shelly. It's not. That's the thing.
And in terms of the other cell phone that you collected, in terms of going through the house, where was that one found when you first went into the house?
On the bed in Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're
No further
welcome.
questions.
All right, cross-exam. Yes, sir.
More and more that this judge speaks, more and more I hate him and the prosecutor. Yeah, so tough. No offense, but you could not. Also, the
Morning,
ju-
ma'am.
Morning.
the jury have got to deliberate.
Three, as a crime scene investigator, you only get one chance to basically do it right, right?
We only get one chance at a scene.
Right,
Yes.
do it right.
We only get one chance to photograph, document, collect.
Once you leave the scene, it could be contaminated, somebody could steal something, somebody could add something. So that's why you make sure you get everything while you're at the scene, as much as humanly possible, right?
Correct.
And obviously, you've got a lot of experience. You've been doing this a long time, right?
Yes.
And you've probably been to hundreds of cases, or thousands probably in your career, right?
Yes.
All right. You're getting paid to be here, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You're getting paid to be here, right?
Yes.
All right. And you work overtime, you get paid, right?
Yes.
If you come to a deposition, you also get paid by the sheriff.
Yes.
You weren't limited in your time to be working on this case at all, were you? Nobody said you only have 5 hours, 50 hours, 1,000 hours. You had as many hours as you needed, right?
Correct.
And nobody pressured you to rush at any of the crime scenes you worked on in this case?
No.
And you feel you had enough time to do your job, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you go to a crime scene like 40th and Broadway, the first one you went to that night, do you generally know what you're doing without taking directions, or do you basically talk to the lead detective and try to figure out what y'all are going to do together? How do you do that?
It's collaborative. I receive a briefing from the detective or deputy who's on scene, and they let me know information on the particular scene or information known thus far. And then I take it from there, do a walk around, and then I start documenting.
All right, and is that briefing over, or can they give you information as it comes along during the day?
It's not uncommon for them to add information as they gain more information and share it with me.
Because then you might think other things that may not have been relevant could later on become relevant if you find additional information, right?
It's possible, yes.
So the first place you go in this case was 40th and Broadway,
Yes.
and you arrived there sometime in the middle of the night.
Yes.
And do you have any information that any of the West Palm Beach, well, first of all, how many West Palm Beach police officers do you think were there when you were there?
I don't know. I didn't count.
Too many to count, probably, right?
I'm sorry?
Too many to count, like there was multiples?
There were multiples, but not too many to count. That's not something I do, is count how many heads are there.
All right. Did you ask anybody from West Palm to give you a hand?
To give,
You a hand?
no,
Yeah. How come you had enough help?
not their scene. So any resources that I may have needed in addition to what was there would have come from the sheriff's office at my request.
All right. How many employees do y'all have? A couple of thousand?
I'm sure.
All right. And sworn deputies, at least 1,000 or more?
I guess.
Did you ask anyone to help you while you were at the scene?
I had assistance from crime scene manager Brunson.
Okay. And she's really experienced as well, right?
Yes.
All right, if you needed any help from anybody else from the sheriff's office, could you have called for help?
Yes.
Okay. And do you guys have a mutual aid agreement between other county police agencies such as West Palm Beach? In other words, do y'all help each other if it's needed?
Sure.
Okay, so if you really needed West Palm, they could have helped you too, right?
They wouldn't be my first go-to, but they would have, I'm sure if I'd asked, they would have made themselves available.
Okay. And you were not limited in the amount of time you spent on 40th and Broadway, right?
Correct.
In 40th and Broadway, you said we saw the photographs. You probably took hundreds of photographs at 40th and Broadway, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you about a couple of them. Show you what's been entered into evidence from the state. State exhibit number 12. I'll read you the letter that I'm putting up on the screen.
I'm same as you, bad well, not guilty here. But Shelley, I'm interested in you, hung jury. I'm interested with that.
12A
I just don't see it,
through G.
but interested in your thoughts. That's all.
None of them have designations. I can't tell you which one I'm putting up. I'm sorry. It's from exhibit 12. And that's obviously the Cadillac in question, right?
Yes.
Okay. And behind. Let me take the mic. All right, and so this gas station obviously is closed this time of night, right?
Yes.
You don't know if there was a working gas station or automotive shop or if it was permanently closed. You don't know.
Well, it's labeled as an automotive repair shop, and there were no gas pumps. The property itself just looked like it used to be a gas station.
Okay. Do you know if it was open during the, obviously not in the middle of the night, but during the daytime, or it was abandoned, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Did you ever go back in the daytime?
I did not.
So this area here, the fenced area, I don't know, was it your term that this was a mobile home?
It looked to me like an RV.
All right. Is it possible it's also a food truck maybe?
Anything's possible.
Well, did you take
I don't know.
Did you go inside the fenced area?
I did not.
Were you told by any of the police officers, the first responding officer, or any of your supervisors that night that the officer who found the two guys out of the car who were alive were silhouettes in the background in this area here?
No.
If you were told that, would you have possibly looked back here to see if they discarded anything?
Yes, or at least gotten access to it so it could be searched and photographed.
All right. And access meaning there's probably a lock on the gate?
Yes.
Y'all can cut locks with no problem, right? I mean, the
Yes.
police can do that. But you weren't given that information that there was possibly two silhouettes here not waving the police down. Did you hear that? That the officer who got there found it suspicious because the two surviving or living men were not waving anyone down? Did you
No.
hear that?
As at this point, that's true. Sustained.
Well, did you hear anything at all that the two men who were alive from this car were not waving a police officer down?
No.
From the police, I'm talking, not from the individuals, I'm talking from the police.
No.
Okay. So as you sit there today, you can't tell us if there's any casings back here behind the fence area or on the roof of this truck or van or whatever it is, if there's any cell phones back there, any guns back there from this particular case. You wouldn't know, right?
Correct.
Did you ever find out when you were at 550 Teak Drive later in the morning? I know you went there and you told us you helped CSI Alley. You picked up the 6 swabs and then you went to 550 Teak Drive, and we'll go through those photographs again. But when you were there during that scene early in the morning, you remember finding out there was a gun found about 100 feet from the shooting scene?
Yes.
Okay. And when you found that out, You didn't know whose gun it was, did you?
I didn't know.
Did the lead investigator ever say, do me a favor and go back here now that we found a gun that doesn't belong to Travis Rudolph? Go back here and check back here in this area?
No.
If you were asked that by your supervisors, the detective, the lieutenants, whoever was there, would you have went back there and did that?
Yes.
So when you were there, you didn't have any indication there was anything that could have been discarded. Nobody told you, right?
No.
So all you did was focus in the lot area like you testified to.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if there was a fence on the other side of this garage?
I believe there was, yes.
Let me see if I can find that picture. I don't know if it's here. I don't see that photograph. Give me a second.
Yeah, we need to sort out the Facebook group to get it. I think the next trial we do, we're gonna have to really put documents and stuff in there. I think that'd be cool. I did see your post, Stacey Shelley. Appreciated them. They're all on yesterday's videos. It's very insightful. Thank you very much for taking the time to comment. Thank you.
Well, that photograph's not in evidence, but you do recall a similar type fence as we saw in that last photo, right?
Yes.
And obviously, well, not obviously, you would agree you didn't go back and search that fence area either, did you?
Correct.
And you didn't go back later on to do it when a gun was discovered later that morning, right?
No.
And to your knowledge, if anyone from the sheriff's office would have went back to 40th and Broadway to search the roofs, the fenced area, would have been you, right?
Not necessarily. It may have, depending on when it occurred.
Okay.
If someone had gone back there during day shift in the morning or in the afternoon, obviously I'm not working, so they would have asked another CSI if evidence had been found to come and document and collect.
So y'all have a 24-hour around the clock. Someone's always on duty or on call.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any knowledge if anyone from the sheriff's office went back to look in the fenced area that we just talked about?
I do not.
I'll show you some exhibits from states number 53 that's been entered into evidence. Same question. The roof area above this, is this a working facility or is it not working, or you don't know? I forgot what you said. I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's vacant. It's labeled like it's a working business, but I don't know for a fact that it is.
Okay. This roof area, you never went up there, did you?
No.
And you could personally do it with ladders, or you have drones, right? You can send a drone up there too, can't you?
Yes.
And there was no reason in your mind when you initially got there to even think about doing it, right?
No, I didn't receive any information that that area should be considered.
I'll show you 53E. So would this photograph be the south wall adjacent to the parking area for this gas station or the automotive shop?
Yes.
And do you know what kind of building this is? Like if it's an open building, closed, not open, but at the time, but is it what is this? I mean, what do you remember?
I don't know.
All right. This building is obviously higher than the gas station, right?
It's higher.
Higher, the wall goes higher or similar to it?
I don't know the elevation reference between the two. understand.
No, I'm trying to just get from the ground here. You can't see on the roof level of this building,
Oh,
can you?
no,
And same thing for the gas station. You can't see on the roof from ground level, right?
correct.
All right. Same questions. No, you didn't search the roof of this building here.
No.
And to your
I think
knowledge,
we will-
nobody did.
I think you could do
The law
cut
Not
off
aware
group.
that anyone did.
Sorry?
I'm not aware that they did.
Okay.
You could do groups for each trial, I think. Thanks, Stacey. Happy days. Let's go. Yeah, we need to pull our fingers out with it, but
M.
we will do it. Next week's trials will start.
Inside the, let me get out of the way. Inside the black Cadillac, the dash was still on, right?
Yes.
You know if anyone checked if there was a GPS put into this car?
I didn't. I don't know if someone else did.
Y'all have people who can do that at the sheriff's office?
I don't know if our fleet would take care of that or we'd call somebody else out. I don't know.
And in terms of the cell phones, you don't know anything about it, or maybe you do. Do you know anything about any cell phones being checked if a GPS was plugged into somebody's phone on April 7th, rather, of 2021?
That information I wouldn't know about.
You collect the phones, and it's up to the detectives to decide if they're going to do something with them.
Correct. And if something is going to be done, then media would take care of that for downloads and etc.
You have a special department at the sheriff's office for that, right?
Yes.
All right. You heard there was two guys that were in this Cadillac along with the decedent prior to the car coming to its final resting spot, right?
Yes.
Did anyone give you a phone from either one of the men who were in the parking lot that came out of this Cadillac? Did any law enforcement give you a phone from either one of those people?
No, I have one phone from the scene, but that was in the vehicle.
Sure. So you have no knowledge do you know the names of the two men that were out? If I tell you the names, would it ring a bell possibly?
One of them was Tyler Robinson.
He wasn't in the car. It was a guy named Keyshawn Jones.
It was an injured party.
Right. That was back up by Teak, a couple blocks away.
Right.
I'm talking coming out of the car, the two guys that were initially in the car was a man named Keyshawn Jones and Chris Lowe. Do you know either one of them?
No.
Any contact with them in this case?
I believe they were on scene when I was on scene, and I saw them conversing with Detective Vanderlyn,
Okay.
but I didn't have any direct contact with them.
All right. Did Detective Vanderlyn give you a phone from either one of those men?
No.
And you also found two phones in the trunk of the car.
Yes.
And the phone in the pocket was next to the decedent in the door pocket, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know that's Tyler Robinson's phone, or you wouldn't know that?
I don't know who the owner of that phone is.
All right. Let me show you. Fence number 15. It's been admitted into evidence. Is that the phone you found in the door pocket?
Yes.
Did you find any kind of blood-like substance, human tissue, hair and fiber that may have been from someone who was shot? Anything like that on this phone?
No, just damage to the phone.
And looked to you like it was ballistic damage based on where it was placed in the door?
It's possible that it was based on the holes and the defects in the door.
And was it consistent with the damage to the door pocket of the car getting struck while it was in the door pocket of the car?
Yes.
All right. And so I'm clear, this was in the passenger door right near the decedent.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know the city of West Palm Beach had cameras that may have captured the path of the Cadillac driving from Teak Drive to where its final resting spot
It's
was?
possible. I know there are neighborhood cameras, but I don't know for sure if West Palm has them in the area or in the path the vehicle may have traveled.
Did anybody that evening ask you to do a search of a possible path that the Cadillac traveled to see if there was any relevant evidence for a jury to possibly see at a later date?
No.
If they would have asked you to do that, would you have been able to accomplish that?
Yes.
And if you needed help, there was plenty of police officers who can help you with that?
Yes.
Anyone ask you to look for cameras from businesses or homes where this car may have passed by, the Cadillac?
Not specifically, but when in the area, like at the gas station, I looked.
Just in that area?
Oh, yes.
Okay, no, give me a second, sorry. I'm talking you know from this case, from doing all the work you did, that the car came from Teak Drive and Lake Park to 40th and Broadway to that business that we just saw in the pictures, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you drive that area at any time to check for cameras or business cameras or house cameras to see if anything was captured on that related to this case?
I did not.
You said you had no indication. The reason why you initially didn't look for guns is you had no indication that inside the car there may have been a gun, right?
Correct.
Well, how would you have an indication if someone got rid of it? How would you know if you don't look around? How would you know that the people in the car had a gun before you got there if they dumped it somewhere, if nobody checked? How would you know that?
Not sure I understand your question.
All right.
How do I know what I don't know?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, when I'm documenting a crime scene, I have to go on what is known to the detectives or the deputies at that time in order to process my scene.
Sure.
If I gain more information as I'm processing my scene, I'll add that to my processing menu.
Okay. So if you don't know something,
So if I don't know, then I don't know how to act on it.
of course, I get it. My fault. I'm just trying to get out that if no one told you that there may have been a gun or multiple guns in the decedent's car, how would you know that, right?
Correct.
You weren't there when this incident happened.
No, I didn't receive any information about guns.
Okay. And even when a gun may have been found 100 feet from where this incident occurred, that didn't trigger anyone to tell you to go back and do a further search?
I wasn't asked to go back to the business on Broadway to do a further search.
If you would have known that while you were there, if you got a call from someone and said, "Hey, Miss Brandt, do me a favor. We just found a gun dumped by a fence 100 feet from where this happened, where one of the alleged victims were running." Would that have triggered you to possibly do a further search while you were there on Broadway?
I'm sure.
She seems confused because she doesn't know half the info. So she wasn't told the full story, obviously. So she never investigated any of these things.
I'll show you defense number 11.
Spider Girl,
Nobody-
Jesus.
Nobody showed you this or gave you
No.
details that there was a gun found right by the fence area through one backyard while you were at 40th and Broadway, right?
No.
Could you go back a second day? Not you personally, but you or somebody from the sheriff's office. Let's say they say, "Oh, wow, you know what? One of these guys who are claiming their victims had a gun. Maybe other guys are not being truthful either. So can you go back once the tape's off? Is there any rule saying you can't go back and check again?"
No, you can go back.
All right. So did anyone ask you or anyone in your department to go back and search the path of travel from the Cadillac the second day?
I was not asked.
Okay, I'm
To my
talking.
knowledge, no one else in the crime scene was asked to do that.
Okay. So the 7th, the 8th, or 9th of April 2021, no one asked you or anyone in your apartment, to your knowledge, to go back to search the path of travel of the car, right?
Correct.
Or 40th and Broadway to search roofs, behind fenced areas, right?
Correct.
Did anyone ask you to photograph for injuries the two gentlemen that were talking to Detective Andelin, Chris Lowe, and Keyshawn Jones while you were there?
No.
You normally do that if someone's involved in a fight or a shooting?
Yes, but also we get help from the detectives who are able to take photographs if I'm not immediately available or an investigator is not immediately available.
So the police themselves have the ability to take photographs?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know if that was done. You didn't do it, but you don't know if the detectives did it in this case.
Correct.
And let's talk about photographs of individuals. No one asked you to ever take a photograph of Mr. Travis Rudolph, did they?
No.
And you could have done that when he came out of his home and was in handcuffs. If someone asked you to document his injuries or lack of injuries, you could do that with photographs, right?
If asked, I could have photographed him. Yes.
All right. To your knowledge, do you know if anybody from crime scene did that?
I'm not aware that anybody had contact with him.
How about someone named DJ or Darryl Rudolph? Same questions. Were you asked to photograph him?
No.
You know, to your knowledge, nobody was asked to photograph him, right?
I'm not aware of anyone else who was asked.
Right. Go back to State's Exhibit number 53. N is a Nancy.
That many pictures. Holy shit. I must have missed that. 63,000.
This obviously looks like a pen.
Yes.
There's no relevance to this case as far as you know.
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. Did you find anything else on this side? On the floor, on the driver's floorboard?
No.
Okay. (53Q) as in Queen.
I believed you. It's like, fuck. But there was a ton. You're right.
You've seen hands similar to this in suicides, haven't you? With people holding guns?
I've seen hands in that similar position on several scenes. Not
Talking
necessarily
suicides.
criminal and non-criminal.
I'm talking suicide.
Sometimes.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been entered into evidence. State's Exhibit number 4. Huh? I don't need gloves. I'm fine.
I'm sorry?
I'm fine without gloves unless you want me to put them on.
Apparently, the state wants you to. Not really sure why, honestly, at this point, but
You want me to put them on, Judge?
yeah.
I'll just say one. Thank you. You have the ability to take that off? Oh, sorry.
This is
Can you rack it back or I'll do it? Thank you.
the state want him to wear gloves. I think they'd be a bit childish, but who knows? I don't know. Even the judge, for the first time ever, I'm not sure why you need gloves, but whatever, wear them. let's waste a few more minutes, shall we? Da 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 ba da ba
Just
da
put back,
da
thanks.
ba ba
Thank you.
ba
Appreciate it.
ba.
All right. Special exhibit number 4. Been entered into evidence, no clip in it, and the deputy cleared it, so.
I'm sorry, you said defense?
States exhibit 4, apologize.
Right. And the last exhibit you were talking, you said defense as well. Aren't those all state?
Those are all state.
Yeah, everything that you used so far.
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. Okay,
Sorry about that.
that's okay.
All right, would you agree that I'm holding this gun like this, and I want to point it. I want to point it this way, okay? Like, holding the gun this way. I need another one. Right there.
Fuck it, this. There's no gunpowder on it. There's nothing. Just fucking. Oh. Let me just see if this. If the state actually wore gloves. What we do we?
So obviously, if I'm holding a gun like this, right? Can you see this?
I can.
Okay. Now remove it. Does my hand look like the decedent's hand? You don't talk to the medical examiner to try to get information that makes it consistent. The decedent's hand with holding a firearm, do you?
No.
You're just photographing and collecting evidence, right?
Yes. Processing.
Would you agree you took about 50 pictures, 30 to 50 pictures of the decedent's hand and the sitting position he was in, up close, all different positions?
I don't know that it was 50 photographs, but he was photographed in situ. So that would mean as I see him in the vehicle, parts of him, and then once again, as he's removed from the vehicle and about to be processed into the body bag, more photos.
Numerous photos indicating where his hand position was at his final resting place.
Several photos of his hands and him.
Okay, even up close photos.
Yes.
Okay. We'll skip around a little bit because pictures are important somewhat. Show you the state's exhibit number 53B and entered into evidence. Right side up?
Yes.
Oh. So obviously this will be the front headlight of the Cadillac.
Right front.
Did you find a bullet back there?
No.
Do you believe there was one back there?
It's possible, but not from my reach through the housing into the light assembly itself.
Did you ever find out if this light was broken prior to this incident?
I didn't have any information that that was true.
All right. Do you know how this was broken? Does
No, I don't.
it look like a bullet struck it, or you don't have an opinion?
The damage that is to the housing, to the headlight housing itself, and not the interior, is larger than you would typically see in a single bullet hole. But that may be because of the material is fragile and it broke apart in larger pieces. So, but I do not know for a fact that a bullet hole caused that damage.
You have an opinion based on your training and experience and what you observed? If you don't-
I have an opinion that based on the circumstances, it would not be out of the realm of possibility that bullet hole caused that damage.
Okay. There was a couple of flat tires on this car, right? And I'll show you 53, states 53X. Would you agree that's the passenger front tire
Yes.
and that's flat?
Yes.
Find a bullet in there?
No.
Did you look? Did it look like a bullet struck it, or you don't know?
That I don't know.
Okay. Was there another flat tire on this car?
No.
How about on the back of the driver's side? Remember that tire being flat?
No.
$53 DD. States $53 DD. I don't know if you can see it. I can't.
There's
see
a lot
it.
of stuff that she didn't do. Well, not her fault, but there's a lot of stuff that didn't happen by all
53
accounts.
DD. You see a flat tire in this photograph? In the
That's
back.
a door.
All right. What's this?
That's reflection.
Oh, it's a reflection?
Yeah.
Okay, let me
The,
get.
the door is open this way. Here's the door jamb.
So that's the reflection of the front tire.
Yeah.
All right, let me keep looking. Thanks.
So many photos.
Did you take a picture of the driver's side?
Yes.
You think
you
he's
don't
trying to
have
make
any
a
photos
point?
with you, do you?
No.
I can't see the photo because there's so many photos.
I believe it was on the video. Do you remember the video of your walkthrough? Do you remember seeing a flat tire in the back behind the driver's side, the rear tire?
The left rear passenger behind the driver's.
When you say left, so if I'm behind the
I'm
car,
thinking left is driver's side.
so if I'm behind the car, it'd be to my left,
You're facing the trunk,
facing the trunk.
so on your left.
Okay, yes,
So-
that side, the rear tire. I thought it was on your video when you walked through that tire.
I don't recall seeing that any of those tires. I mean, they're low profile, so it may have looked like it was flat, but I don't recall. Recall the right front, the passenger front being flat.
We can always look at that again. But as far as you remember, you don't think it was.
No.
Okay. All right.
You know more than me on that. I don't know any of that stuff.
What's
So
that?
interesting.
I'll show you. Not labeled. 1 second. States 12 A through G. I don't know which letter this is, but you're right. That's not flat.
No.
Okay. So the only flat tire was the one in the front.
Yes.
Did you see, or did you get under the car to see how the engine leaked all that oil where the bullets went through?
I did not.
Do you know if it was through the front of the tire of the car, possibly through the grill?
I'm sorry. It appeared it began under the engine compartment when I first got there. That's where it was concentrated. And as I remained at the scene, the fluid started drifting towards the back of the vehicle.
Sure, but obviously from this case, bullet holes must have hit the pan with the oil or the engine, right?
Oh, no doubt.
Did you get under there to see which direction the bullets came from to hit the engine or the oil pan?
No.
So is there any way of knowing if it came from the front of the car, or the side of the car, back of the car? Can you tell?
No.
The night owl cameras we looked at. Let's go to those pictures. Page 54. I'll tell you what letters. Let's start with the outside of the house. 54A. Is this one of the cameras you were talking about right here on top of the garage?
Yes,
And was there any more here?
above the front door.
Okay.
There's just an issue with the evidence and how what card is on there.
All right, come on up. Feel free to stand up, stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering and obeying 3 of the 4 cardinal rules. No research, no discussion, an open mind.
Remember to stretch, guys, if you're home. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Reach for the stars. Climb every mountain higher. Reach for the stars. Oh! There's some cracks in my back there. Jesus. Oh, so they took a load of photos, but not relevant ones. Didn't look at any places, bushes, or anything for any guns, so there's no communication between the sheriff department and her department. And apparently no one has ever looked for Sebastian's gun. Not dodgy at all, is it? Oh, the way that the state is trying to play it down is nothing. But that's interesting, Shelley, when you said about Sebastian punching down repeatedly, his brain's lactic acid response kicked in.
I'm just
And then-
discussing with you the outside
Of my
cameras,
head,
not
to be fair.
inside. Okay.
Correct.
Because inside you said there was a screen, not a camera, but a monitor with, you could see 5 cameras, right?
Yes.
I don't see any pictures here of the actual front door. Did you take close-ups of the front door?
Yes.
We saw your video. Do you remember seeing the? On your video, do you remember seeing the camera at the front door not facing outwards? It was facing towards the house.
Yes.
That look a little odd to you? That someone would have a security camera and it's facing to the house?
Yes.
Did you take fingerprints off of that?
I did not.
Fingerprints would possibly, you can compare that if there was a latent print. How would you do that? How do you do that? How do you take fingerprints or try to?
Depends on what the surface is.
You remember the surface on the camera above the door?
Some kind of resin, I assume,
All right. How would you take fingerprints if you tried to?
with mag or black powder.
All right. And then you brush it on to see if you get a ridge detail.
Yes.
Then you could possibly match it up to someone who you have a standard that you knew that what fingerprints they really had.
Well, someone else would do that. Yes.
Sure. I mean, you're not an expert now. You're only an expert in taking or trying to get prints off of something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can also swab something for DNA like a camera, right?
Sure.
What's swabbing for DNA? What do you do? How do you do that?
We use, well, our department, our process is we use sterile cotton swabs, which are basically Q-tips. Moisten them with distilled or sterile water. And then you rub the swabs, your moistened swabs, against whatever substrate you're processing.
And your knowledge, when you do that, you have a DNA lab at the sheriff's office. You can tell us if somebody may have left their DNA on an object.
If their DNA is present on an object.
And to do that, you would have to just take a standard, like a swab of their mouth.
Right, for comparison.
You've taken standards, right?
Sure.
So this way you can see if they match up to an unknown or DNA that's on an object to see if that person who you took the swab from touched that item, right?
Correct.
You didn't do that in this case.
No,
Nobody asked you to do that.
no.
I'll show you 50, states 54C. You said the camera was up here?
Yes,
Two cameras or one?
there were two.
Okay. Facing different directions?
Yes,
When you arrive to this house, when you're outside the home, you don't know if you're being recorded, do you?
correct.
When you got to the front of the house, you don't know if you're being recorded.
Correct.
While you were in the house watching the monitor, did you think the DVR was recording everything?
I wasn't watching the monitor.
Well, you got a picture of it. You saw there was 5 different cameras, right?
For documentation purposes, I wasn't staring at the monitor.
No, of course not. But you saw there was a live view of 5 different cameras from the outside, right?
Well, there were 5 different camera views. I don't know if they were how last they were live. So,
Well, they were
I'm
live
not
when you were
sure.
in the house, weren't they?
well, there were views on the monitor. Yes, and there were 5 camera views from exterior cameras.
I know you weren't staring at it, but if you would look at it, you could see what's going on outside from inside the house, right?
If they were working and timed correctly, I guess one could, but I didn't view it in that manner. It was
Okay, so you
for
don't-
documentation only.
All right. So you can't tell us if I'm in the house as a law enforcement officer at 3:00 in the morning and I look at the screen, can I see who's coming to the front door? Well, I wouldn't see the front door because it's facing the wrong way. But this camera here, if it was working,
Well, there was a ring next to the front door as well.
but you didn't have access to that on the monitor, did you?
I don't know what the monitor specific views. I know there were exterior camera views.
Okay. So what I'm asking you, let's say these cameras, for instance, if you're in the house, can you look at the monitor and see what's happening outside live? Or you don't know. That's okay if you don't know.
Well, what was on the screen when I photographed it was outside. Live, I can't tell you.
So, okay. No one asked you to check that, right?
No, I wouldn't be pulling that information off media.
All right. Well, if you're there, couldn't you tell if another police officer's walking around the house or outside, rather?
Again, I don't know if they were live or if it was frozen, and I'm not monitoring the monitor. I have a job to do, which is to photograph and start collecting evidence. I'm not looking at that screen.
Sure. I don't want to belabor the point, but nobody asked you to do that, to check if you could see a live view of what's going on outside.
No, that wouldn't be part of what they would ask me to do anyway.
Who would do that if it was important?
Well, we have a unit in violent crimes that deals with all media extractions from cell phones to DVRs.
Okay. I'm going to say 53E. 53E. Said there was another camera facing the backyard.
Yes.
You never went in the backyard area, did you?
No.
So if there's little chickens there or pigs or anything, you don't know, right?
No.
Okay. And where was this camera? It's kind of hard to see. Was it on the?
It's at the corner. It's facing the backyard, so it's actually the exterior south face of that residence, which is facing the backyard, but it's the extreme west corner of it.
Okay. Would it be up here, like this area?
Yes,
Okay. What's this on the this outdoor patio?
that's a camera.
And what's up here?
Well, there's 2, one on the corner
Okay.
there, and then I guess that's a porch. So the cover or roof of the porch.
Okay. You didn't collect the DVR that was behind the screen, did you?
No,
Who did that? Do you know? If you don't.
Detective Pychek.
And who is he?
He's a homicide detective.
Do you know why the people from the computer division, like you mentioned, didn't come out and do that?
Sometimes they're asked to respond, and sometimes a detective will collect media instead of crime scene because they can directly deliver it to the techs and the detectives that are going to extract information. With me, if I collected a DVR or any form of media like cell phones, it's a process for me to document package and ultimately get that information into evidence so that the correct techs have access to it. So it's just a straight line from point A to point B. If a detective takes media that needs to be downloaded later, instead of waiting for me to be able to get to it.
Is there a way to specifically remove the recording device? Make sure the evidence on it is preserved?
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know.
That's why y'all have experts there to do that, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
You know, if Detective Pychak is an expert in media collection.
No, but it's not out of the norm for a detective to collect a media device from a cell phone to a DVR to a computer to a laptop.
You know if he's an expert is my question.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay. You remember seeing a red light on the DVR indicating it was possibly recording when you photo? I know you just quickly looked at it and you weren't studying
At
it.
this time, I don't recall.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I imagine she's pissed off as well. So much missed, so much opportunities to collect stuff, and now she looks crap at her job, which I bet she did not like that.
Show you State's Exhibit 35. 35A.
Is it training?
Show you 35A. Is this the ring camera that you refer to?
Yes.
Make sure it's on. Is this the ring camera you refer to?
Yes.
Okay, we have to make sure it's recorded. Thank you. And that would be, how would you classify it? If I'm walking to the front door, it'd be to my right? A
Yes.
few feet up off the ground?
I'm sorry?
A few feet up off the ground.
Yes.
You know if this camera was working?
I do not.
You know if there was a doorbell as part of the ring? Was there a ring doorbell?
I'm assuming they're one and the same. I'm not sure.
Right? Did you ever check if the doorbell was working by any chance?
I did not.
Okay. Was this the night owl camera that we talked about that was not facing towards the home?
Correct.
Were there any other cameras in this area?
No, not around the front door.
How about,
The ceiling mount and then the ring.
all right, so we knew there was one to the south side of the front of the house, right?
Yes.
One in the center
Yes.
by the door. Was there any to the, now this would have been north actually, right?
North is this way. So you're facing the front door yourself. So
Okay.
to your right would be west and left east.
Okay, so to my right is west.
Yes.
There was a camera to the west.
Yes.
Thanks for the correction. Would there be a camera to the east?
I believe there was one at the far east corner of the residence.
Okay. Was that facing the right direction? Well, meaning right direction, facing out to the street.
Correct.
Where most people would put it.
Correct.
All right. And the one on the west, was that facing out directly to the grass or street area driveway?
The one on the garage? By the
Yeah.
garage?
That one.
That was more oriented to the driveway. So it's like maybe not true north, but northeast-ish.
Okay. You know if those cameras light up when they're on? Like the outside, if I'm walking by them, can I tell they're on?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now let me go back to 35B. Does that look like a doorbell to you? If you know from the Ring camera,
That's the Ring, yes.
you know if that's a doorbell too, or you don't know.
I don't know.
If I show you the picture, would that help, or you wouldn't know?
Well, I don't have a Ring, so I don't know all the components and the doodads that come with it. So
Gotcha. 35C. And this was the monitor you're referring to?
yes,
Different screens, different split screens?
yes.
Okay. Did it appear to be working, or did it appear to not be working? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. The cell phone that the prosecutor put in at the end that you said was Travis Rudolph's brother. Remember that one?
From his bedroom.
Right. There was only one phone in his bedroom, right? And
I believe there were two on his dresser.
I thought that's what you said in your direct testimony. You said that, but then we only see one in evidence. Do you know where the other one is?
No, well, then I only collected the gray iPhone.
Why only one?
Maybe it wasn't in play, and the detectives said, no, just take the gray one. I don't know if they were able to differentiate ownership or not, and that's the reason I don't know.
Okay, you took the best one that, according to what the police told you, may be involved in this case.
Yes.
All right. Do you know if that phone was ever checked or dumped or whatever, downloaded?
I don't know for sure, but I think it's a certainty.
All right. It's a certainty that it should have been done, right?
I'm going to say it was all of the cell phones. I'm pretty certain that downloads were done
Why do you think that?
because of the type of investigation it was.
Okay. So, okay. You don't know for sure. You're just saying it should have been.
Correct.
Okay. No doubt about that in your mind.
In my mind, no.
All right. You go to homicide. Unfortunately, in Palm Beach County, you go to homicide scenes probably a couple of times a week, don't you? Or at least once
Yes.
a week. Are phone evidence becoming very, very important in most homicide cases?
They're very important in every case that they're available. They hold a lot of information.
Are you familiar with the triangulation where they could possibly tell where a person was
Yes.
at the time the incident occurring,
Yes.
and where they made the calls from, possibly?
Yes.
You know anything about if calls are erased, if it would pick them up on the downloads, or you wouldn't know about that?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I'm also starving.
Remember
So
some football paraphernalia in Mr. Rudolph's room, like a football and a football helmet from the Giants? Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
And you actually, I could show this to you, but do you remember on photograph number L, the letter number L and 35L? Was it that the TV even had a football channel on? I'm gonna show you
I know it's on, but I just don't know what
my approach to it.
You may.
what the information, what channel it was on. See, there's football information on the car one at the bottom. I can't make out what channel it is though.
Remember seeing the Raiders sign on the bottom?
I'm sorry, what sign?
Raiders. You know the Raiders?
Yes.
So it looks like he's watching some kind of football show.
It could be. I don't know if he's streaming that or if it's a network show. I have no idea what channel it is.
Okay.
It just says football information on it.
That was on when you got into Mr. Travis's room, right?
Yes.
You didn't change the channel.
No.
Of course not. No time to watch something else.
Oh.
Of course not.
Bravo, TLC.
All right, then there's some pictures of a cell phone. Was this? And I'm a little confused. Maybe you can help me. Was this phone Mr. Rudolph, Travis Rudolph, or DJ or Daryl Rudolph?
It was on the bed in Travis's bedroom.
Okay. This phone, was it cracked?
I'm sorry?
Was it cracked? Was it broken?
Correct. Oh, the screen. I'll have to check my report for a better description. Yes, atop the bed, the black Apple iPhone with a cracked screen.
Of course, the witness.
May.
Do you want gloves to open this cell phone up?
No. They're gonna give it anyway. Thank you. You watching?
Yes, ma'am.
That was professional. Does this?
But I'm much better than me.
Do I have to chew it open, or can I have some scissors?
Need some scissors?
Yeah, scissors.
She's opening up a little bit. She's having a bit of a joke now.
Mr. Shiner. Or,
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, all.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think so. I genuinely think she's getting pissed off now because there's so many things missed. They never told her hardly anything.
Can you just hold that up so we can see it, please? I can't tell it's cracked. Where is it cracked?
Up the top, the radiating fractures down here to the front face.
I'm sorry. Can I publish to the jury, Judge?
yeah, sure.
Can I borrow that? Thank you.
You want gloves?
Oh, gloves. No, fuck that. I think she's opened up a little bit. She's quite relaxed now. She's not as boring as what she was earlier on.
Thank you. You could take the gloves off. I probably won't show you anything that you may need them.
Promise?
Promise, oh, flirting,
All right, that phone that we just saw.
lovely.
Did you try to see if it was working?
No, but I manipulated it in order to photograph it, and usually if it's on, the screen will light up.
Okay, because we saw pictures of the phone that was in the trunk with the tennis screen. Remember that? The red
Yes.
phone?
Yes,
And that we could see there was a whole bunch of writing on there. Remember that?
yes.
All right, so normally if you move the phone, if it's working or on,
If it's on, that will activate the screensaver, and it will come on.
you don't know that phone got cracked or broken or whatever condition it's in, do you?
No.
All right. Let me show you 53. Oh. Upside down for you, or is that right? I can't tell.
No, that's correct.
How big would you say the monitor is in the living room area? Rough estimate.
maybe 32 or smaller.
32 inches or smaller?
Yeah.
Okay. And behind it, would that be, to your knowledge, the DVR that records or doesn't record, whatever?
That's the DVR, yes.
And DVR means that's what is supposed to record to the recording device? And maybe this is just the shadow or not, but there's red dots here. Do you know if that means it's on, or you wouldn't know? And I can show you the picture if you need to see it better.
I believe, yeah. I just don't know what that's indicative of. If it's live recording or not. I don't know.
Did you find out subsequent to weeks later that the cameras weren't recording according to the sheriff's office?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you find that they were recording?
After if they downloaded the information, I wasn't made aware of it.
Okay, so you don't know the results if it was working or not?
No.
Okay. And you collected photographs with the cameras and the guidebook on how to work it, right?
Yes.
And where did you find the letter R and Q as a password, right?
Yes.
Where did you find the guidebook and things like that?
That information was in Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
You know where? Roughly? Like in a drawer? Was it out?
No, I believe it was that and other information that was pulled was in a nightstand drawer next to his bed.
Was it his bed or the mom's room or your
No, his bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. On 53S. What's this phone case is to what?
It's part of the phone case. I don't know if it originated. I don't know where it originated from. If it was part of the what was on the phone on the bed or not.
Was this in the brother's room or in Mr. Rudolph's room?
Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Okay. So it was already off the phone the time you got there, right?
It was there when I started photographing this scene.
All right. So would you assume this, based on what you saw, was this case originally, or because it fit that phone that we saw, that's cracked?
Yes.
And there's no case on that phone, right?
No.
The one that you have in evidence.
Correct.
You were showing some photographs. I don't know if the letters looks like C
I
and
don't
V.
know, sorry. But good point, maybe.
One of them. Another one. Let me show you another one. And then also E. This is on top of Mr. Rudolph's closet.
Yes.
All right, so it's obvious he didn't try to take this gun and throw it down a sewer, right?
Well, I don't know if that's obvious, but this is where it was when I documented it.
Okay. You didn't have to go on a roof to find this gun, did you?
Correct.
You didn't use any drones to find it, right?
No.
You just walk right in; it's right there.
That's where it was located.
You could see this; it wasn't hidden, right?
No.
And it was actually made safe. There was absolutely no bullets still in the gun when you observed it, right?
There were no bullets and there was no magazine.
Okay, so this gun was made safe. When law enforcement came in, you didn't have to get anyone to remove the magazine or take any bullets out of the chamber, right?
Well, any firearm that is discovered on any scene is checked anyway for safety by a law enforcement officer. And that was done by Detective Pychek. He confirmed there was nothing in the chamber and there was no magazine.
All right, that's a smart thing to do when you know the police are coming to your house for a shooting and you just use that gun, right? Take the bullets out, right?
I'm supposed to respond to that. No,
You think it's
I've never had to hide a gun from the police, so I don't know what.
No, but
all the moving parts are when you're going to do that.
of course,
So I don't know.
You've been to a lot of crime scenes, right?
Yes,
You don't always see guns right out in the open where someone's accused of killing another human being, do you?
true. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Yeah. Sometimes people discard them, they hide them, right?
Sure.
Right? Even sometimes you got to dig in closets, right?
Sure.
Open up safes.
Look under beds.
Anywhere the mind can deviate,
Sure.
people can do it.
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you found the drum in that holds 100 bullets, it holds 100 bullets, right?
That's true.
That was in the brother's room, Daryl Rudolph.
Yes, under the bed.
All right. Completely on the other side of the house, right?
Yes, opposite ends.
Okay. And it wasn't completely under the bed. You said the produce, you could see it partly sticking out, right?
Well, that was after it was found.
Okay. So did you pull it out?
Yeah, the detective who discovered it, when he looked under the bed, he pulled out the edge of it so that it could be photographed before being completely removed.
It wasn't covered by a blanket, was it?
Not that I'm aware of.
There was nothing.
It was just covered by the bed.
Sure. And if you look under the bed, it's right there.
Sure.
So your BB 53 BB. Hard to see, but if your testimony, tell me if you agree. Your testimony is that's where the other firearm was, the FN,
Yes.
and it was in a holster. You know if this has anything to do with this case at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. You just took it and photographed it because hey, you never know, right?
Correct.
Any gun may be involved in a homicide case. So you wanted to make sure.
Correct.
Can't go back a month later. Well, maybe you could, but it'll be much harder a month later if you find out this FNN had something to do with this case. It'd be too late to go back and possibly collect it if someone hid it from you, right?
Correct.
Then you were showing a lot of pictures of the actual firearm, right? The actual firearm,
The FN or the SIG?
I'm a little slow. The 223 SIG.
Yes.
Hold on, you got it close. I'm not picking it up. Nope, I'm not touching it. Thank you. Showing you State's Exhibit number 3. Is this the firearm that you collected in the home?
It is.
Permission to show the jury?
You may. Oh, sure. Yeah, you will be able to see that later, but
State's Exhibit number 3. This is legal as far as you know, right?
I would defer to others on that. I'm not an expert.
You have no knowledge it's a legal or illegal gun?
That's correct.
All right. How about the FN firearm? You know if that's legal?
As far as I know, but I don't know that for sure.
How about the drum? Do you know if that's legal to have?
Don't know for sure.
All right. Nobody made you aware that this is any illegal firearms contained in the house, did they?
No.
You also said that Mr. Rudolph had to carry concealed weapons? Permit?
Yes.
You said CZW. Does that mean a permit?
Yes.
Lawfully carry concealed?
To carry a concealed weapon, whether a gun or other.
Okay. In the boxes and in the information that you found in the bedroom, was there any guidebooks on how to work these firearms as well? Owner's manual?
I'll have to check my report. I'm not sure. That was in the nightstand.
All right. Well, that was found in Mr. Rudolph's house, right?
Yes.
States 53W.
But it wasn't in a gun box.
Oh, okay, no problem. But what is this? It says owner's manual, right?
Yes.
So this wasn't, and you saw the boxes with my client's name on it. Mr. Rudolph's name had it on, at least on the one of the boxes that we saw earlier. His name was on the box, right?
Yes.
Even had the date when he probably bought it, right?
Yes.
These guns weren't like from the street at all, right? As far as you can tell.
I don't know that for sure.
All right, but do you usually see boxes and manuals from guns bought hot off the street?
Sustained.
You don't know anything about hot guns or buying them off the street. You don't, right? You don't know that.
If these particular guns were, or
Any in general, you can't tell, right?
no.
Okay. The other police officers do that kind of work, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have drifted.
53 double X.
Oof. I need something to happen to boost me at lunch.
That's the one you said that had Mr. Rudolph's name?
Yes.
PUs, that's probably mean pickup, or you don't know?
I would think that's what it means. Yeah.
And 11/29/2017.
Yes.
And this was the FN handgun that was in the holster in the drawer.
Yes.
Okay. There was no children living in that home as far as you can tell, right? At
Not that
550
I'm
Teak
aware.
Drive? At 550 Teak?
Not that I'm aware.
Didn't see any children's clothing or toys and things like that?
No.
Do you remember seeing I know it's been a long time, but any kind of bags near Mr. Rudolph's bed?
Bad.
Training bags that somebody maybe take with them to train to a gym or something like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. $53LL.
I think I've fallen asleep a few times in the door.
These are the two phones you talked about earlier that were from Mr. Rudolph's home.
Jesus.
Yes. In,
And I mean DJ or their brother's home. I apologize.
in his bedroom. Yeah.
Bedroom. Yeah, sorry. Which one did you take? This one or this one, or can you not tell?
The gray Apple iPhone.
It'll be the one.
I can't tell from when it's which.
Does it have silver edges on it? You don't know.
I don't recall.
Let me show you the phone.
Okay.
The judge should be more aware and be like, right, time for a break, guys, lunch. But all he wants now is to push through
Hey,
so that he can get his fucking murder case. But that's not going to happen. That's his own fault.
Showing you states number 70.
Am I taking this out?
You need clothes? If you need clothes or
No. Am I taking it out of the evidence bag?
I want you to peek in there and tell me which one it is so you can match it up in there. I don't want to waste time with putting clothes on.
Okay.
You need gloves to peek in there, huh? Better safe than sorry.
So someone saw those gloves. It was on a doctor's hand, sticking his finger up my bum for a prostate exam. It's after 6 here.
Okay, can you?
A little disappointed. I mean, this one has a cover. So
Which one is it? Can you?
in
tell
its
her?
cover, There's no silver exposed. Okay, so I'm thinking, I'm going with right,
Okay,
because there's no shiny element on the perimeter of the phone.
gotcha. And do you know if this phone turned on at all when you moved it?
I believe it did, the screensaver activated.
All right. And this phone here, I know you can't remember, but from best of your memory, someone told you it had nothing to do with the case or it wasn't working.
Well, I didn't collect it, so which is not normal because I collected every cell phone I came across. So I must have been told it wasn't in play.
All right, thank you. Actually, your memory is excellent because on triple N 53 states exhibit.
Microphone, console, microphone.
I think you took a photograph of the phone,
Thank you.
the front of it when you moved it, right?
Yes.
You know, you didn't look at this phone to see if any of this had any relevance, did you?
No, I didn't.
That'd be something for the detective to do.
Yes.
Okay. And like you said, dump the phone to find out everything that's in that phone, right?
Correct.
Triple V.
Triple V, states 53 triple V. And I think this is also in evidence. Remember seeing the box that you identified?
Yes.
Yeah, it was in the bag, but you knew what you put in there.
Yes.
No crime having live ammunition in your house, is there? You could have 1,000,000 bullets if you want them, right?
Yes.
And I think in one of the pictures you said there was 3 different kinds, manufacturers.
Yes, there's 5 head stamps represented in that photograph, but in the processing of them, I determined there were 3 different makes.
Nothing illegal about those, right?
No.
Sorry?
Lefty. You took up. I can drop it off here, mate. Never buy HPP computer. They're just trying to bring the screen back up on it. Oh no. Oh, that's crap. Asus, old school. Do you remember what mine is? Can't see it. But oh, what's going on?
Talk about what you found in the black Cadillac.
This judge needs to give a break to the jury. Come on now.
Did you take pictures of every defect? Pretty much you did, right?
Well, that many defects, I'm not real sure I got them all. But the ones that were obvious and to the best of my ability, I labeled and photographed.
Okay. And we didn't talk about the outside of the car. Would you agree there was one spot on that car that had blood-like substance?
Yes.
And that would be on the left driver's rear quarter panel?
Yes.
You didn't see photographs of those, did you?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And it was labeled BLS?
I did. Are you asking if the photos were published?
Yes.
I don't believe they were published here, but they do exist. I photographed it and labeled it. And
Okay. And let me use this little diagram.
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, folks.
I use an Asus as well. Asus workbook. The Novo, that was my work one. Yeah, I know. This judge, right, as for anybody that's new, like Lefty, is pissed because this is dragging on and he's got
Judge, I'm
murdered
just
by
going to interrupt
Parky.
briefly to indicate an
Fine, no.
agreement between the state and the defendant to enter states 13, it's diagrams of the defects on the Cadillac.
Very well. Submitted without objection.
Yeah, Lenovo. I had it work and I bought an Asus for home. Yeah, this judge
No.
has a murder trial on Friday, and he's pissed that this is taking on too long.
Where the blood-like substance was.
I didn't, Charlie, but some of the other guys did. This judge could go F himself. He stopped swearing.
Would you agree it was back here in this area?
Yes.
And I don't know if this particular car had a gas tank here because they're all different, but did you take measurements or do you have an opinion about how far it was from the back seat to where the blood was in the back?
I did not take measurements. Approximating maybe 2 feet.
Okay. And did you take a sample of that blood?
I did,
Why would you do that?
because it's evidence.
Okay. Maybe important to figure out how it got there.
Yes. Or who the owner is.
I'm sorry.
Or who the owner is.
Okay. And how about the pattern? Did you take specific pictures to see if it was splatter or it was just a drop?
It was more than a drop. There were several drops. And they were photographed.
All right. Do you know about blood spatter? Have you seen that before in multiple cases you've been involved in?
Yes, there's all types of spatter.
Could you tell if this was like spatter that came out of a body because something happened to a person, or can you tell if it was just a blood drop or no opinion?
Not everyone does, Charlie, trust me.
I'm not an expert in pattern interpretation.
Okay. So no opinion about that.
No.
Are there people who can do that?
Sure.
But seeing the blood here, did it look fresh? In other words, did it look like it was there?
Well, it wasn't wet. It was dried.
You got
And it was still red.
Okay.
So to me, that indicates it didn't have age on it, because then it starts to turn brown
Okay.
after several hours. So
who would determine if this is going to be tested, this blood? Would that be the lead detective?
yes,
Not you.
no,
Okay. And the rest of the car, I mean, I know you mentioned all the defects. There was no other blood on the exterior of the car.
no, not that we found.
All right. How about the interior in the back seat? You didn't mention on direct any blood that was in the back seat.
Well, on the areas facing the back seat, which would encompass the headrest of the front passenger seat,
Okay.
and the same for the driver's seat, there was small areas of blood-like staining on the backs of those areas, and I believe there was just a small amount of a blood-like stain on the right rear passenger seat.
Did you put a blood like BLS sticker and take photographs of that?
No,
Did you collect it?
no.
All right. How come?
It's my opinion. I don't know for sure, but it's my opinion that we knew who was in the vehicle. We have all the people that had occupied that vehicle at some point during the shooting, so there wasn't a need to identify the origin of the blood-like stains.
Okay. So do you know, as you sit here today, if that blood came from a man named Tyler Robinson versus the decedent?
That I don't know, but it's my understanding that Robinson didn't make it to the vehicle.
That's what you were told by law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Sustained.
Did you use that knowledge in determining what you were going to collect? The fact that Mr. Robinson didn't make it to the vehicle, I'm not offering for the truth, Judge. I don't know if you want to argue that. Did you use that knowledge to determine if you were going to try to find evidence of Mr. Robinson's blood inside the car?
No.
And then why?
Maybe I don't understand the question.
Yeah, that's a bad question. I'm sorry. All right.
I didn't use the fact that there was there were blood-like stains in the rear passenger compartment of that vehicle to determine what I collected or documented inside that vehicle.
I'm asking about Mr. Robinson. You said you received information from other officers.
Yes, I think so.
Hey,
I didn't even ask the question yet.
well, it was the same question that you just said you were going to ask her the same question that you've already asked. You may. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Feel free to call fucking lunch, Judge. I mean, he's up there with well, I think he's the worst judge we've had. I mean, everyone's obviously tired, even the witness is tired. Jury are obviously not paying attention as much now. Just take a break. Lunch. Just because he fucked up with his trial and now wants to see it through, he'll want like a 10-minute lunch break. And he told both sides they need to hurry up because I got a murder trial on Friday. Well, Judge, you're not making it, so tough. No, exactly, Shelley, you're right. Oh, lucky you, Spuddy. I'm fucking starving. Dinner I need.
Yes, please do.
Would you agree you were not concerned with trying to find Tyler Robinson's DNA inside the vehicle?
Yes.
So, is there any echo and stuff now? Because I'm off mute now. I'm getting a bit.
All right, let's talk about the phones in the car in the trunk. Case Exhibit 39.
Oh, my bad. No, you can't rush it. No, you're right. Cool. Sometimes when I turn off mute, sometimes the neck go. But I thought, you know, you can fucking listen to me for once because I'm annoyed. I'm
39S.
hungry. Hungry I am. I don't want to spoil the testimony, so I won't speak over
Is this the
them,
phone you
just, I'm
testified
hungry.
was in the black bag?
There were 2 cell phones in that trunk. Can't tell from the screen which one it is.
All right, well, let me.
Judge is trying to push this through.
39Q.
But tough. It's a murder case. This
That
is a
help
murder
you?
case.
That's the contents of the main compartment of the bag, and that screen does not look similar to what was in the bag. The other screen view that you showed.
I don't know. Sometimes screens change, don't they?
If it's on screensaver mode, it should be the same image that comes up if it's locked.
Right, well, I wasn't there, so do you have any notes that can reflect to help?
There should be another photograph of the other phone,
Yes, I can do
and
that. There's
it's
also
screen.
39E. You see that, or is it too far?
I can see that doesn't tell me which one it is. There was a loose one, and then there was one in the satchel.
Let's show you the other phone. N. I don't know if this is the other phone. Now I'm confused. I'm showing you the pictures. I'll show you all the pictures of the phones. T. Maybe this one. A lot
You're
of
right,
pictures of that
Shelley.
each.
The
One guy died.
red Apple
Spent life in
iPhone
jail.
was laying on the floor of the trunk,
Okay.
and the blue Apple iPhone was inside the satchel.
Okay, so this is G. Is that the red one you're referring to?
Yes.
And that's H. Is that the front of it?
Yes, that would be the front of the red phone.
So the phone that was in the satchel that we had identification of the decedent, Mr. Jean Jacques, that would have been in his bag, right? Not this one. The other phone
The blue one
was in the bag with
was in the satchel.
and the decedent's ID was in there too, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't investigate any of these messages, did you at all?
No.
You don't know who Ghost is or Roxy or TY is, do you?
No.
All right. or boarding a flight to LA, your boarding pass available. You don't know about that, do you?
No.
So 2 phones in the trunk.
Yes.
You don't know who owns this phone, the one with the tennis rackets on the screensaver.
No, if that's the blue one, you can guess that it's the decedent because his ID is in there, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. Well, let me show you these photographs. This was the decedent's phone, right?
Yes. Well, it was in the satchel with his ID.
Of course. That'll be for the police to determine who the owner or who used that phone, right?
Yes.
Detectives.
Yes.
And you would suspect they would clearly try to get into that one as well, so we can see what was done with that phone, right?
I would think that would be part of the investigation. Yes.
Every phone.
I'm
Every
sorry?
phone involving this case.
My opinion, yes.
So you see the tobacco paper you talked about?
Yes.
So does that look like this was into this bag with the decedent stuff?
Yes.
Okay. This is different than the phone with the tennis rackets, right?
Yes. That screen is yes.
Okay. So this phone is more consistent belonging to the decedent because it's in his bag with his identification.
Correct.
So 3 total phones found in this black Cadillac.
Yes.
You don't know how the phones got in the trunk of the black Cadillac, do you?
No.
States 36 A through M. Photograph L as in Larry.
So, what happened
Consistent with someone
initially?
picking up a rock or a boulder and breaking a window.
It could
What
be
happened?
bat, stick.
Okay. You have no idea who broke this, do you?
No.
That would be a crime if somebody got caught breaking another human being's.
That may be true, but I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead. Answer the question if you know the answer.
It would be a crime to somebody break another person's window if they didn't have
You
permission,
said it
right?
could be. That's obvious then.
Yes.
You don't know who broke it, do you?
I do not.
Nobody checked this car for any DNA or anything that possibly could have done this. No way to do that, right?
Well,
No way to
I would
tell.
say there's no way, but it wasn't done.
All right. But how would you possibly check who did this window if there wasn't a video or a witness? How would you do that?
The only thing left for me is latent processing and DNA swapping.
Okay. No one asked you to do that, right?
No.
You know if that's Mr. Rudolph's car?
I'm sorry.
Did you find out the car with the broken window is Mr. Rudolph's car, Travis Rudolph?
I don't believe I was informed of ownership. I don't know that for sure.
No problem. Showing you photograph 36I, State's Exhibit. Presented as evidence. It's the black shirt that you found in the front of the yard,
Yes.
size large.
Yes.
Anybody check DNA from the neck or in the shirt to see whose it was?
I don't know if that was submitted for DNA analysis or not. But again, any request for DNA or follow-up analysis would come from the lead detective.
Okay. But you collected it.
Yes.
Oh, and you put it in evidence and it's here today, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're in your notes, isn't it true that it was a cold or a cool evening that night?
Yes.
What's cool mean to you? I know Florida cool means different than in New York. So what's cool here?
Cool for me is 55 degrees. If it's above that, I'm happy running around in shirt sleeves.
So 55 degrees would be cool relatively in your mind.
Cold.
Cold.
Yeah.
How about cool?
Cool would be starting like 65. It'd still be okay.
Do you remember the temperature by any chance this day? Or no. No. This night.
No.
But your notes reflect it was cool.
Yes.
And you testified this would be Mr. Gene Jock to the student's hand and a badge will put over him?
Correct.
And why is that? Why do y'all do that on these type of cases?
Because if there's any trace evidence that we don't know about, the bag is used to contain any debris that might fall from the hand as it's being handled and transported to the medical examiner's office.
What's trace evidence? What does that mean?
It could be anything from fibers to hairs, glass fragments, dirt, whatever the investigation might be probative as trace.
If somebody gets into a hand-to-hand combat, is it possible to get trace evidence like DNA off somebody's hand?
Sure, we can swab the hands.
And how about the fingernails? You aware that the medical examiner swabs under the fingernail and takes samples from that?
They don't swab, they actually clip all of the nails. And that's part of the autopsy evidence that comes over to me.
Why?
Again, for trace.
So if someone's in hand-to-hand combat, you might find the other person's DNA or an unknown person's DNA.
Sure, it's possible.
Just pause for a second. It just went awkward. I haven't done anything. I've not touched anything. It's them. It's them. This is law and crime.
And dig into it or like an extra one words to come to it, but I thought that was part of stuff.
If you look at law and crime chart, they're going nuts, going buffering. So I'll play it as it is, guys. It's genuinely not me. It just went off like that. So I'll play it because that's what it is.
Okay, and that's why y'all do that. You don't know if any of that was checked in this case, do you? Any trace evidence collected and checked in this case?
I don't know if analysis were requested specifically for that from the nail clippings.
Right, how about for DNA? Do you know if any DNA was attempted from the decedent's hands or wrist?
No, well, I did not swab them. And once they get to the medical examiner's office for postmortem, it's the detective can request that if necessary, and they can do it, or they can ask for one of us to come over. But I believe that was part of the process.
Weren't you told there was a hand-to-hand combat in this case, or foot-to-foot combat, or something like that?
Overruled.
I'm not asking if that was true. I'm just asking if you were told that to see why you would collect or wouldn't collect certain things. Were you told that?
Yes. Swab the hands. Is that? Well, I need condition of the hands too. With blood-like stains present, it's difficult to. With a substance like that present on the surface, it's difficult to get separation DNA sample because of the contamination from blood.
All right. So you can testify this was the medical examiner's investigator, Mr. Longuasco?
Yes.
And why is he doing this? Just so you can get pictures?
Yes, that's typical standard photos that are taken of all decedents, no matter what the manner of death, we do dorsal and palm side.
Right. And you've seen rigor mortis, unfortunately, hundreds of times probably, right?
Yes.
How would you classify this rigor mortis? Is minor, medium, severe?
I don't know whether she does or not. Do you? Okay. Sustained.
Was it relatively easy? Did the investigator, when you were there, like Wasco, did they have a hard time moving fingers back?
No.
Have you seen cases where the medical examiner investigator has to actually break fingers to move them back?
Well, you don't break the fingers, you break rigor.
Okay, well, I don't know how it works.
It's, yes.
So sometimes you have to use excessive force or a lot of force to open up somebody's hand?
Yes.
Not in this case.
No.
All right. About done. Just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you. Hold on. Did you ever see either Travis or DJ Rudolph at all that morning?
No, I don't recall seeing them on scene.
Okay. Would you agree that in this type of case, when you mentioned the word intermediary target, what does that mean? Would you agree that the bullets hit the car and then once they hit metal, the bullets fragment?
Yes.
So when
You go through several different iterations of themselves
Sure.
once they pass through a hard metal surface, and then depending on the type of ammunition, they will tend to break apart, and it keeps going each level or each surface it goes through, and then you're left with nothing but bits of metal.
do you know if the people in this case that one got killed, one got shot, do you know if there was little fragments that hit them, or you wouldn't know? As opposed to whole bullets.
I think for the deceased victim, based on the viewing of his back, it was a combination of both. He had large, what I consider gunshot wounds, and surrounded by small, almost like burning areas, where like hot fragments hit the skin, burned it, and then left.
Your job as a crime scene investigator, are you supposed to be neutral, or do you generally work with the police and side with the police?
Side with the police. I don't understand.
All right, Detective Manley made an arrest for murder and 3 attempted first-degree murders. So my question is your job supposed to be cold and neutral, or because you're getting your salary from the sheriff's office, you tend to side with the lead detective and do what she asks you to do?
No, that doesn't come into play. I'm there to document. The evidence actually speaks for itself, so I'm there to document, collect, and process evidence, whatever that is, and however the results turn out.
All right, so in this case, did you see a broken PlayStation in the home in 550 T Drive?
I don't recall seeing that.
See the bricks out of place in front of the home? Bricks around the palm tree, I don't know if you remember that.
Bricks, no, just the ground cover lights along the front pathway, and knocked over by the t-shirt.
I'm talking about the palm tree. There were some bricks around. You remember that?
No.
Why do you keep using the word victim? You don't know who the real victim in this case is, do you? From a legal standpoint?
Well, this is the information that I was given on scene, and I need that information in order to fill out my paperwork properly, including the proper receipts. So this is the identity that that was given to me by detectives on scene. I'm asking for a victim. I'm asking for a suspect. And there are times when I asked you, it's okay to list this person as a suspect, or don't list them at all because they're just a person of interest at this point. So I identified them as I was given the information on scene.
You don't know in this case that the person you think is the victim is one of the people who started all this, or my client was acting in self-defense. You don't know that, do you?
No.
There's no way of knowing if the decedent in this case, or the victim as you call him, had a gun pointed at my client and his brother. You don't know that.
I don't know that.
Or if Mr. Tyler Robinson had a gun pointed at my client and his brother, you wouldn't know that either.
That's correct.
You can't say whether that's true or not true based on your investigation.
Correct.
Both Mr. Dean Jock, the decedent, and Mr. Robinson, you can't say either one of them whether they had a gun or not pointed at Mr. Rudolph. Both Mr. Rudolphs.
I cannot.
Back to 54. Page 54 that's been entered into evidence. What you mentioned earlier about Redwood and the street adjacent to it, the side block. I don't remember the name, sorry.
The one south of 550T was Sable Pond.
Sable Pond. So what did you see in that area?
Well, that area on Redwood near Sable Pond were the blood-like stains that I swabbed for CSI Ali.
I think you said number 40 was the first one.
Yes.
If I put it up, it's probably going to be too blurry. Do you remember it, or you want to see it? I'll show it to you.
No, I have it in my report. 40 was the first area I swabbed. Yeah, 40 and 41.
That looks like 40 to you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not trying to trick you. All right, so this would be the first area of some blood.
Yes.
You know, if this was spatter, splatter, or whatever words you use, or drops, or no way of saying. Need some water?
Right.
Need some water? We can get you some.
Working on a cold. Sorry. Some of the blood-like stains that were deposited where I swabbed, some was just an area of that looked like a 90-degree drop, which means somebody was stationary and dripping blood. Others are elliptical shaped, which means somebody may have been traveling as they're depositing blood dripping from some part of their body. It wasn't a spray, but
Number 40.
small amounts.
Thank you. How about number 40? What do you remember about that? Was that like somebody was standing there, running?
I think all of the years people were moving, but the last area that I swabbed was more 90-degree shaped, which means just more round. And usually those drops are indicated with somebody who was stationary or slowed down.
All right. Give you a break. This oil stain here, you know, if that's where the car made the U-turn, did it look like that when you were there?
I don't know for sure. I am aware of
Sure.
dark brown oily stains
Oh, good.
photographed and documented by CSI Ali at this scene.
All right. You don't know, do you know whose blood this is from in stanchion 40?
I don't know who originated any of the stains. I don't know if they were set for further testing or not.
You swab them to see if anyone can do that, right? Okay. When you see blood in that picture, you don't know if the person who dropped the blood, you can't tell based on the stanchion and the blood if that person had a firearm in their hand, can you?
That's correct.
Was all the gunshots coming into this Cadillac consistent with going from right to left?
I can't determine that.
Nobody asked you, or to your knowledge, anybody else in the crime scene, at the sheriff's office, or West Palm, or anywhere else, to your knowledge, to go to Mr. Keyshawn Jones' home to see if he had a firearm in the house.
No.
Y'all get search warrants all the time, right? To go into people's homes or permission. Someone give me permission. Hey, come to my home, check out what I have.
Yes.
You don't do that. The detective does that.
Right.
As a detective, what if we got search warrant or permission to go to Mr. Jones's home? You obviously would have done that to see if there was any firearms if it was important to this case.
Someone at crime scene would have documented that.
Okay. Your knowledge, nobody took any photographs of someone named Dominique Jones to document any injury she had. Like you didn't, right?
No.
You aware of anyone doing that from the sheriff's office? Or
I'm not aware of anyone else who did.
And I don't know if you did this or not, or the detectives normally do this. Who would check the neighbors for cameras and doorbell ring cams and things like that besides?
Typically, deputies would assist in doing a canvass, and the detectives would look as well. If it's in my immediate zip code where I'm documenting, I like to include that information. If it's in close proximity to my scene, I like to include that information in my scene photos.
Okay.
But this time, I wasn't aware that there were any neighborhood cameras that I needed to take into consideration, so I did not document any.
Okay. The other officers would have told you, hey, go to this house, take photographs. If there was other cameras.
Usually they do, especially if it was in close proximity to the scene.
How about where the Cadillac parked? I know you weren't there and the car was gone when you got there. It was in 40th and Broadway, but you remember seeing a big oil stain across the street from that other photograph I showed you?
Yes.
And you know if any of the houses right near where that car was parked had any cameras?
That I don't know.
And you suspect they didn't, otherwise the deputies would have asked you to document them?
Usually that's the norm. That's what happens.
When I approach her.
Okay.
Show you state's exhibit number 27. Then the evidence says what was in Mr. Sebastian, says contents of Sebastian's pockets, in parentheses, keys. Did you collect this?
I did.
You open that and show us, please.
Surely the judge knows the audio's barred now. Let's just try and fix it, yeah?
All right. You hold this up for us. How would you describe what you're holding, ma'am?
It's two keys, one of which has a Toyota insignia.
Anything else? How would you describe the dimensions so the record's clear? Approximately. I know you don't have a ruler. Just a rough estimate.
Couple inches.
Okay.
So the Toyota one is the key fob,
Right.
and then an additional key, and I'm not sure what that's from. It's a door key. I don't know.
Okay. We can put that back. I appreciate it. Thank you. ever see defense exhibit number 5 from the doorbell ring camera?
No.
When you saw the decedent, you saw him obviously in the car and also on the ground, right?
I got it, absurd. I got it, man.
The white sweatshirt. You see his right pocket in this photograph?
I do.
Isn't it true that his pocket did not look like that when he came out of the car?
Overruled.
Isn't that true?
It did not look like that. No.
You don't know what's in his pocket or in the decedent's pocket in this photograph, do you? Can I have it back? Thanks.
No.
Oh, thank you. I come around. Thank you.
Right, come on, Judge. It's now getting late. The jury on food. They lost concentration now. Don't be a dick.
When you were there at the scene, did you take photographs of the decedent's full body when he was laying on the ground?
Yes.
And his pocket and his right pocket looked nothing like in that photograph while he was standing up in defense exhibit 5, correct?
Overruled again.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All righty. If there is any redirect, how brief will it be? Okay. All right.
I think he wants to finish this if he can. So I think if they can, they want to get this witness out of the way before lunch, is my understanding. Depends how brief they're going to be with the redirect. Judge has caused all this. Do you know what I mean? Oh, right. I think they're shutting that down and trying to fix it. So hopefully they fix the audio. I'm not sure if they're going to lunch right now though. So, ooh, happy days. I just know that they were discussing if they're going for lunch, but I think even if they are doing a redirect, we might not be able to see it because obviously the audio is just so bad. What are they saying on? Is there anything being said?
Promised, am assured that redirect shouldn't take longer than 5 minutes, so we'll double that, call it 10. Now, question is, how much time do you all, you've been very patient, I appreciate it very much. How much time do you need, do you want for lunch? We'll start with an hour, is that good? Yeah, it looks like almost. Okay, now it's unanimous. All you got to do is wait long enough. Oh, there you go. 2 votes for 1. There you go. Okay, so please be back here at 2:55. 2:55. Remember, obey the 4 cardinal rules. You won't run into me out there, but if you run into anybody else from this trial, duck us, we'll duck you. Keep an open mind. No research, no discussion even amongst yourselves. See you at 2:55.
Okay, so lunch break. That's a surprise because they've only got 5-10 minutes of redirect. So why don't they just redirect for 10 minutes? Anyway, right. I think we're all hungry. We're all hungry. We all need some food. We all need some sleep. And I hope that they fix this audio whilst we're on lunch break, which hopefully they do. So you heard what they said. I'll probably be back here about 1:45 myself. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm dying for a piss as well. And hopefully they start a new stream. So I'll keep an eye out on that one as well. So with that, love you all. Even you, Lefty. Love you all. And I will see you in about 45 minutes. So get some sleep, Spider Girl. Oi, oi. Right, see you in a bit. I'm starving. I need a piss as well, so I have to go. See you in a bit. Oedd yn bloody mute, when I hope you're all well, Carwyn. With what you on, boy? Sorry, I was watching a video on Barstool Sports about Mincy getting rehired, and I looked up. I was like, "Shit, there's about 1 minute left." So let me tweet it out now, then, bad boy. Yeah, also I come back now. It gives a hater some time to leave as well. So it's all good. Now to find this link. This is what I'm always useless at, finding links and putting hashtags to them. Save, share. Twitter. Come join a friendly and the stream nice from is very pro. Travis Rudolph. Rudolph. Then I gotta cut it. Oh, I got everything to do here. This is a nightmare. That's why I don't work in social media. I'm saying that I do actually, technically. Please don't join if you're swearing easily friends here. Please also say hi in the chat. Chat, we embrace everyone. We embrace everyone. Travis Rudolph trial, and then the usual FSU. You get to look into the brain of a master. Look at a master at work here. Knows. And obviously, if you're new to the channel, you think I'm serious, but I'm not. I'm joking. Go Knowles, tweet. Send now. All right. So we're supposed to be back. I saw them trying to fix the stream over lunch. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that they fixed the audio. Oh, here he is, boys. Sgeifor o Fri, Carwyn Edwards. It's the crime scene investigator type thing. She's been on there all day. She started yesterday and she's been on there all day. The last 45 minutes or so was just literally terrible, terrible audio. So she's now going to be, well, the state are going to go back. They've got about 10 minutes of questioning for her again, and then she should be done then. So then I'm not sure who's after that then. The judge is pissed. Day off had been. Yeah. Do you know what? It's just a pure Welsh thing, isn't it? Day off. What happens? Steddfod, then tip day. It's the same. Isn't it? Everyone's the same. Unbelievable. So the judge has gone to the trial on Friday, murder trial, and he's pissed that we're behind. But it's like, my guy, you're the one that decided to take this to trial. So piss off. Do you know what I mean? Standard day in the life of the Edwards. So yeah, I don't like this judge. But anyway, so yeah, we're here, we're battling it. I fell asleep a couple of times. I could feel myself nodding off. You know, when I haven't had a day off since I don't know when now, so I'm starting to feel it a little bit. But I'm loving it as well. But that it was just solely to some yeah. It's not. It is that, but it's not even that, Carwyn. He he had the opportunity to make sure this did not go to court, the trial. Oh no, the audio is bad. The audio is still bad. I can hear clicking. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. If it glitches again, I'm just gonna put it on mute and listen to subtitle. Not listen, but look up subtitles because that I can't bear that again. Can't bear the glitches again. If it's that bad again. So, oh, fuck. Oh, come on. Why do it? They know about it. They know about it. They've been trying to fix it. I saw them on the break fixing it or trying to fix it. So they're fully aware it's network law and crime. They're fully aware. It's just they haven't fixed it because I can hear.
Miss Edwards to do your redirect duty. Did you get that? Whatever it was you were waiting for? Did you bring up whatever it was they were looking for? Okay, perfect. Okay. Mr. Cloudy has
Just
it?
feel like tick 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 in the background.
Okay, good.
How bad is it? He turned up yesterday. He did turn up. Yes, he turned up. He's an absolute dick again.
Okay, all right, good. All right, are we ready to bring the jury in? Okay, let's bring them in. Excuse me. All right, thank you for your punctuality, folks. All right, everybody be seated. You may, where is CSI Branch? She's coming in? Okay.
It's a co-op, but hang on, there's another stream. I've got another stream. 2 seconds. I'll sort it. Law Network were trying their best to fix it. Couldn't fix it on that one. So there's another one. Bear with me 2 seconds once I get it. And that one should be fine. Live. Oh, you motherfucker. Where's it gone? It was right there. Oh, it's on my phone. Um, There's another stream, but I can't see it at the minute. It won't load. So they shut down the other one. They may not have loaded it yet. So the last stream finished 2 minutes ago. So I imagine I can see you on my phone, but it's not live yet on my phone. It's not live yet on my phone, so the other stream has now shut. So we'll just wait patiently. It's fine. Oh, chill, drop boy. I'll remove it so you can see the full thing now. 2 seconds. This is the whole. So all right. There's another one, but it's not started yet. Probably have to tell everyone that about 10 million times now. Oh, here we are. Bum, bum, bara, ba, ba, bum, bum, bara, bum, bum, bara, ba. Who likes to go to the circus? Bum, bum, bara, bum, bara. Right. So you can see the same as me. They're really pissed in law and crime. Really pissed. I sometimes will just want to go in there. Hey guys, follow the alternate corner, but I'll get kicked out. So no point. So here we are. We'll just wait. I think they have started because we were going to watch the direct as it was so bad. So I saw the news stream cut off, and we're just waiting now. Um, dee, 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 dee. I'd love it because so many people now are going to be looking for other channels.
Right now, this is the, oh, I need to change the pinned message.
So just wait for it to come. They are on direct right now. They are on direct, but no, the ones that streaming it just can't get the audio. So I mean, we just lost half our viewers, but it's all good. I mean, you can't hear anything, so go and find another stream. It's all good. And it's only redirect. It's not exactly a massive issue. I'd rather I couldn't face streaming that audio again. I'd just rather wait. Just rather there's 762 people waiting, you know, not much we can do about it. Oh, hey, another CG. My man, never seen you around here before. Heidi, never seen you around here before. Hello, people. Nice to meet you. They do. They can't stream it. They're just trying to work off subtitles, but they don't, because they just, yeah. I don't think they know about the other stream, so, but there we are. So, welcome to another CG and Heidi. I don't think either one of you have been here before. So welcome. O if you're Welsh, croeso i'r sianel yma. Like Carwyn and me are Welsh speakers. So yeah, we're just waiting now for this to fix, really. Yes. I don't mind that. I forgot about that. Hey, I don't have a look. Oh, good. It's all good. Lurking's fine, and I'm glad you admitted that because so many people lurk, but don't tell us. So I'm glad you said that. You're part of the family now. You're not going anywhere now. And LCG, you're not going anywhere either, mate. You're staying here now. As the only thing I say to people is, as long as you don't mind a little bit of swearing, and we don't talk politics or religion or racism and stuff like that. We don't tolerate that. Apart from that, we're a fun group. We're a small group, but we are fun. So highly subscribed. Another CG, you better subscribe now, my man. Or sorry, it might be a lady. So I'm gonna put you on the list. So you could be winning a mug. So Heidi, put her down. Next door neighbor used to be called Heidi. Another CG. See, just by saying hello means you've entered a competition. It's fantastic. And everyone's so friendly here, guys. You wouldn't believe it. We normally get between 10 and 20 consistent people here watching the stream. So we always want new people to come in. But I find it quite hard to get people to come in. So hi Heidi. Where are you from, Heidi? Are you from because Heidi's a Heidi, we call it Heidi. That's a Welsh name. That goes live and post new content. I do, Spider Girl, I do. Every bloody day we do, don't we? I'm trapped, love. What are you trapped for? Oh, because they discuss you. If hey, I'm only joking by the way. If you got another streamer you follow and stuff like that, that's all good. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a dick, like So pop in whenever you want. Do you know what I mean? But hopefully you do stay for a little bit. Um, oh, cool. Are you joining us this Saturday? It's we're starting at Virginia, so you are on the East Coast there. So well, not East Coast, but that so you'll be 5 hours behind. So we're doing it on Saturday, 1 o'clock your time, just because we're playing Rocky and Herd's depots. So if you ever are there for live, just join us. We're starting a little bit earlier on this Saturday because of that. Might take a bit longer. Yeah, Heidi's a popular Welsh name. Heidi. Oh yeah, yeah. I know. Absurd. We're one big happy family. Yes, we are indeed. Virginia. What do you follow college sports by any chance, Virginia? Because you got Tony Elliott there now. Either is he Virginia? Or is he? Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, happy days. That's your own. What? What's my own opinion now, Kaz? Yeah, happy days. If you're a restreamer, happy days. And sometimes it's better. So on the one Saturday, I'm going to be playing a 1.25 just to pre-warn you. So if you watch it afterwards, it might be a little bit quicker than usual. East Coast. There we are. See, Pennsylvania, Virginia meeting up. Yeah, you're hilarious, absurd boy. He's from Cardiff as well. Cardiff boy in Surrey, right across. Oh, I don't know that. I don't know that. Hang on. I saw that, Kaz. What? So who are you, Washington? By a guess, you're Washington, surely. So I'm a bit of a. How can we say? Like I got all the gear, but no idea for the Colts. I got like three jerseys. Also got a Dallas one through Vinted the other day. Um, but I'm a bit of a whore. I'm easy to be swayed. Do you know what I mean? So I believe you're probably Washington. Not got a bad side. Sam Howells. Hopefully do okay. Um, but you're not a dick, guys. We live not far from each other. We're supposed to support each other. Oh, now we've got Spider Girl going off on one now, talking about places in the US. There we are. We talk a little bit about NFL and the college football. Yeah, I love it. I'm obviously still learning, so, um, but yeah, I absolutely love it. Let me change this banner because I don't need that banner anymore. I need to update this one now, don't I? Need to update this. How many hours we got today? Um, okay, it's 21. 21 times 29. Right, okay. Technically, we'll call it 34 hours so far today. 34 hours. And how many was that? Don't chat. Don't get shy now and start quieting down and stuff like that now. Keep it on a roll. We're doing well there until Carowin spoiled it all and called me a dick. Come on, joke, boy. Right, I need to hide that. So 12 hours. So another 22 hours on top of that. 34 hours. 34 hours in total today so far. So that means 22 hours off. So 4, 11, 64, 11, 64. We're denting it, guys. We're denting it. See, because of, I think, another CG, he's gone. He's probably gone. But Heidi's still here. Amy's not here. She's got to take a neighbour who's suffering from cancer, unfortunately, for an appointment in hospital. So, T's and P's. Obviously, hope everything's okay. Yes, mate. Yes. Paramedic. Oh, cool. That's a great job. Not that I would ever do it, but this is such an important job. And you're not quiet, that's fine then. You've probably seen people like Amy, Spider Girl, Mad World, Lefty, and all them, Carowin talking shit in chat. That's what we do. And sometimes, when you got boring testimony, it's hard to keep the chat going because everyone's just bored. Um, so yeah, you always jump in. A lot of people, Luna. Oh, Luna's got a hangover today, by the way, everybody. So she might be joining us. Oh, still here, mate. Where are you from? I like live football, not on TV though. Syracuse. It's not Hinesfield anymore, is it? Happy days. Have you subscribed to another CG? Also, where do you normally watch it? Not that it matters, but happy days. We all talk shit. What I find is that sometimes people come in and then they leave because they don't like the swearing. So I never apologize for it. A couple of people message me saying they don't like the swearing, but I'm like, we're trying to be natural here. Do you know what I mean? You are. Oh, yeah. In so Carowin joins. Carowin's the same as me, UK time. So whenever stream starts, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, whatever it is, our time, he's always in here. You can bet your bottom dollar he's in here, um, and he's working. But a lot of people actually, I hear. Um, Hang on. I was going to say what that was. Yeah, I did you follow Jersey Jerry and Barstool? That's how I know about it. Um, be careful if you just send you a contract, bro. I heard there are 360 contract with penalties severe enough to turn it. I mean, I'm not. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think they're gonna send me a contract, buddy. It's more. I don't think I'm gonna make any cash off it. It's just more of a thing for us. Swear, yeah. It is. I swear. But I do understand why people don't like swearing. But I'll never apologize for it. I always say, look, if you don't like it, there's other streams. I'm not being rude about it. It's just more there are streams that don't tolerate swearing. Each to their own. Do you know what I mean? But that's not. And also, I don't want to be over excessive with swearing. It's just like if something frustrates me, I'll just say it. And same in chat. I expect you to do the same. Do you know what I mean? I say my only rules are politics, religion, and any kind of like discrimination towards people, like racism and stuff like that. That's the only thing um, that we don't tolerate here. Everything else is, as Madwell said the other day, free speech. You know, that's it. I can't even say that. I cruise sure. I can't sure. I can't say it. Yes, we do. We do. Yeah, and you feel free to swear back with us. Do you know what I mean? So, we are, I say we. I only say that because I don't want you to be here if you get offended by it. Um, we're not over the top with it, but I do not want people to get offended. I don't like offending people. So I'd rather say it off the bat that we do swear a little bit. Um, and also, I'm not an expert, so I learn more. Like it's fantastic that you're here, Heidi, because there's so much we could probably learn from you being a paramedic. Um, that don't like the swearing, but are happy to sit and listen. Yeah, there's that as well. To be fair, it wasn't on. To be fair, it wasn't in this trial. It was another trial. It was, but still, do you know what I mean? That's why we'll always give the warning of I swear, sorry, don't sorry, but maybe I'm not, uh, the person for you. Um, oh, I mean, what was she on? You just want to give her a slap. Just want to give her a slap in what she was talking about. We've rewatched that one with a girlfriend and Tyler so many times. Oh, happy days. I say there's loads of expertise here. If we're looking for a lazy day, then we normally get Carwin to lead it. He's a king of laziness. Or darts. He's a professional darts expert. Um, yeah, I think you've come to the right stream. We all agree. I'm pretty sure of that. Um, I hope. Where's it gone now? I hope Shelley comes back. Shelley is fantastic. Well, so is everybody, but you know, Shelley's said the same thing. She's trying to explain some of the things to us about it, um, the grips and stuff like that. It's I, this happened right, and I don't like half half the stream. I think would agree, half of the other stream won't agree with me. But I found Zachary Anderson. I thought was a travesty. I thought he was not guilty, right? And every day I went, where's the evidence? I don't see enough there, or what is going to convict him. And I said the same thing in this trial, so that scares me because juries, you just don't know what the hell they're going to do. So they might see or say something. Bloody hell. Yeah, the X made everyone swear. Absolutely. Oh, Shelley's here. Happy days. Happy days, Heidi. Happy days. She lived a lot of people's lives for sure. I still think, right, that Tyler was just jealous. I reckon Tyler wanted to be shagging her. I've got no doubt about that. I think he had a soft spot for her. I think he wanted. Men sometimes think with the wrong head. And for Tyler, I think he was thinking down there every time he saw her and she manipulated him. And so I think he was, I might get a nosh off you or something like that. So that's the influence there, I think. Doctor's exactly right with the happy days. There we are. Happy days. Yeah, Shelley said the same. Shelley actually described that because I was a bit confused. There we are. There we are. I told you Shelley was on it. Justice for Zachary Anderson. I'll say it. Also, just because like myself, a spider thinks that, no one else needs to think like that. If people think that Zachary is guilty, then that's your opinion. I'm not here to influence anyone's opinions. You all have your own opinions. They should have, but they didn't. They should have. There's so many things they didn't do. Then, oh, okay, okay, yeah, 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 you said that, but actually, didn't you? Sometimes, every time. Oh, I'm out of sync now. I don't know what that's about now. Another CG. I don't know what that's about. Another CG. You male or female? I want to get that right as well, just in case. Oh wow. Oh wow. Is it publicly known? As in, or do you don't have to tell us. I probably won't know it because he's American, obviously, but I've never heard of any of them, so that's why I'm the wrong person here. But I'm sure everybody else has. Shelley definitely has. Mhm. You see, I told you, but everyone else will know. Happy days. So is he? He's probably similar to your views, then I imagine on this. We just think there's a lot of mistakes made. And the last witness on there, I thought she was. I didn't like her to start off with, but I thought she was very honest in the end. There we are. I'm sure other people know who that is. Obviously, I'm afraid I don't because I'm new to American stuff. But there's good for dropped balls everywhere. Reading that quickly, Spider Girl. That's all I saw was balls everywhere. I was like, what? Male, happy day. I'm taking that you are American in the CG. Let me just refresh this, just in case. No, nothing. It was Isle of Wight. Isle of Wight. Wow, Isle of Wight. Not far at all. Yes, but so the other thing I should warn you about, right? Just some of you here. So we got Spider Girl Madworld. She might be busy with her toddler at the minute. She's here, and there's a few others. They do like to talk about dicks. So do with that what you want. But when Mark Jensen trial was on and the dick pics and stuff like that, Spider and Madwell were very vocal. Very, very vocal. Balls everywhere. You see, we've started that balls everywhere means they're on the cusp of talking about dicks again. Balls. And they're blue. Happy days. Well, I'm so glad you've joined it. I say there's a few people missing so far. There's a few that will join us in the next couple of hours, Lefty and Luna and all them. But I say AB the chatterbox. She's gone. Stacy, I'm not sure if she's coming back. She might be busy with work. Um, just trying to look at that. Yeah, so I don't know. We'll just keep entertained here because no one else is watching anything. Not properly anyway. Oh, my source. So she's or he or they or them said anything. Not sure. Also, Heidi and another CG. Are you both on Twitter? We a lot of us follow each other on Twitter and stuff. Hang on. Oh, here she. Right. What did I say? Right. Once this dick's been spoken about on this stream, who pops up? Mad World. Hang on. We're not allowed to talk about dicks when Mad World's not here. You see. So, um, brilliant. Let's see. Balls and dicks, and yeah, you know when to come into a conversation, Mad World. What do you? Do I follow you back? Do I follow you back then, Heidi? Because I don't know who the hell I follow. Let me just search Heidi. She loves the balls. She loves juggling them. She's a specialist with two balls. She is. She can only handle two balls at a time. Um, right. Are you're not under Heidi on? It's all good. But what's your Twitter handle? We get look. You don't have many followers. You're gonna get more now because Carwyn, Madwell, Spider, myself. There's four people gonna follow you right now. Absurd. If you're still here, he's gonna follow you. Lefty's gonna follow you. Luna's gonna follow you. Put your handle in the chat so we know who you are, and then we'll get enough people to follow you. Dirty bitch. Look at her. One each hand's more than enough. Oh, I won't even say about the mouth, Carwyn, so we won't say. Yeah. How was Spider followed when how have you followed when I don't even know what a bloody act is, yeah? Oh, bloody hell, is that simple? I, you don't follow me. I got a year, no follow back. What's going on? Oh, that's disappointing. No, it's not. I'm only joking. But yeah, you don't follow me, Heidi, but follow back. You've just earned yourself probably 3 or 4 followers there now. You see, yeah, you're gonna get a load more followers now, and we'll make sure we give you a shout out when other people are here. Oh, don't. Oops. You're fucking. Oh yeah, you are. Yeah. Happy days. No, a genuinely, a genuine now, Heidi. I'm not joking. It doesn't say that you're following me. I wasn't. Not that it matters, but hang on. Let me just double check it. Oh no. So if I go to the other one, because normally you've got follows you on it, and your one doesn't. So whilst I cry here for a bit, Carwyn's a bit late. Carwyn still hasn't followed you, but we'll get there. Now I'm bloody lost now in the chat. And where's Absurd Beats? Follow Absurd Beats. Once you do that, she'll follow you straight back there. Another CG. If you're on Twitter, let us know, my man. Absurd Beats. Genuine. Genuine. Huh. Absurd Beats. It's all good though. It's all good. Don't worry. Follow us all back. It doesn't matter. You've probably just seen some of my tweets or something. But that's a miracle because I'm bloody shadow banned. There we are. Now you're following me. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, you just did. I saw it. I saw it. It's there. It came up. So yeah, absurd. If you follow her, then Carwyn's a little bit slow, so you probably get his follow tomorrow. knowing Carwyn. Um, yeah. Right, let me just go off this. I have no idea who you're following. I have no idea. Let me just stop screen for a second here. Let me go back.
Excuse me, that was.
Oh, yeah. Nope, right. I gotta go find that again. I'll give it, well, I mean, we'll still be waiting for it. I can stream something else as well if people want me to. The I hope you don't. It's I got shadow banned because I swear. So I was just trying to stop swearing now. So I was called some people dicks, like not people on Twitter, but people, the judges and stuff like that. So, oops. Yeah, I think Spider's right. There was another Dylan. Um, yeah, I don't see him anymore. He was Murdoch, and he posted a lot about Murdoch, didn't he? But nothing since then. What's this then? Hang on. No, it's not Mud. Well, it's not. It's not. So basically, the audio was so bad that they've restarted it. Um, but they haven't. They haven't. What do you call it yet? They haven't come back on. They are going, but without any audio. Not that one. Oh, jeez. So I will put this on so people can see for themselves. Like, I think there will be other streamers streaming it, but without the sound. But I'm just like, what's the point? Do you know what I mean? Your shadow band. I'm definitely like so. I'm obviously I post a lot, and when you get like going, like I get quite a few people looking, but no one liking. So I've gone from say 20 likes on a tweet, for instance, as a far-fetched one, to nothing. So deal with health issues. Oh, poor bugger. Hope he's okay then. Yeah, yeah, that's the same guy. Yeah, that is him. Hope he's all right. He was a good lad. He's a good lad. Um, so, so Heidi, quick question for you. How did you find this channel? We were asking questions yesterday, how people found the channel, and three people, I think 30% of people found it through Twitter, 50% through YouTube, and 20% by recommendation from another friend. So I was intrigued to see how people find Amy last week just found this randomly. Always intrigued to see how people join us. Also, if anybody in chat has got any advice or any recommendations about how we get more followers watching the stream, always open for that. But I want them to be like-minded in the sense of chilled out and stuff. You saw it posted on somewhere on Twitter. Oh, okay, okay. So you've been lurking for a little bit, and then you're like, "Oh, there's a free mug on offer." Shelley, you were that. Oh, okay, Shelley, that's you. Okay, I forgot to ask you. Oh no, you were here yesterday. That's why. Yeah, it's always intriguing. Because for the life of me, right, I see people come in and they leave instantly, and I'm just like, why? I mean, I understand I've got a face for radio, but come on, give me a chance. Like, we're quite friendly, yeah. But there we are. Maybe I need to stop swearing on Twitter as well then. That was begging followers of fair. It was. It was. Maybe GG on a. Okay. Yeah. Well, I know of Gigi. I don't obviously personally know her at all. Um, yeah. So they are still streamers, I believe, streaming, but without audio. So yeah, I mean, we're in the same boat, I think. So we're in a pretty same boat. I mean, there's, as I say, um, uh, well, yeah, they got another witness on apparently. Yeah, I hope so as well because this is a nightmare. Obviously, lucky that you guys are lucky because I'm entertaining, so it's fine. But can you imagine other streamers? They're going to struggle right now because that means they're going to speak. Yeah, it's still waiting, cars. Um, it was. Were you watching it here when the audio was bad? Because it was really, really bad.
That's what this is showing. Those irregular abrasions that aren't the same size. That's from pseudostipple.
Are you talking about this area up here?
All of them. The one above it, the one below it, the three below it, and the one above it. Additionally to the abrasion on the back of the ear.
That we just saw.
Yes.
41 cc. What are we looking at here?
Abrasions on the right cheek. Additionally, I would classify them as pseudostipple as well.
Okay. So similar to the previous injuries we saw on near his ear in terms of a bullet going through something and then causing these types of irregular abrasions.
Yes, whatever that something is causes these irregular abrasions, and there's smaller ones down by the angle of the mandible, by the well, between the ear and the back of the chin.
This
There,
area right
that
here?
area, yes.
41 DD. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of his hand. I believe it's his right hand. It's a close-up photograph. I can't tell. I don't believe there was any injuries to his hands. I think that is blood because we take photographs as is or from when the body's transported from the scene. They put, or a lot of times they put handbags to preserve any evidence on the hands themselves. So when we take them off, we take a photograph of the hands as they are. So I believe that's what that is.
41 EE. What are we looking at here?
That is the right hand as well. And that, I believe, is the pseudostipple that covers the back of his hand.
Okay. So in terms of all these blood marks, what's your professional opinion about what's the cause of all that?
They're punctate abrasions. They can be caused by anything, shattered glass, plastic, metal fragments, you name it.
Okay. So in terms of an actual kind of bullet wound to his hand or either hand, did you notice any type of bullet wounds to his hand?
There's no penetrating or perforating wounds to the hand.
41 FF. These marks on the fingers, can you tell the jury what those are?
More pseudostipple.
41 GG. Which hand are we looking at now?
That is the left hand.
Okay. What, if any, notations or observations did you make in relation to this hand?
There is some pseudostipple, like we saw on the fingers, and towards the thumb on the left hand on the back side.
And the last photo I have here, 41 HH. On that same hand, is this the pseudostipple that you're talking about?
Yes, some of what you already saw in the previous photo, yes.
Okay. Would you expect a hand that was closer to either shattering glass or plastic or whatever to have more pseudostipple than a hand that was further away?
It's likely that it would happen that way, but not necessarily. I can't say definitively that it would happen that way.
Okay. Now, doctor, in terms of your overall, we went through all the photographs of all these injuries. Is there anything that you notated that we haven't discussed about during your autopsy? You noted something of significance?
No.
Now, have you ever heard of something called a death grip, doctor?
Colloquially, I can figure out what you mean by that, but no, I've not specifically heard that.
What do you take that, I guess, two-word phrase to mean? If he knows, just.
It is, yeah, I was just going to use that word as a matter of fact. Overruled. Go ahead.
Doctor.
He said he'd not heard that term. Yeah, you may.
Yeah, Carol might have a point. It might be a little bit because they don't want us to see anything. And Captain Comeover, what a name. He needs to bloody. He just needs to shave it off. Here we go. It's back. I think if it goes blurry again, it's because of the pictures. Yes. Has been lenient. Oh, where's that gone? It's normal, but it might not be, if you know what I mean. Because if it goes back to blurry again when pictures are shown, it's obviously deliberate. So we'll see. That's a shame. We've lost most of our followers from this morning, but whatever. We are still here. We're still grinding. We're still here. Every time we get some ground, though, we take us 2 steps back. But their loss, our gain. We gained Heidi today. Happy days. Yeah, I think it's the photos. Must be, mate. I believe Luna. I've messaged her saying that you should join in. She's hungover. Obviously, Caroline. Obviously, you being here makes everything right. Love it.
Doctor, in terms of what you know, if anything, about the phrase death grip when it comes to your profession.
I don't specifically use that I don't use that in my practice,
Okay.
but I believe it means that it's the grip of or positioning of the hand as if it was holding something when the person died.
Going to approach Judge, if I may.
Yep, go ahead.
What's already been admitted as states 28.
Might be some additional photos that we didn't know about. Spider, maybe. Just thinking. He's a big dude, yeah. I did not expect that.
Certainly.
I agree, Shelley. No, I agree. It's just probably maybe he was low on crime, fucking about.
His left hand.
Based on this photograph alone, what if anything?
Motherfucker, get your fucking mic, counselor.
I can't unless someone tells me that they found a gun in his hand. He could have been holding something or nothing at all, and his hand's just in that position. Or he could have been holding a can of soda, cigarette lighter, cell phone. I have no idea.
So in terms of the positioning of his hand, is it possible that a gun was in that hand?
Certainly possible.
Is it possible nothing was in his hand?
That's also possible.
Is it possible that as he was dying, his hand just fell out?
That's possible.
Now, in terms of rigor mortis, when someone dies, what's the earliest you've ever seen rigor mortis set in?
Depending on what they were doing beforehand, it could be minutes. Typically, we say 2 to 4 hours. It starts post-death, but usually, I mean, once you die, so rigor mortis is stiffening of the muscles, and it's because your body is running out of the energy source it needs for the muscles to contract. And you need that energy source for the muscles to contract and to relax. So whatever state you're in, when you run out of that energy source, is how your muscles are going to be. So some muscles are going to be flexed, some muscles are going to be extended. It depends on what you were doing before you died and what position you're in. So not knowing how much energy you expended before you died, you can't really tell how long it's going to take somebody to go into rigor. If you're running a marathon and then you drop dead, you may go into rigor within a few minutes when somebody gets to you, because you've expended all your energy during the marathon run and there's nothing left to supply those muscles to do anything after you die. So when you run out of all your ATP is what it is, that's when the muscles are stuck in their position. It starts in the smallest muscles. Well, it's most notable in the smallest muscles first, but it happens in the entire body at the same time.
And once rigor mortis actually sets in, how easy is it, for example, let's say that rigor mortis set in at this point, how easy would it be to open up those fingertips?
If it's set, then it shouldn't be easy.
And so if it was easy to open these fingertips, for example, to take photographs of the inside, would it be your professional opinion that rigor mortis had not set in?
It could be the beginning part. It may not be fixed, which means that it's been there for at least 4 to 6 hours.
Right. So would you expect within 20 minutes that it would be of such a rigor mortis state that you would not be able to hold the hand open without using some force?
Again, I would point to the scenario, the circumstances of how the person died beforehand to know. I mean, it could be possible depending upon what the person was doing before they died. If they were just sitting doing nothing, then they weren't expending a lot of energy. So they should still have some ATP. So that means rigor mortis is not going to set in that quickly, because the cells themselves are not going to break down instantaneously when you die. And so that person may be going into early rigor. You could note that when you look at the appendage or the part of the body you're looking at, you can feel a little tension, but you'll be able to break it. It's not fixed.
Would you expect rigor mortis to set in quickly if it were a 3 to 4 minutes of activity, physical activity?
Again, it's a process, so there could be some, but I don't think it'd be fixed lividity at that point. I mean, fixed rigor mortis. Sorry.
And what does that mean?
That'd be difficult to break.
If there was a lot of energy expended and then we see the hand like this, that even after 3 to 4 minutes of strenuous activity, if rigor mortis would set in, it would be difficult to open up those fingertips.
I don't believe it'd be extremely difficult.
But it would take some force to be able to do.
A bit more than it would if he was doing no activity before he died. Yeah.
And in terms of his left hand, this is going to be 28A, or excuse me, take it back. This is 28A, which is his left hand.
No, I believe that's his right hand.
His right hand. So the first image we saw was his left hand, right?
Correct.
And we just talked about it. His left hand, given just the position of it, could have had a gun in it, right?
Possibly.
Could have had nothing in it.
Possibly, yes.
In terms of his right hand, is it possible that a gun was in that hand?
It's possible.
Based on the orientation as it is while he's on the kind of body bag at this point?
It's possible.
Okay. It's possible a cell phone was in that hand?
That's also possible.
Possible he was holding maybe one of the car door handles before he died?
Possible.
And in terms of this hand, again, possible there was just nothing in his hand when he was inside of that vehicle.
That also is possible.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So if you can tell, doctor, how many total entrance wounds did this victim suffer?
There were 10 gunshot wounds.
Okay. And how many, I guess, exit wounds were you able to find?
Of the 10 gunshot wounds, there was 1 graze and one perforating gunshot wound path.
Say that last part again, doctor. Didn't hear.
1 graze wound and 1 perforating gunshot wound path.
Okay. And in terms of cause of death, I know you have terms in your profession. What's the official cause of death that you determined in this case?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Manner of death. What was the manner of death in this case?
Homicide.
And in your professional opinion, why is it that Sebastian died based on these wounds? What caused his death?
He was shot by another person or persons.
And what primary gunshot wound was the one that would have led to his death based on your training and experience?
The most fatal one would have been the gunshot wound to the right side of the back that went through the right thoracic cavity, the right lung, the liver, the right kidney, and thoracic vertebrae.
Then just for admission purposes, this is 40A. What are we looking at here?
It's a diagram that depicts the measurements I took for the wounds that I described in my report.
So this is just kind of a memorial of everything we just talked about in terms of all the injuries and where they are located on his body.
Yes.
And then for B, what are we looking at here?
The right side of his body with the wounds on that side of the body.
And then just for clarification, did you notice any type of entry wounds on the left side of his body?
No.
Last question. If you had to summarize, would you say that all of the gunshot wounds that you observed during the course of your autopsy were from either back to front or they were going in horizontally, I guess, on that even plane?
If I may refer?
Yes.
I got a USB extension that then goes into my laptop. This goes into the extension because I've got too many USB cables needed. What him? So I was tweeted.
I'd say yes.
Also, shadow
And then in
ban, so please
terms of
retweet my
a
tweets.
right to left or a left to
If you can,
right
please. Thank you.
trajectory. Did all those wounds have a right to left? Did some of them have left to right? What would you say at the conclusion of your autopsy?
All were going right to left to some degree.
So that would mean that any of the bullets that entered into his body, based on your review and your training and experience, would have come somewhere to his right.
Based upon my autopsy with the body and its composition, yes.
All right, there's no further questions. Permission to get these photographs. I don't know if the defense counsel
Yep,
needs
well,
them.
go ahead and retrieve them now. All right, thank you very much for the direct exam. Who's going to do cross? All right, Mr. Shiner?
Lefty. Right, Lefty, we've got someone for you to follow on.
Yes, sir, please do.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
You've done 2,500 autopsies approximately?
More than that, yes.
At least 2,500.
Yes.
15 years, 5 in Philadelphia, 5, roughly 4 or 5 here, 5 in Broward, a year in Miami, right?
Yes.
All right. So have you done cases where a police officer has killed a decedent?
Yes.
All right. And when you do those, is that also, whether it's justified or not justified, do you still term that a homicide?
Our determinations in manner, we have to pick from 5, and it's for statistical purposes and vital statistic purposes only. And it basically just, our definition of homicide is death at the hand of another.
All right. So if a police officer shoots someone, pulls a gun on them, shoots first, doesn't shoot at all, just points a gun, and the officer shoots that guy or a woman and kills them, whether it's justified or not, you would still consider that a homicide.
That's correct.
And same thing in this case. You don't have any clue what happened, do you? In terms of the actual moment that this man, the decedent, got shot, do you?
Other than the information that was gathered from circumstances, no.
Okay, and some of the things you use is investigator Julio Longuasco to help you out, right?
He was the investigator who went to the scene, yes.
All right, and he determined that rigor mortis was very light in this case, right?
I believe that's what his report says.
Okay, and very light meaning it was starting to set in, and right?
Yes.
But you could still move the fingers?
I believe that's what he's doing. If you interpret that to be that, yes.
Well, you interpret it that way, don't you?
Based upon his description, it wasn't set, so it's not fixed rigor mortis.
Okay, it was just starting to.
Yes.
And you saw the photographs he took for you, didn't you? The scene photographs where he was able to manipulate the fingers?
To show the palms, yes.
All right, if somebody wanted to take a gun out of the decedent's hand before the police arrived, it wouldn't be that hard to do, would it, sir?
I don't believe it would.
You don't have to break the fingers. It's not frozen in there. It's light rigor mortis, right?
That's correct.
You didn't see any soda cans in the car, did you?
I
investigated, took pictures, and you didn't see any, did you?
From the photographs I reviewed, I did not see them, no. I didn't see anything.
Okay, and you didn't see... Well, I don't remember what your words were. You said it could be a soda can. What else did you say? It could be a lighter?
Lighter, cell phone, I don't know.
Any lighters in the car?
From the limited photographs that I have, no, I did not.
Okay, and the cell phone, did you see any cell phones?
From the photographs, no, I did not. From the photographs I see.
What? You're aware that the decedent had 2 keys in his pocket, right? Upon removal by your investigator and the crime scene personnel?
I'd have to refer to see if that was in the report.
You want to look? It's in his right front pocket.
Sure.
Thank you.
Spider, don't get jealous. There'll be another day we can do the same for you, okay? Unless Marvel shares it with you. New bum too. Oh yeah, her plastic bum. Luna's on the way, I think.
I approach the witness judge.
You may.
Let me show you this, maybe save a little bit of time. State's number 27. I don't know if that would help you. 2 keys that were in Seaton's pocket.
Okay.
Does that help you a little bit?
In terms of, I'm sorry, what's your question?
That your investigator, Mr. Longuasco, found 2 keys in the right pocket of the decedent upon removing him from the vehicle.
Yes, he says we took photographs of all personal property and then proceeded to remove the clothing. So, he said, but he was referring to what he was wearing. He doesn't specifically say what he removed from his pockets.
Well, those photographs, do you remember reviewing the photographs before you came out today from Investigator Longuasco, removing 2 keys from the pocket of the decedent?
I reviewed the photographs, but I didn't focus specifically on the property that was removed from the clothing.
Okay. Did anyone from law enforcement ever come to your office and show you a ring video or photographs, not this big probably, but of anything like this in this case?
Upside down.
Pardon me.
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And there's been testimony
Queen.
that this is the decedent.
Queen
And they're
Law.
the guy near the white sweatshirt. No one showed you this previous to today, right?
I don't remember seeing that.
Okay. You don't know what's in his right front pocket, do you?
I have no idea what that is.
Does law enforcement sometimes confer with you and bring you evidence to say, hey, what do you think of this doc? Does it match this scene? Does it not match this? Do they ever do that?
They may, at times, depending on the case.
But they do, right? It's not unusual that they've done that.
No, it's not.
But no one did it in this case.
No. I recall.
The picture that I just showed you, defense exhibit number 5. Do you agree this is not consistent with having those 2 car keys in his pocket, the decedent?
Sustained.
I can see there's something in his pocket. I have no idea what is in his pocket from that photograph.
Nobody asked you to recreate it, right?
No, that's outside the scope of what I do.
Well, if you were told hypothetically that he may have had a firearm that night, pointing it out the window at 2 people, the decedent,
Same.
would that be possible evidence for you to consider if his hand possibly had a firearm upon his death?
Lady
Or is that-
Law. Queen Bee.
I don't know how that's relevant to my determination of cause of manner of death.
Don't you determine, your investigator goes out there and asks, hey, what happened? Please tell them what they found, right?
Correct.
But don't you determine the circumstances also, as well as the manner of death?
No, we record the circumstances as were given to them by the investigating officers, but we, in the determined cause of manner of death, whether he had a gun or not is not relevant.
Of how he died, right?
And for me determining cause of manner of death, it's not relevant.
You asked a question by the prosecutor a few minutes ago, and he asked you that it was consistent with many other objects. Wouldn't you want to know what object was really in his hand before you can answer that question, if anything?
As I said, it could be any object or no object at all.
Okay, but if you were told by the police that this man had a gun in his hand, I know you weren't, but if you were, would you consider that, or you wouldn't even pay attention to it?
As I said earlier, it's possible.
Okay. Well, what if they told you that?
then it would be the gun. I would presume it's the gun, but again, that's not relevant to my determination of cause of manner of death.
You can't say it's a gun unless you see a gun in this man's hand, right?
That's the only time I would say there was a gun in his hand.
Okay. You disagree it's consistent the decedent's right hand with holding a firearm. You disagree it's consistent with that.
No, as I said it was possible.
My question is it consistent with holding a firearm prior to his death? That's my question. Not possible, consistent.
It may be.
All right. Well, did you ever use a firearm?
Maybe once or twice in my life.
Did you ever, in a case, ever put a firearm or a fake firearm in your hand and then pull it out and see if your fingers are in the exact same shape as the decedent's hand in this case?
No, I've never done that.
No one asked you to do that?
No one's ever asked me to do that.
You don't have that much experience other than what you read in the literature about firearms?
And the hundreds of homicide cases I've done over the years.
Sure, but I mean personal experience in firing guns and...
No, I don't have personal experience in firing guns.
Okay. Now, if somebody's in a fist fight and kicking and lasts for 10 minutes, is that possible that it would build up some lactic acid? Or I think your word was, what was it, RSD or something?
No, I was saying that you use up your energy stores, which is ATP.
All right, I apologize. ATP, is that similar to lactic acid?
Lactic acid is a byproduct of you using up your energy sources.
So if I'm in a fist fight, a severe fist fight for 10, 15 minutes, right before I get shot, and I'm using my fist and my legs, would you consider that a buildup of the, I'm sorry, I don't remember the three letters you said. What was it?
ATP, using it?
Yep.
You could potentially use a decent amount of ATP to do that.
That would possibly bring on rigor mortis quicker than a person who was just sitting in a vehicle doing absolutely nothing.
Agreed, yes.
Okay. And the other extreme you used was a marathon runner. If somebody was running a marathon and they passed away right away, they can go in full rigor mortis right away.
But I mean, they can go rigor mortis quicker than you normally would. I wouldn't say instantaneously, but within minutes, probably you could have significant rigor.
Every case is different.
Yes.
Anyone ever give you any facts in this case law enforcement give you any facts about how long, or even if there was a fist fight from the decedent?
I don't specifically recall. I may refer to the investigator report.
Sure.
So we had the criminal CS whatever this morning. So it's very boring. It was like hundreds of photos she's put into evidence. It was just literally bullshit. Just photo of a mobile phone, photo of a door, photo. Defense got a lot out of her, to be fair.
You want to see Investigator Linguastica's report?
I have it here.
Then the audio went with Law and Crime. So 45 minutes we didn't catch. And now we've just started watching this guy for about 10 minutes now. So you literally haven't missed that much. But Shelley picked up a lot of stuff about the hand. Rigor mortis, like he's basically must have been holding a gun. Do you know what I mean? So, and also it came out that the crime scene investigator didn't even look for any guns, any areas, anywhere. Because detectives did not tell her about anything.
Who was in the scuffle?
Okay, so you weren't really given any real details about what may have occurred prior to
the
shooting, right?
Apparently he wasn't given specifics as to, other than the driver of the vehicle and two other acquaintances were visiting a residence.
I want you to read it. I just want to know if you received any if you received any information that there was a fight and how severe it was prior to the decedent getting shot.
No, those details are not here.
Okay. So you don't know?
Other than there was a scuffle, no.
Okay. Scuffle can mean a lot of things, right?
It could. It doesn't indicate who was in the scuffle.
Or how long it lasted or how severe it was.
That information was not recorded in his report.
Okay. You went to medical school. That must have been very difficult, right?
It was medical school.
A lot of work,
Yes.
a lot of money,
Cost a lot. Yes.
a lot of sacrifice.
Yes. Some.
And what I'm getting at is you get paid to be here, right?
Yes.
You get paid by the state.
By the county. Yes.
You make more than most people. I'm not going to ask you how much, but you make more than most people don't in average jobs, don't you?
I would say yes.
Right. And do you do consulting on the side?
No, I don't.
When you talk to the prosecutors before this trial or any trial, do you charge them?
No.
Why'd you charge me $500 to talk to me for an hour?
That's the office policy. I personally did not charge you that. That's the office policy.
Well, before I was allowed to talk to you, I had to stroke you a check for $500, right? For 1 hour of your time.
As is the office policy.
Okay, so why would I have to pay, but they don't? What? How is that fair?
I don't make the rules.
But you're cold and neutral. You're not working for either side, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know why the defense lawyer, me, had to pay you to talk to you, right?
As per office policy, that's what it is.
Never asked anyone why. How is that fair? That one side has to pay and the other one gets it for free?
No, just sustained. All right, move on.
Intermediary target. Does that mean that this particular car was an intermediary target before the decedent got struck?
I would say yes.
And when a bullet goes through a car, it breaks up. Like in this case, right? It could break up.
Yes, it can.
In this case, every bullet pretty much broke up.
Welcome,
They're all
food lover.
fragments,
That's correct. They're all
little
fragments.
tiny pieces, right?
Yes,
And obviously they can do a lot of damage. It's no joke, right?
correct.
All right, so when the fragments are coming in, could you tell if they're bouncing around or if they deflect and they go different directions? Is there a way of you telling if they're hitting objects in the car and bouncing off of it?
I can't say specifically, no.
It can go anywhere, right?
Yes, I can only describe wound paths as they go through the decedent's body based upon my observations with the body in its position.
Is there anything inconsistent with the man standing 5, 10, 15 feet near the car in a standing position, shooting into the car? Is there anything inconsistent with the wounds that you found on the decedent with that?
I can't tell range from those wounds because A, there's an intermediary target.
Right?
So they wouldn't be inconsistent, no.
All right, because every shot or every piece of bullet fragment came from right to left, right?
Correct.
Obviously, the person who was shooting was standing on the right side.
That's correct.
How could somebody's buttocks get shot in a chair? Is it because their buttocks is exposed in that part?
I can't tell you where the person was or in space. I can tell you if they were squirming, turning to the left, to the right, while the bullets were coming in. I mean, my observations are as the body is laying flat on the table. So,
Sure. But I'm asking, like in this case, if somebody's sitting up in the anatomical sitting position when they're being shot at, have you seen that before or heard about that in cases? Sometimes people sit up, they don't duck.
yeah, well, yes,
And if somebody sees a bullet or a gun coming at them, sometimes people duck, right?
they may, yes.
All right. So would this decedent's right buttocks, where the bullet entrance wound went in that we saw in the picture, be exposed?
If they were sitting straight up in the chair,
Yes, sir.
not particularly, but again, as I said, it went through intermediate targets. I don't know how it deflected. It could have gone through the door and then deflected into the buttock from the seat, or the body positioning of the person. I don't know. Even though he was seatbelted, he could have been turned slightly to the right.
Right.
I don't know.
And you don't know if he was seatbelted either, do you?
I believe investigator Langwatzka was seatbelted
Okay.
before he was removed from the car.
And this man had a gun pointed with his right hand, hypothetically. Would that possibly account for the wound on his shoulder and all the stippling on his hands? His hand was straight out while the shots were coming in?
Straight out through what? The
Windshield,
open door
straight ahead.
or the windshield?
Windshield, straight ahead. He's pointing the gun, hypothetically, straight forward.
You mean the side glass?
Nope, the windshield.
The windshield itself.
I mean, he's the front passenger. I'm asking if his hand's straight up. Wouldn't that be consistent with then getting shot in the shoulder area and the stippling that's on the hand? Because his hand's exposed.
I don't recall any defects in the front windshield.
I didn't ask if there was defects. I just said if his hand is straight out, hypothetically, his hand is straight through the windshield. We know the shots came from right to left. We just talked about that.
Correct.
If his hand is up, would that likely cause more of those marks we saw that you said stippling on the outside of his palm?
Likely.
Okay. His hand was, if he was ducking on the ground, the stippling on the palm would probably not be there, right?
It may not. I mean, there were defects in the door and the actual side glass. So,
all right. Well, the left hand, assuming that was not holding a gun, had way less stippling marks than the right hand, didn't it?
correct.
And the man also had some wounds up on the shoulder area and the arm area, right? The upper arm.
Yes, correct.
Would the wounds on the shoulder and the right arm and the right shoulder be inconsistent with his arm being raised at the moment he's being shot?
No, they wouldn't be inconsistent.
I'm clear there was no whole bullets found, like full-size bullets.
No, everything was a fragment.
And you have no idea what the shooter in this case was saying. There's no way you could tell us what he was saying when he started shooting, right?
No clue.
And you have no evidence at all that the shots came directly from behind the decedent, did you? Do you?
I don't recall any defects in the back right passenger or the back windshield. I can't recall those.
You said they're all right to left, the wounds, right?
Yes, and from reviewing the scene photographs, the defects are on the right front passenger door.
No, I'm talking on the body of the decedent. They're all right to left, every single wound, right?
Yes.
So you would agree that, I don't want to turn my back, but let me just do that quickly. You didn't see any straight bullets that came directly into the decedent's back. Like my back's turned to you. There's no bullets. Where you're sitting, hypothetically, you didn't see a bullet go straight into this decedent's back, correct?
I mean, there are defects in his back. They're going from right to left, but I don't have.
I'm sorry.
So I don't understand your question. You're asking
Mike.
You have no evidence whatsoever that the shooter was standing directly behind the decedent at any time when he was shooting at him and shot him.
Yeah, I can't say. I mean, the end of the gun was at some point for those back wounds behind him, but I don't know because in space, everything's moving. I don't believe that he stood there and the car was sitting in one spot while this was going on.
Of course, but you have no evidence that the shooter was directly behind the decedent and kept shooting into his back. The bullets are inconsistent with that, right? Or the fragments.
They're coming from the right to left and they're going from back to front. So at some point, the barrel of the gun was at this position.
Right?
In reference to where the decedent was.
So it would be slightly behind him.
Slightly behind him.
Walking directly behind him. That's what I'm asking you, the way I just turned from you.
No, there's no indication of that. There's no wound path that depicts that.
Okay.
It's a still echo.
No way to
from
match
the
up
wall.
the fragments to the actual holes in the door, is there?
No.
Holes in the window?
No.
Nobody can do that as far as you know, right?
As far as I know, no.
Echo.
You guys, meaning the medical examiners, you take hair standards, DNA standards, fingernail clippings, right and left hand, right?
Yes,
Why do you do that?
standard protocol.
Well, you take fingernail clippings, you'll see if possibly it may be important to see if someone's DNA is underneath the decedent's fingernails.
It's part of the standard processing of a homicide case.
Is that why it's done?
Hmm?
It's not done for fun. I mean, there's got to be a real reason. What's the reason for it? The nail clippings.
Nail clippings, potentially, that's what could be discovered.
Transfer evidence from another human being.
Yes,
You don't decide if it gets tested. You just actually clip it, right? Not you, maybe your assistant or you. Somebody clips it, right?
correct.
You're not the one who determines, hey, I want to match this up to see if this guy was in a physical altercation.
No.
That's the law enforcement's job.
Yes, it is.
Did you ever check the decedent's clothes for blood?
Clothes did not come into the office.
It goes directly to the sheriff.
They were collected at the scene.
Okay. You have no role in searching or checking clothes at all.
No, not in this case.
Some cases, the police bring the clothes to you to see if there's stippling on there or the gun is consistent with the damage to the hole in the shirt or pants.
At times, but the majority of cases, clothing is taken by crime scene
So
if there's a scene.
sometimes I bring it back to you for your opinion, right?
If there's a question, yes.
Of course. When the police come to talk to you, there's no bill for them, is there?
No.
Remember seeing on the decedent's right hand, do you remember seeing a mark on his finger? Like an abrasion?
I don't know if I could describe an abrasion on his finger. Let me just refer.
So I can't unmute for long because an echo comes. So I'll just keep on mute. So you guys miss out on my fabulous voice. But when there's breaks like this, I'll jump in. Hopefully it's not too much of an echo. Echo, 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 echo. If there is, you can fuck off, fuck off.
I did not describe him.
I'm sorry?
I did not describe him.
So can you tell me if there was a wound or abrasion on his hand?
Besides the pseudo-stipple that was described, no, I cannot.
Let me show you. It's been entered as defense exhibit number 19. You see any wounds on or any abrasions on the finger on this photograph?
No, I do not.
And I'm talking about the index finger, the one that's pointing out the furthest.
I don't know that I can call it an abrasion. I have no idea.
What do you call that?
I don't really see anything other than a crinkled finger.
Okay. And do you see anything on the palm in this area under the thumb? Do you see any indentations or any marks that mean anything to you?
It potentially looks like lividity,
What's that?
pooling of the blood in that area.
How about a pressure mark? Would you disagree that's possibly a pressure mark from holding something prior to death?
Cause blanching, and lividity fills in the spaces in between. So there wouldn't be lividity if it's a pressure mark.
Possible this is a pressure mark on the palm?
It's an indication of lividity. I can't say anything more than that.
So you agree or disagree that it's possibly a pressure mark?
I wouldn't describe it as a pressure mark. It looks like lividity to me.
Describe that in your report that there was lividity in the palm?
No, I generalized lividity. This.
The decedent in this case also had tested positive for cannabinoids or THC.
He tested positive for a metabolite of cannabinoids in his urine.
What's that? What's cannabis?
Marijuana.
Okay, so you can't tell what effect, if any, it may have had on him.
There was no marijuana present in his blood. This was a metabolite in his urine.
All right, how long does that stay in your urine?
Days.
Tell when the guy last used marijuana?
No, it could be days or weeks.
Maybe hours or sooner?
No, because hours or sooner would present with actual THC and or earlier metabolites in the blood, which was not present.
That had nothing to do with this case.
No, it did not.
You asked a question about a death grip, and you said that you don't use that term, and it's a colloquial. How you say that word?
Colloquial.
Thank you. What's colloquial? What does that mean?
Lay common phrasing.
Right. During your training for a medical examiner, I know you were never in a war, right? I mean, you never did autopsies on soldiers, did you?
I have not, no.
You ever read any articles on that or literature about soldiers maybe holding a firearm or have what's called a death grip upon their death while they're on the battlefield?
I specifically have not, no.
Do you know where the term death grip comes from?
No, as I said.
Okay.
Yeah, we all struggle sometimes. We miss out on some stuff.
You don't use the term death grip. Do you have another term for it?
For what?
Well, a colloquial term, death grip. Do you have another word that you use?
I would just be descriptive of the rigor mortis I see.
All right. So you've never testified in a case about a possible person holding a weapon before their death or during their death?
I can't specifically recall an instance of that.
Do you have any way from your autopsy and your experience, do you have any way of showing the position the decedent was in when he was shot? Do you actually know?
No.
We love it, Shelley. Carry on.
And you have no way of. How about suicides? You must get tons of suicides in Palm Beach County.
Yes, there are quite a few.
You ever get them where the decedent has a gun in their hand? Or by the time they come to you, it's taken out by law enforcement probably, right?
Correct.
Well, the scene photos from your investigators, do you ever see photographs of the decedents holding guns?
At times, yes.
All right. And when the guns are removed by the law enforcement, I know you're generally not there, right?
That's correct.
Does your investigators ever take pictures of the decedent's hand after the gun is removed?
Yes, they do.
And do you sometimes see people in rigor mortis and see them holding the fingers remain on the hand remains in the same position as it looks like it was before the gun was removed?
I can't specifically call a specific instance, but I'm certain that I've seen the hand before and after the gun was removed.
Usually not an issue in a suicide because it's not usually being challenged in court, right?
At times they want to see other things on the hand to see whether or not they shot the gun.
Okay.
So that's the reason for the photographs.
What other
Usually.
things in the hand? What do you mean?
With the revolver, any kind of cylinder gap or backsplash or anything like that from
Backsplash, what's that?
not backsplash. Spatter.
Okay. How would that show if someone had a gun in their hand?
There'd be void points where the gun was sitting, and then around it would be the spatter.
Okay, in the outside of the palm of the hand.
Or palm or on the back of the hand. or in the cupping portion between the index and thumb.
The shooter in this case, you have no way of knowing if he was acting in self-defense or not, do you, sir?
I do not.
All right, thank you, Judge. I attend to the witness.
All right. Any redirect? All right, very briefly.
Does the state of Florida pay you more money based on your testimony here today?
Noted.
We pay you less money based on your testimony here today.
God, I hope not.
Who does pay your paycheck, I guess?
County of Broward. Sorry, Palm Beach County now.
Okay.
Sorry.
And for that deposition, did you demand $500 from defense lawyers for being there?
I did not know.
Who did?
The office.
Did you make that policy?
No, I did not.
Now, in terms of the pictures, the deceased right hand, the stippling or pseudo stippling that you saw, or stippling on his right hand, talked a lot about what would be consistent, what wouldn't be consistent. Would that stippling on his hand also be consistent with, as bullets are flying in through a window, him putting his hand up to shield himself?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. Doctor, thank you very much. Watch your step getting down. Stay safe. All right, you have another CSI, right? How long do you anticipate on direct examination? Okay, good. Let's do it. Folks, while that witness is being made available, you want to take a restroom break before he or she gets on the stand? All right, then yes? Oh, I see yes. Okay. And let's take a 10-minute restroom break. Be back in at 4:45, and then I'll fill you in on what we're doing tomorrow, okay? 4:45.
So, sure. Yeah, so Amy can't be here this afternoon, but she'll be back tomorrow. It's nice to have some chatty people here. Like chat, I haven't been able to keep up with chat. I'm just like, scrolling. I'm like, fuck, I can't multitask. I can't listen, look, click buttons, tweet, and do whatever. So yeah. So Shelley, keep going because I love Heidi. Your input's fantastic as well. Just everyone keep inputting. We love it. Oh Jesus! So there's one more. So what's the chances that he might go to 6 o'clock tonight? Because he wants to desperately finish this trial. Yeah, I was thinking who's Amy, but I mean, no, I know who Amy is, but so CSI again. They might try and get through direct, get out the way, do cross tomorrow. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. But he'd probably go on to 6 night because he's desperate to finish by Friday, but he's never going to. My source has been very quiet today. Nothing much happening. The only thing that they did say was that the no, Kaz, no. So this one's now been taken. That one will have to be postponed. That one's a murder trial as well. So that'll just have to be knocked on. Or if you can't knock it on, it'll just have to be postponed. So it is very likely that the defense will only call maybe 3, maybe 4 people on their side. But because Travis is actually obviously testifying, that means he's going to be a large chunk of a day. So state haven't rested yet. Majority of the state's witnesses are on the defense list. So yeah, I'll say the echoing fucking spider girl. You frightened the fucking shit out of me. So the echo is when I unmute myself. So I try. I don't know. It's only happened this afternoon. I was unmuted most of the day. Don't give him credit. Don't get. Hey, listen, chat. Let's do ourselves a favor. Let's not give Carwin any credit ever. His head's big enough as it is. Yeah, but yeah. So it's going to be like if State carry on tomorrow and say they rest tomorrow, and defense need at least 2 days, I would imagine. Then, as Shelley just pointed out, rebuttals. Then obviously, but what are they going to rebut? Talk about rebut. I just thought about that. The but, the pun, the but, fake but, and closing arguments and everything. It's more likely to be like Wednesday. Does it? Say something then. Spider Girl, say something to the, as in vocal to the chat. You know, I don't. Right, Spider, keep your camera off then. So Spider is now on stream with us. Look at her. Speak, Spider Girl. Unmute. Well, I can unmute you. So if I unmute you, speak. Say hello. Just to test if it's working. Then I'll take you out then. Pause it to watch to hear Spider Girl speak. That's all. And then I'll take her out. She's gone all shy all of a sudden. Okay, I'll remove you, Spider Girl. But that was a good test to see if your mic worked. She's gonna be mad now at me for that. Which is absurd. I don't technically do guests, to be quite honest with you. I got Spider Girl doing Johnny Depp with me purely because she's such a fun girl. And she can explain some of the stuff that I don't understand. But apart from that, no offense for this, but I prefer to do it on my own. Um, unless it's some expertise that someone has on it. I don't know what it is, just more of a chill out thing for me, I think. But I appreciate you, man. I can't whistle either. Cannot whistle for sheet.
else, you weren't back at that point. if you're going to want to have lunch tomorrow, make sure you bring a bag lunch or something like that, because the first thing I'm going to have the jury do when they come in is order lunch. When the lunch gets here, we'll take a half an hour break, and that's when we'll all eat, including the jury, and then we get right back to work. All right? Speaking of updates, have you heard anything more on our other trial?
That's the email I received that I relayed, which was generally that council wanted.
I appreciate it, man. Just yeah, I'll say I've had some guests before. It didn't really work out, to be quite honest with you. So I just prefer to do it on my own now. I could just be reliant on myself then. I hate asking and stuff like that. I mean, I'll say Spider's doing it. Obviously I do some with Morgan, but that's more video stuff. So it's all hot here though. Don't worry. So's Mad World. So's Spider. So's most people in this chat. I think myself included. Full of hot air, or like most people, full of shit. Some would say. So what you heard there was, well, he's going to announce it to the jury again. Half-hour break for lunch tomorrow. I presume an early start, maybe. So he's desperate to get through this. Desperate. But oh, jury entering. Right, we're back. I'll mute myself. Mute, mute, mute. Yes, I agree, Shelley. Bastards.
All right, everyone, take your seats. Thank you for your punctuality, ladies and gentlemen. What was it you wanted to do before this witness comes in? You want to do something else in front of the jury?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Sorry, thanks for the reminder.
Sure.
There was a diagram that had several pages. It was referenced to throughout the testimony.
Diagram of a car, right?
Diagram of a car.
Okay.
Relating to the Cadillac. It was placed into evidence at the time as 13. However, there was already a set of photographs that are already states 13. So this is being renumbered 14. So this is just the reference to the diagram.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So that's being renumbered to States Exhibit 14. Got it. Okay. And the next witness is?
State calls CSM Brandt.
All right. And she's on her way up.
Bronson, I'm sorry. Whew. Long day.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
All right, CSI Brunson, will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Sure. My first name is Danielle. That's Danielle. My last name is Bronson. That's Bronson.
Okay, that answers that question. Bronson, not Brunson. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
You may inquire, Miss Edwards.
Thank you. Ms. Bronson, what do you do for a living?
I am a crime scene manager.
And how is that different from other crime scene investigators that the jury might see?
I manage a group of crime scene investigators. I also still do some of the crime scene work. However, I'm more at an administrative position.
So you're supervising, but you also assist.
Correct.
I want to take you back to April of 2021. How long had you been with the department up until that point?
Up until that point, I was there for about 16, going in my 17th year.
And all of that time as crime scene or doing crime scene work?
Yes.
When there is a scene like this, one that involves several different places, what is the general thing that happens? One person goes to all places, or how do you divide that supervisory role so that everybody gets to where they need to be?
Well, it generally depends on how many investigators are working at that time. At that time, I believe we only had 2 investigators working and myself. So myself and CSI Brandt went to one of the crime scenes where the decedent was located. And then once I realized that there was another scene to go to, I then asked another CSI, that would be CSI Ali, to go to that particular scene.
All right. Did there come a point that you assisted CSI Brandt with demarcating or doing a diagram of the Cadillac in this case that was at the original place where you went?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a part and parcel of the search of that vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And what exactly were you doing the diagram for? What was the purpose?
Just another set of notes. It was already like a computer generated picture of a vehicle that matched best to the Cadillac vehicle. It had 4 doors. It was just an easier way of doing notes rather than literally handwriting everything.
And so as the jury goes through states 14, can you tell us what they will see? And if I could approach the witness.
You may.
Thank you.
I won't have you describe it up there. I'll do that so that the jury can see each item. But just generally, what defects are you marking down on the vehicle?
Pretty much CSI Brandt is the one searching the vehicle. I'm on the outside assisting her with the written documentation so that we're not cross-contaminating. Also, there were numerous defects within this vehicle, so it was just a more efficient way of doing it. She would tell me where the defect was located, and then I would note it on this particular diagram. It's of the driver's side, the passenger side, both exterior and interior. And then again, that was noted on the particular diagram or picture. You'll see markings such as D1E. The D refers to defect. Obviously, I give it a particular number. And then if it's E, that means it's exterior. If it's given an I, that means the defect was interior.
Do you also mark on the diagrams whether or not the view of the vehicle and the markings that are there are an exterior and interior separately from those E's and I's?
Yes. Also, the vehicle description is also marked on each of the pages, such as the tag, the VIN number, the type of car, as well as if the location of the defect isn't self-explanatory just by looking at the diagram, then there's also a written description on that particular page.
So will we see your handwritten notes as well of where the defects were?
Yes.
May I retrieve the item, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Yeah, you may.
Starting with the first page of the diagrams, could you tell us what area of the vehicle is drawn here and whether or not there were defects on this area, if you recall?
This is the exterior driver's side of the vehicle. I believe there were some within the driver front window in the exterior. I don't think you can see it just because it's a photocopy of the particular diagram, so it's difficult to see. I think there were 4 defects.
You saw the diagram just now. You're able to see them with your natural eye. Is that correct?
I can't see those defects on the window, no, but other than that, I can see the handwriting.
Sorry, let me make sure my question is clear. When you look at the actual page, not here on the screen, can you actually see the little markings on there indicating the defects?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the jury will be able to see that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that they were at one area of the vehicle exactly.
Correct.
What area?
This area would be the driver front window.
Okay. And do you recall there being 4 defects in the driver's side of that vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Moving now to page 2. What area of the vehicle are we looking at?
This is a top view of the Cadillac.
And the defect that's demarcated here is where exactly?
I believe it is on the rear windshield on the passenger side.
So for reference purposes, Is this the general area that you're referring to that would have your marking?
Yes, ma'am.
Page 3 of States 14. What area of the vehicle?
This is the exterior passenger side.
Okay, and there are clearly a lot of marks here. Are all of those marks indicative of a defect from a gunshot penetrating this vehicle?
It's a defect. I can't tell you for certain that it was made by a firearm. Through my training and experience, it appears as it is, but again, we just document them as defects. They're a hole in the vehicle.
Okay, let's start with the tire. What tire was this?
That was the passenger front tire?
Okay, and was that deflated?
Yes, it was.
And you indicate that by saying flat here?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the light towards the front passenger side?
There was a defect. It was broken.
And then several defects on the door of the passenger front?
Yes, ma'am.
And then also, of course, the window of the passenger front?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also are indicating several other areas along the side of the wheelbase, is that correct?
Correct.
And then also the frame of the rear of the passenger side door.
Yes, that would be the C pillar. Yes.
Okay. And again, you indicate these are all exterior.
Correct.
Page 4. Is this what you mean by notes? We can see obviously there's more than just the demarcations now and more sentences and words.
Correct.
Okay. And for instance, can you tell us what area of the vehicle this is such that we can understand generally what the notes mean?
This is the interior of the driver's side.
And I know I asked you whether or not you did anything besides the E and I's to indicate interior and exterior. Is this that general area where you indicate what part of the vehicle this is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were there defects to the interior of the vehicle?
Yes, there were.
And this is on the driver's side?
Yes.
Were there defects on the seat as it appears to be on this diagram?
Yes.
And then several on the interior door?
Correct.
Okay. So wherever we see something demarcated, that's exactly where it was seen and you indicated it here.
Yes, a written explanation is also written there just in case it wasn't, for the interior of the vehicle, it's very hard to tell where exactly the defect is. So that's why each has their written description of where it's located.
Okay. So let me select one for identification. D36I, I indicating the interior here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And within rubber stole, what does that mean?
Seal.
Oh, it's seal. Okay, rubber seal of compartment door around driver. What does that mean, door?
Around the driver door. The seal, the rubber seal that you see there on the compartment, it's probably easier to look if you see it in the photograph.
So is that just sort of the sort of cushion between metal in the door frame itself?
Yeah, that rubber. Yes.
Okay. All right. And those are sort of your handwritten notes about the areas, and they will be fairly self-explanatory for the rest of them, right?
Correct.
All right, page 5. What area of the vehicle is this one?
We are still on the interior driver's side.
Okay, and are there still defects to be noted?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, your notes?
Yes, this time it was difficult to put it on the actual vehicle diagram. So again, they were more written in this particular instance.
Did you note any defects to the windshield of the vehicle?
I would have to refer to the diagrams, but I believe so.
Okay, if you could go ahead and actually, can I refresh your recollection with CSI Brandt's report? I think that might assist you. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Mhm.
Doesn't appear to, no.
Okay. So none of these demarcations are indicating the front windshield, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So these are all other interiors of the vehicle then in this particular page, which I believe was 4 or 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moving now to the last page. Sort of similar question, where in the vehicle are we looking at?
This is the interior passenger side.
Okay. And again, are there defects? And if so, where?
Again, I'd have to read exactly what the location is. It looks like they're the ones that are labeled on the vehicle are in the passenger rear compartment. And then again, numerous other ones with an actual explanation of where it's located.
Okay. And again, aside from the single defect that you noted to the back windshield, no other windshield, not the front or the back, besides that one in the back.
Again, not that I recall, but I would have to look at the diagrams.
Please feel free to look at the notes.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So that no ma'am is a response to what exactly?
No other defect other than that one that was located in the rear windshield and none in the front windshield.
Okay. So none in the front, just one in the rear.
Correct.
All right. Thank you so much. I will tender the witness, Judge.
All right, very well. Any cross? Okay.
Can they actually run out time then, Madwells? Do you think? Because the defense has a right.
How you doing?
Good, sir. How you doing?
Okay, so was there any blood on the outside of this vehicle?
I don't recall.
Anything in your notes will help you refresh your memory?
In my notes, no. In my report, no.
Were you there when CSI Brand was checking for blood on the outside of the vehicle?
I was there when she searched the vehicle and we saw it on scene. I know there was blood inside of the vehicle. I don't recall if there was blood on the outside.
How about the diagram on states number 14? Do you have it on there if there was blood on the outside?
I think that was mostly for the defects and if we've recovered any metal fragments or whatnot. I could look at them if you'd like me to. I don't recall.
All right, well, how about your notes? You have a lot of notes beside the diagram also, don't you?
I do. I don't have the notes in front of me though. I do not.
We go away for 2 seconds. We're talking fucking cheese and strawberry jam, marmalade, and cheese and toast. No beans. Durban is nice. What are we talking about?
So you did this diagram, right? Would it possibly be on here if there was blood-like substance on the outside?
There might be. I can check, but that was again mostly for the defects. The duct.
Would that refresh the memory possibly?
That's not in there.
It would be there?
It's not in there, no, because if I may, I did the notes. However, the description of the vehicle and everything inside or outside is going to be in CSI Brand's report.
Okay. So
Okay.
she's the one we should ask if there was blood on the outside of the car.
Yes, unless you want me to check my notes, but yeah, it would be in her report if there were or weren't. Okay.
Thanks. So you didn't collect any blood. You would just there take notes for defects, is what you're saying.
Yes, I was helping her with a description of the vehicle.
Okay. What do you remember the VIN, the VIN number was partially obscured on this Cadillac?
I do on the front windshield, yes.
What was obscuring it? Do you know?
Some type of piece of paper. I'm not 100% sure what type.
How it got there?
I do not.
Were you able to remove it or you just left it there?
I didn't remove it, no.
You noted that in your notes?
That it was obscured in the notes? Yes.
Okay. You remember there was you remember any blood in the back seat of the car?
I don't recall, sir.
You have notes that there was blood-like substance on the passenger front headrest, driver's front headrest. There was a defect. Blood-like substance on the driver's seat bottom and back of headrest. Remember that?
As you're reading it to me, yes.
All right. And I'll show you notes. I don't see anything in here about blood on the passenger seat. Would you like to see your notes?
No, I believe you. If it wasn't documented, then I believe there was not blood back there.
You have also, there was a bottle of H2O in the middle of the rear seats.
Yes, sir. As you're reading it to me. Again, I don't have a copy of my notes in front of me, so.
I can show it to you if you want.
Yeah, I trust you.
And you do hundreds of cases, so it's hard to remember every detail, right?
Well, again, yes, and since I was assisting Brant, all that information, all that detail is going to be in her report, not in mine.
You remember a cell phone in the door pocket?
I remember there was a cell phone in the door pocket.
You don't have any knowledge that there's any blood on there or ballistic pieces of metal from a gunshot, do you?
I know it had some type of impact mark, but other than that, I do not.
You didn't see any hair or skin or fiber possibly?
Not that I recall, no.
When you were at the scene over in West Palm, you said you went there, 40th and Broadway?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree the weather was pretty cool that night?
Yes.
Breezy?
If I recall, I'm not sure. I have to check the notes exactly what I documented it as.
All right, we'll stick with cool. You agree with that?
Sure.
And when you were at, I know you're the manager, but was CSI Brand basically in charge of her scene, or were you supervising her?
Both. I was acting as her assistant if she needed me in a supervisory capacity. And that means if I needed to liaison between the detectives or the other personnel on scene, ask them a question, get her some information. That was my job, in addition to assisting her with written documentation.
Y'all never checked, well, meaning crime scene or any of the police officers, checked the roofs of the buildings, adjacent buildings to this parking lot, did you?
Myself and CSI Brant did not. If Road Patrol did, I'm not sure. You'd have to ask them.
You don't have any knowledge of that, do you?
I do not.
Remember the fenced-in areas that were connected to the building of the auto shop?
Yes, sir.
You remember a food truck behind the fence on one of the areas? If I'm facing the building, to my left would be a fenced area and a food truck.
I do recall, yes.
Were you go behind that fence and look for any type of evidentiary value evidence?
I did not.
You don't know if there was a gun thrown back there or?
I do not. None of that information was brought to my attention. Again, still free-flowing. Information is always coming forward, but that was not information that was relayed to me.
The other fenced-in area, did anyone search that to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
You guys have drones that can go on roofs, so no one has to climb. You can actually get a drone to check if anything of evidentiary value may have been thrown on a roof, right?
The crime scene unit doesn't, but the sheriff's office does. Again, that's not my call to make.
Nobody gave you guys information about the first responding officer saying he saw two silhouettes back in the area by the fence area and they were not trying to stop them?
I didn't have that knowledge, no.
If you did, would you possibly have looked back in that area?
Possibly.
Did you find out later on in the day that there was a gun found about 100 feet from the actual shooting scene behind somebody's backyard?
I don't recall. I never did respond to the initial scene where the firearms evidence or the casings were located.
You never went there?
I never went there, no.
Is it customary in your business? Obviously, you want to get everything while the crime scene tapes up, right?
Correct.
If you don't, things could possibly disappear.
Correct. And it can be extended if need be while even on scene.
Sure.
And we can hold a scene if we need to as well.
Days if you need to, right?
If we need to, yes.
Would you also go back a day or two later and say, like a detective calls you and say, you know what, I really missed this. I need you to go back and check something out. Could you then go back to, let's say, 40th and Broadway and take a look around to see if you missed something?
We can, yes, as long as there's no type of like expectation of privacy or you have to get a search warrant or something. Yeah, yes, we can.
Right. If you have to get a search warrant, the police officers can apply for one, right?
Correct.
No one asked you to do that in this case, right?
No, they did not.
No, After you left that scene on 40th and Broadway, to this day, Detective Annalyn or any of her supervisors never asked you to go back and look for anything.
They did not.
And no one asked anybody in your department, crime scene, to go look the path of travel where this car went to see if anything may have been thrown out of evidentiary value out of the car.
No, sir.
And if they did, you could have done that, right? If somebody asked you to do that.
Correct.
You also have a dive team if somebody throws something in water.
Yes, sir.
And you guys do that on a routine basis. You send divers in, right, to check for weapons that may have been thrown in water.
It can happen again. That's not my call. That would be the Detective Bureau.
The decedent in the black Cadillac on 40th and Broadway, you obviously had an opportunity to view him, right?
Correct.
Would you agree that the decedent's hand was consistent, or he may have had a gun in it prior to his death based on his right hand's position?
I mean, he may have been holding something, who knows what. I know that first responders did respond and they did put those emergency patches, or they're called leads, on him. So again, I don't know what his actual position was, prior to or after they moved him or put those leads on him.
My question to you, would you agree that the decedent's hand may have had a gun in it prior to his death based on the way his hand was positioned?
I agree. May have had.
I'm going to allow it.
I agree. May have had something in it. It could have been a gun. It could have been a phone. It could have been something else in his hand. I'm not sure.
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Amy, where's Amy gone? She's gone quiet as well. Peter K, I love it.
Remember giving a deposition back on September 29th, 2021 in this case?
I do.
I gave you a copy of it.
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to read it before today?
I have not.
All right, if you can direct your attention to page 13, read the whole page and even page 14. If you could read 13 and 14 to yourself, please.
13 and 14?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, page 14, I'm sorry.
14?
Cheesecake, garlic bread, cheesecake. Peter K is a legend, and he's back on tour. Peter K, I believe now. Garlic, Dracula's. I just want to see her husband. Amy, where are you, Amy? Oh, yes, she is.
Not sure. I may be mistaken. It's getting late.
That's fine.
Did you say
Just
anything
keep
about
quiet,
the
that's
question
fine.
about the gun in that page?
Yes. It said, let's see.
On page 13 or 14?
On page 14, you asked me maybe something known as the death grip. I think that's what you were asking me. Also on page 13, you asked me if I had seen somebody's hand frozen who shot themselves. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I don't have a copy of your statement. That's the only one I have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, it's my fault.
Would you like me just to read it? Is that easier for you, or what?
Why don't you get it back?
Okay.
Let's do it
Sure.
properly.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nope, no problem.
Yeah, I was actually telling you the right page. I had the wrong one. Did you read 13 as well?
Briefly.
All right. So you remember telling me back when you gave the deposition that you've seen people's hands in similar positions like that?
I have, yes. You were asking about suicides.
And I said, looking at the photographs of the decedent, does his hand, I know you're not a medical examiner, but does his hand look like he was possibly in a position of holding a weapon prior to his death? And you said, possibly. I mean, possibly. Remember saying that?
Possibly, yes.
All right. Is it consistent with some of the suicides you've seen before, the way his hand looks? The decedent in this case. Yeah, I've seen that. A hand similar to that on suicide cases. Yes. Remember making those statements?
Yes.
So you agree it was consistent, right?
Well, I didn't write that it was consistent. I documented the position of the hand as I viewed it. Could have been holding something like a gun? It possibly could have. Could have been holding something else? Possibly as well.
Do you see anything evidence in the car that you examined,
I did not.
him holding something that was consistent to make his fingers that way?
I didn't see him holding anything. I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Found anything in the car consistent with him possibly holding prior to his death that would have possibly made his hand that way, if you know?
No, there was no firearm located in the vehicle.
Anything else in the car that could have done that, in your opinion?
Again, maybe a phone, maybe there was, I don't exactly remember everything that was found in the car. Again, I'd have to refer to either my notes or CSI Brandt's report.
The lead detective never brought this to your attention, these type of questions, to ask you your opinion, did she?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, any redirect? Okay.
Lady Law has Carwin.
I'm trying to understand some of the questions you were asked on cross. You answered in the negative. Did you actually go into the interior of the vehicle on the day that you went to the scene on April 7th of 2021? Did you enter the vehicle?
We just briefly looked at the passenger front compartment once the decedent was moved. We did have consent to enter the vehicle on that day. Some of the items, for instance, like metal fragments were removed because we were afraid to lose them. Other than that, it was sealed up on scene and then searched at that later time.
And was your role at that time assisting, or were you looking for things like blood-like substances and other things?
I was just assisting. If I saw blood on the outside, I would have documented it. But again, I was just there as her assist in documenting the vehicle.
So then
as I saw it.
Brandt would be the appropriate person to talk about with specific items on or inside that vehicle.
Yes. Again, I assisted her with documenting it. All that information is going to be in her report.
How is that separate and apart from the diagram and documenting the defects? Was that done a different day?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were documenting the diagram, what was going on there? What was your role?
I misspoke. It actually was the same day, but later that evening. The crime scene was very early in the morning, and we started the vehicle around 10 o'clock at night. Again, my role was to assist her. I was outside of the vehicle as she was inside of it, telling me where the defects were located, and that's how I documented them on those diagrams that you saw.
And so if she saw blood on the rear passenger seat or anywhere else, you wouldn't be able to say, or you would?
I don't recall offhand. Again, I'm just writing what she's detailing me because we couldn't be in the car at the same time. That wasn't the roles that we were playing. I was there to assist her. If she needed me to look at something, I did, but I can't recall just off the top of my head right now.
And your role, just to be clear, was documenting defects.
Sustained.
Was it anything else?
Sustained.
Judge, I can't ask if she did anything else.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it? I thought you said, was it anything else?
No, Judge. I was just
My mistake. I'm so sorry. You may ask that question.
I was documenting, yes, the defects, and if she observed anything else inside the vehicle. Those were part of my notes of the interior of the vehicle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, CS Manager Bronson. You watch your step getting down. Stay safe. Ladies and gentlemen, okay. You don't have to stand back up. Just stay close to a microphone.
Was there any physical evidence in that vehicle that suggested that a firearm was in there? Any casings, anything indicating a firearm was inside the vehicle?
No casings were located inside the vehicle. I do know metal fragments were removed from some of the defects. Other than that, that's
And what are fragments?
all I recall.
So we understand.
Part of a projectile, the part of that's expelled from a cartridge casing that comes out of a firearm.
Does that suggest a firearm was inside the vehicle?
It doesn't suggest one was in the vehicle. It suggests that there was a bullet inside the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Watch your step. Stay safe. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for today. Now, let me fill you in on where we are. We're going to, I'm going to ask you to come back again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thankfully, Judge Rowe has graciously decided to assist me by taking my morning docket. So we should be able to get started right about 8 o'clock. The The first thing you're going to do when you get in at 8 o'clock tomorrow, after you've signed in downstairs, come upstairs. Deputy Lubinsky is going to give you a menu. From that menu, you will select your lunch that the county is paying for. You're not paying for it. Bottom line is, he'll order the lunch that you order. He'll order for you from whomever it is, Jimmy John's, right? And then whenever that lunch gets here, is when we will take our lunch break. You'll go back there and eat your lunch in the jury room. We will eat our bag lunches out here or elsewhere. As soon as you all are finished, we're going to take about a half an hour for lunch. When you're done with lunch, then we'll start right up again tomorrow, so we don't waste a lot of time walking back and forth and wondering where we're going to eat, that sort of thing. Because I fully expect that the state's case is going to be concluded tomorrow, hopefully by the time we have that lunch. But we will see. No? All right. Well, we'll figure that out later after you all are out of my voice range. All right. I guess that's it. Please keep and obey keep in mind and obey the 4 cardinal rules. If you happen to see one of us out there, duck and we'll duck you. Please, please, please keep an open mind. You still haven't heard it all. You've heard a ton, but you haven't heard it all yet. No research and no discussion, even amongst yourselves. Leave your pads, please, and we'll see you tomorrow. Remember to go downstairs first, sign up, then come upstairs and be ready to order your lunch. See you tomorrow. Stay safe.
So I've set up the stream for tomorrow already. So on YouTube, go and press the notification button if you need a reminder. We'll wait now for the judge to come back, see if they say anything more. This is going on to next week. He's got a murder trial on Friday. He ain't doing it. So it's going on to next week. He is going to push the defense very hard to finish, but tough shit. He's got rebuttals, closing arguments. It's probably going to go on to Tuesday, Wednesday. So 8 o'clock tomorrow. So yeah, 8 o'clock Eastern. I've already set it all up. So press the notification button on my channel if you need a reminder to come back here. Because I don't want to lose a lot of you.
Is it absolutely necessary that we hear from that officer? Or is it going to be redundant? It is? Oh, it's not. All right, fine. I've heard her name enough to know that, yes, she's probably necessary. Okay. You still haven't even mentioned the lead detective. That's the lead detective, right? At the rate at which we're going, we can't even finish this on Friday, folks. How am I going to be able to continue on with other trials? I know Miss Edwards is on one. That's clearly not going to start before sometime next week. How are we going to finish this trial? I know. I haven't even talked about their witnesses yet. We know we have at least one, but it sounds like 3 or 4. Reiterate things others. Yeah, exactly. That's what I. All right. Okay. And I will be quick. I'm not going to get it. I'll get right to it. Good. The
Detective Vanderlaan is gonna be probably lengthy, only because she was lead detective.
Right.
And, Detective Cunningham, who, he collected, he did the phone extraction.
Okay.
So that's just a matter of,
Are there any stipulations that you can reach with respect to extractions and things of that nature?
I think, Judge, I would love to reach stipulation.
Okay.
I know that there is a phone, which was Sebastian's phone, Your Honor,
Yeah.
that they had for a while, that Detective Vanderlaan collected. Obviously, it was found in that backpack. And well, Judge, this-
I didn't hear that. So
Sorry, Judge.
that's okay. Maybe I wasn't supposed to. Okay.
This is the issue with the phone, Judge, is that, I think what has already come out is that this was not a thorough investigation.
Right. And that's obviously the crux of the defense here.
Yes, Your Honor. And so as it relates to the phone, particularly as it relates to Sebastian's phone, that phone, Your Honor, was given to Detective Cunningham. He had it for a while. He was not able to crack it. Judge, it could take 22, 23 years to crack a phone. You don't know the passcode. Stanley doesn't know the passcode.
Okay.
And so there was testimony alluding to, not basically being able to get information from some of these phones.
Okay.
And Judge, it's not that we did not try to get information from some of these phones. It's
Right.
that we did, but we weren't able to.
Okay.
And so, I don't even know if we can reach a stipulation on that. Judge.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like you ought to be able to.
Well, that's fine, but there was also Darrell Rudolph's phone that was never examined at all.
Okay.
It was Kyler Robinson's phone that was.
All right. Well, so that's a different issue though.
And Darrell Rudolph's phone, Judge, there's a reason why it was not, and Detective Vanderlaan will
Okay.
testify as to why his phone was not.
All right.
Let me just note, the only thing they want to call Detective Farron is to say they tried to break into his phone, they could not, or download it, whatever. It didn't work.
No, fairness, not out.
Cunningham, right.
We can stipulate to that.
Okay.
That's the only thing they want for.
Well, that saves a few minutes.
Judge, we're not agreeing to accept stipulations on this when the witnesses and their department are being attacked about their failure to act professionally and do their jobs. We have to have them explain what they did otherwise, all they have here is the information is provided and no context about anything. So respectfully, I'm not sure how you accept the stipulation of those conditions.
All right. Well, tomorrow is day 10 of this trial. I'm going to put everybody on notice and you all can spread the word. You better start taking a look at the recent 4th DCA opinions concerning jury selection and time restraints put on lawyers for jury selection rather, because I'm going to start doing that. There is no reason we should be only this far along at this point in a trial. We should be further along than this, a lot further along.
I agree, Judge, and I apologize that we aren't, we're moving as fast as we can. Had 3 witnesses out there, CSI Ali was out there, Officer Palaio was out there, and since I knew we were stopping, I just told them to be back here at 7:45 in the morning.
All right.
But Judge, we have witnesses here.
Well, it's not just the state's fault, okay? I mean, cross-examination has been rather lengthy on several of these witnesses and somewhat redundant, quite frankly, in the questioning. So, there's plenty of responsibility to be shared for this. So I'm not faulting just the state. But the bottom line is all of us should be farther along on this trial than we are. And I've got a lot of trials backed up and another murder trial that's clearly not going to get started on Friday like it was supposed to.
Judge, I'll see what the situation is to take this here. I mean, he collected the night out DVR or recording device, and really all we're calling him for is to because the issue has been raised about the cameras outside, and as Your Honor knows, because you sat through the standard ground hearing, Your Honor,
Yeah.
that particular device was on a schedule where it was not recording every single day. Secretary was testified, as he did. You're not. Well,
No,
it's
no,
not.
no, 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 no. No, we'll still do
You
it.
just
Fair.
crossed the witness on that very issue, claiming that there was a recording that was somehow damaged by the furniture touching the item.
All right. Okay. Well, look, do what you can. I'm not going to twist anybody's arm with respect to that. But if you can reach stipulations and avoid unnecessary delay as a result of calling witnesses that really don't have to testify and don't have to be subject to cross-examination, then you should do it. All right. See, yes. Off the record.
I don't know if it's going to be televised, mate. So I don't know. I would if it was televised. Right, this judge. Let me get off the screen. Let me get off. Let's get full screen of me. Let's get full screen of me. Why not? Why not? Let me go. Let me go out for a second so Lady Law can admire my piece. Innocent unless proven guilty. Right, let me cancel that bad boy. Out. Stop screen. And Gilf shakes, I know, I know. You had a couple out of me. You had a couple out of me. I did do the nipple shakes. This morning, my nipples were hard. I was playing with them. But they're there at the minute. Uh, right. Before I get into Gilf shakes, I know. Oh, jeez. I'll get onto the Gilf shakes in a bit. What the what the fuck? Yeah, what's the words? I don't remember the words, lady, though. The milkshake brings all the gilfs to the yard. Or so, yeah, is it? Oh, yeah, I don't remember the start of it. Once you type that, what the start is, and then I'll do it. Um, just yeah. So whilst I'm in this judge is a fucking arsehole. Like, if you think he's an arsehole, just put your hands up in the air, shake them like you just don't care. He's a fucking prick, man. Whew. So that was annoying for me at the end because I couldn't speak because it brings an echo to you guys. So I had to just keep there quiet and have my thoughts to myself, you know. Um, are you off another CG? Are you off, my man? If you are, thank you for being here. Please come back tomorrow. Press that notification button so you know when we go live. We're going live at 8:45, 8:45. Right, the judge, right? He's like, oh, well, we shouldn't be where we are. He started yesterday and today at 10 o'clock because he's got other duties to do. Fuck your other duties. This is a murder case. So how about starting at 8 o'clock every morning and finishing at 6 or something? No. So fuck you. And it's his own fault that we've got even a bloody trial. So he, once the state rests tomorrow, hopefully, he's then going to make it. Well, so the I'm correct me if I'm wrong here. The defense then have to say, look, we will appeal that there's no evidence for murder here, so we'd like you to scrap it. And he should, as a judge, go, yeah, do you know what? Fuck it, I fucked up. I fucked up. So that's it. End of trial. So we're done by Friday, so murder trial can start. That's what he should do. Is he going to do it? Is he fucked? Oh, fucking hell, Lilo. Right, let's get this out of the way then. Right, I don't know the full song. I will sing it now, but I don't remember the full song though. So Carwin, you can practice as well because you got the man boobs as well. So if my girl shakes bring all the girls to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours. I can teach you, but I have to charge. I know what the thing that makes go crazy for the lose their minds. The way I whine, I think it's time. Woohoo! You see? Oh, it wasn't in order. I've skipped a few things. I think there. It wasn't bad. Wasn't bad. I think that was all right. As a first go. First go, I think that was all right. You don't get that on every stream. Don't get that on every stream, guys. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, but mine's not coming out. I did show one, Kaz. I did show one the other day. I'm not sure my right yet, though. But I think I was all right. I thought that was all right. And thank you, everybody. Thank you. Appreciate that. When it comes to it, I'm going to be in a few months' time. I'm going to have to charge you for these fucking requests, like. Yeah, please do. But link it to tomorrow's trial. That's all I ask of you, Lilo. If you clip it, link it to tomorrow's trial. As I put the link in for tomorrow's trial. Tell everyone to come here. They need to come in. We've had a good showing. We've had up to 14 today, which is good. That's what we need. I'm gonna get better again because it comes to it. I'll be fucking taking my top off before long. Cricket. Gonna monetize or you lost all that. Yeah, I know. I can't wait to be monetized. I'll bribe people. Fucking pay me for that song. I'll do it. I'll do it topless. I'll do the whole stream topless. I don't care. I'll get my fucking dick out. I don't care. Pay me, you bastards. But yeah, I've had fun today. This morning wasn't fun. Honestly, I fell asleep about 4 or 5 times. I was like drifting. And I had water here, which I had to flick in my eyes every like 10 minutes, quarter of an hour. Oh my days. And everyone was quiet because everyone's bored. So Amy and her gob was shut for most of the morning. Luckily, this afternoon we've had new people come here, and they've all got gobs. Another question: how many were here? Oh, there's about 8, I think. 8, I think, has. It's 10 now. They must have heard about it. Oh shit! Carwin, good boy, good boy, good boy. I forgot everything. Sorry, 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 boy. Right, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people here. I've got to put numbers next to them, right? Randomly, and then we'll pick. Right, I've got to put numbers next to them randomly. So, because you remind me, left, hey, all right, sir. Right, because you remind me, Carwin, pick a number between 1 and 11. And lefty, give me a number between 1 and 11 that Carwin doesn't choose to see who wins the mug. So Carwin pick first, and then lefty, give me a number between 1 and 12. Sorry, yeah, 1 and 12. Sorry, not 1 and 11. So come on, Cars. Lefties. Oh, you pulled it. Well, Lilo, you're too late. So 3 and 7. Are you fucking kidding me? Right, so Lou, you've won, Lou. And Lefty, he picked himself. Number 7. So Lefty and Lou, congratulations. If we'd have gone with Lady Law, it would have been Carowin. So unlucky, son. Unlucky boy. Sorry, boy. I was just a draw for the mug. So, Lou. No fix, bud. No fix. Okay, that's fine. Lady Law, right? Okay, that's fine. Lady Law, you owe me a message anyway. So, when you message me, Lady Law, send me your PayPal, and I'll send you money to buy a mug. It's easier. Um, so basically, what you want is what it says here. You want a mug from the new store, and Lou, as I say for you, DM me on Twitter, and then yeah, DM me on Twitter with your PayPal, and I'll send you money for the mugs as well, because it saves me doing it. Do you know what I mean? Ordering it and sending it to you. I'll show you my mugs now. So also for two of you. So Lou, you're in the UK, so you have to choose the UK version. And Lady Law, you are obviously US, so choose the US versions. Do not choose the wrong versions here. Right. Here are some of them. So you see American and Canadian customers only. So they're the same, just Americans these are. And then when we go down, Lou, you see UK version. And if you go to page 2, you see the mugs here, United Kingdom, Ireland, European. So there's about 2, 3 to pick from. That's all. Just pick the United Kingdom version. So give me your PayPal. I'll send you 16 quid. That's fine. That's fine. Well, you can because it's. Here we go. Where is it? Oh, wrong page. That's why. So, see, Lefty. Ta, buddy. So there's your mug for the innocent unless proven guilty. So yeah, DM me on Twitter, Lefty. Not Lefty, Lighthouse, Lou, and I'll ship you the money for it, and you can order it to yours end. There's no delivery charges, anything like that. Everything's included in the price. And Lady Law, same for you. Message me your PayPal address, and I'll ship you the money for the mug. And the mug for you is, and I'll go to US. Yours is $22, so I'll send you $22. Uh, so there you are. So yeah, so we're sorted with that then. So if you both can, Carwin's left in strop 100%. He loves my. He's got 3 of my mugs. He wanted a mug today, so he's missed out. That was my launch of my store today. So that's my gift to you guys for being here. So thank you very much for being here. You see on the bottom screen here, Lou, at Dylan12D. So yeah, follow me, I'll follow you back, and then DM me, my man. I will sort that out for you. Did want a mug, one of mine was generally chipped. Yeah, let's not tell them it's cheap shit, right? Carwin, this is expensive stuff. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it is quite expensive. So if anybody wants to buy a mug or whatever else, all your taxes, all your shipping, everything is in the price. There's no. What pisses me off going to these places, is when you go to the checkout and there's like that's another like $12 for tax and stuff. Fuck that. I've just done is trying to make it as easy as possible for everybody. What you see the prices is what you pay. You don't pay any extras, no tax for us, no VAT in the UK, No delivery charges, nothing. My £15, 15-ounce one's going well as well. Sorry, though, I did. Yeah, sorry, bud. Yeah, put your handle in here because people will follow you as well. Fuck me, we got away from that now. I was having a rant and then it's finished now. Oh, I got you. I'm not sure if you want me to tell everybody what your Twitter is, so I won't. So yeah, just DM me that and I'll send it today or tonight or tomorrow for you. So yeah, any thoughts about today? Any thoughts about that today or anything else? I mean, so we've had a trial today. We've had food discussions. We've had dicks and balls discussed. What else have we been discussing? We've had new members. We've had 2 new members and a fake member from Spider. Do you remember what else there is? Where's my thing here, banner? Let's update this. This is going to be updated now. Let's have a look. And I won't update it till I finish, but I think we've made more. Wait, we have 21 times 59. Whoops. 21 times 159. 60. So currently we're on 55 hours made today. 55 hours so far today. That's good. Lots of thanks to all of you as well, that is. Also, it's great to see new people because it gives some life into it. This morning, chat was really slow because it's such a boring, direct and cross. But then we just got new life. Well, our new members, Heidi, and everybody turned up. It's like, fucking hell. The chat was going 100 miles per hour. I didn't know what was going on. So I love that. So thank you guys. Welcome back anytime you want. So in terms of other trials, Karen asked if I'm going to do the next murder trial for this judge, who's a prick. I don't know. I don't know what trials are coming up. So we got the rest of this week. I actually might. The only thing is that I don't know what time this judge always starts. Yeah, Shelley, the same as me. He's a prick. Sorry, but I'm not going to say sorry. Actually, he's a dickhead. So yeah, he's annoying. Let me step forward a little bit here. Try to get comfortable. I think I've got a fucking spot on my ass. Boil, maybe? I don't know. It hurts. Bit of lemonade now. So yeah, I don't like this judge. I love this trial. I was saying earlier on, right? I watched Zachariah Anderson, and I said every day they've not shown me any evidence to make him guilty. Boom, found guilty, which shocked me. I've not seen any evidence that this guy's that guilty. I just hope it's not another boom, guilty. Do you know what I mean? That's my only worry. But I can't see it. I mean, touch wood anyway. I can't see it. Let's see if there's anything from a source. Coolest thing in the world to have a source for a trial. No, nothing today. Which is fine. They normally message in the morning and stuff. I'm not fake, just break my algorithm. No, I know, but it was funny when you came on. Thank you, Shelley, and thank you for your input last night and tonight, Shelley, as always. So remember, it's at 8 a.m. Eastern time start tomorrow, Shelley. So do that. I'm going to stay on for a little bit longer, as we normally do. We unwind and talk shit. Yes, last night we had Luna, who was drunk on stream, which was brilliant. She came out fucking chatting like anything. She's hungover today though. She did say she'd pop in, but I think she's a little bit too hungover. So there is that. I know you're kidding. I know you're kidding, Spider. I'll just remind us, Spider and myself are doing the Johnny Depp. So on Saturday, I believe 1 o'clock Eastern, midday Central, 10 a.m. Pacific time, and 6 p.m. UK time, British Summer Time. We're doing the Amber Heard and Rocky depositions. We're doing Rocky because a certain lady law requested it, so I've done it. Well, I mean, Spider found it. Fair play to her. So we're doing that on Saturday's about 7 hours, 7.5 hours, but we're going to be doing it at 1.25 speed. So that's not going to be like 7 hours then, because some people want to go to bed like Rosie, Mad World. They need to go to bed by 12, otherwise it turn into pumpkins. So I'll be finishing it before midnight. What's with all the spanners? It means that they're mods, Absurd Beats. They are mods. They basically what happened was they took my password, they saw it on screen, and they made themselves mods. So, oh, Johnny's 5 minute video. Yeah, we need to remember that as well. Yes, we need to remember that. So, yeah, so it should be good. Well, Absurd Beats, it does not make sense. Have you had these two as mods before? Fuck, it's more hard work having mods than it is without mods. Jesus. Have you seen the filth that they come out with on chat in chat? Jesus Christ. No, they're lovely, they're great, they're a big help to me. And as I say, if you're on Facebook, join us at the Alternate Corner group there. Got a little group going. We haven't really done anything with it yet, but we need to. We'll start doing some trials in it. If there's no trials upcoming, I'm gonna start doing the Aaron Hernandez trial, but I'm saying now I'm not streaming it straight through. I'm gonna be doing it like, if there's like 2 3 days of like, if it's 3 days before the next trial, we'll do 3 days of Hernandez and then we'll stop, and then I'm just don't want any dead days because I'm chasing this like watch hours now. I got just over 1,100 hours to chase. Um, so yeah, I need to stream. I'm basically streaming 7 days a week at the minute, so I'm just trying anything to get there. So that's why I appreciate everyone for being here. Don't know sometimes why everyone is here, but I do appreciate it. Any questions? Spanners. Oh Jesus. Hey Beats, let me just tell you, don't mess with these two. Don't mess with these two. Uh, before we know it, you'll be on mute. You'll be kicked out. We're quite tolerant here. If you do, as long as you're not racist, or as long as you don't just come in to pick fights and talk about politics and shit like that, then you're fine. Depends on law and crime network, Lou. To be quite honest, we never know what they're streaming. So that's why I have to have some stuff in my bag, and just in case, because there was a week not long ago, there was no trials whatsoever. So, you just got to be creative then. But which, like, I'm not saying we're going to jump on straight away to the next one, but if you see a half decent one, we're going to stream it. But in the meantime, if I need to, I'll stream an Aaron Hernandez retrial because that's 8 years ago. But I've never seen it. I also, obviously, um, there's trials upcoming that we definitely want to cover. Um, but like we're going to do Brian Kohlberger for that week, but that's not happening anymore. We're going to do Sarah Boone, but that got cancelled. Not cancelled, but moved forward. We've got the Delphi trials coming up, so you've got to time it so that essentially nothing conflicts with that. Kohlberger, that's probably not going to happen this year. I know it's supposed to happen in October, but it's probably not going to. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, there's a lot of stuff now that we just got to be careful about. Um, Please don't join me. Yeah, apparently YouTube does not like uh, swearing, which is like sure. So they just announced a new one started tomorrow. Yeah, but obviously I can't, can I? Because obviously this trial. So Montgomery, I can't. Unfortunately, I did see something about Montgomery, but is it like jury? Is it jury selection though, Spider Girl, or is it actually start a trial? Also, Lou, I'm waiting for your PayPal stuff, my man. Then I'll ship to you. Yeah, I'll ship to you your PayPal if you can just send me that. I'll do it now if I can for you, so it's out the way. All I ask back, man, is when you get it, please tweet it out so that and link the store in or link this channel in or something. Or actually link this channel in. That'd be good. I'd rather get more people here than my store. Okay. Well, it's one of those, right? That if it's Thursday, so Thursday, Friday they're going to be doing it. If this trial finishes, say Tuesday, then say Monday, then there's no reason why I can't, start the Montgomery trial at like 1.25 speed and try and cram it in on Tuesday and Wednesday to try and catch up. Um, so that's it's things like that. That's an option I might actually do. Do you know what I mean? If it comes to it, because the thing with that is I can skip all breaks and all dinner breaks and stuff like that. So it'll be like a 5 hour day minus an hour because we're playing at 1.25 speed. So actually we can do 2 days in one. So Thursday and Friday, a long day, but we can do it all on Tuesday. I can stop it then whenever the results come back for this trial. Do you know what I mean? If it comes to it. So we could still be doing it. We could still be covering the Montgomery trial. It all depends on this. Judges obviously said do not put people on it just for the sake of it. So I think that might eliminate some people tomorrow. They just putting officers on there, just all saying the same thing. It was like they're not adding anything. So so there is that. Anyway, it's gone a bit quiet now, isn't it? Bit quiet. Bit quiet on the frontier. Lou, you must be busy. Literally, once you send me it, if you send it in the next half hour, I'll send it straight away to you. I'll ship you the money straight away. 16 quid. But if not, you're gonna have to wait till tomorrow, my friend. Um, and yeah, I don't need to know which one you get because I'm giving you the money for it, so it's up to you. Mm, see what? Yeah, do you know what? Actually, Spider Girl, you're 100% right. I haven't got a clue either. I haven't got. Do you know what? Let's have a look now. What's it called? Is it Scott Montgomery? Here you go. Jury's been selected in the weapons trial. Oh, it's a weapons trial. Oh my God. He's accused of killing his daughter, Harmony. Uh, no props. Or send. So he's charged with being an armed career criminalist and being a felon in possession of a firearm. So trial is expected to last from 5 to 7 days. 12 jurors and 3 alternates have been selected. Okay, so this is about his arms things. Even though the trial is not about the death of Harmony, the judge wanted jurors to be sure they wouldn't be influenced by that. So that it's not about the murder, it's just the arms dealer thing. And it starts 9 o'clock tomorrow. I presume Eastern then. His name's Adam Montgomery. It's a weapons trial, but it's not a murder trial, just a weapons trial. But I think it'll be brought up that the murder happened, so it's only gonna be 5 to 7 days. So probably by next Friday it's gonna be done. Do you know what I mean? So, which is actually quite a nice one actually, because of yeah, that wouldn't be a bad one to do. I think we cram it in. I think we cram it in, Spider Girl. Not now, but I mean, once that other trial's done, we can easily do 2 days in one. And by the Wednesday, Thursday, we'd be caught up. I'll be live. So if people are for that, I'll just do that. But it does mean you can't be a psycho Spider Girl and start looking at it every day and watching it and stuff like that. We got to do it properly. Unless there's another trial that comes up, I'm not sure. But a weapons trial, I have no idea what to expect for a weapons trial. So it might actually be a good idea because literally I don't know what is a weapons trial. Yeah, 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 100%. I get you, but I'll say I think that's a separate trial. So, because it'd be longer than 5 7 days, surely, and that's what the judge said. It's not about the murder, but still. So I'm sure it'll be touched upon in that one. Look, we'll do it. I mean, lots of people are watching this trial. Not lots, but I mean, quite a few people. Unless there's a trial ready straight away for us, we might as well just do it. So I'm not going to promise I do it. I'm just going to, if there's no other trials there that looks interesting, we'll do this rather than doing it Aaron Hernandez. I want a fresh one, just because I think if that one finishes on Monday or Tuesday, um, I think we can catch up because we can do 2 a day. It's like American football, 2 a day practices. Um, Yeah, I'm not sure who else is left, I think everyone's had enough for tonight, probably bored. And I don't blame you. No worries, man. Thank you, Absurd. I appreciate you being here, bud. Catch you tomorrow, all right, bud? Or whenever you're around. Catch you then, son. Good lad. Have a good night, mate. Um, and the rest of you, I don't know. Any other questions? Anything going? This is the worst thing. Night, Mad World. This is the worst. Night, Mad World. This is the worst thing about YouTube. I never know who's you. Madwell, look at got to bed early. Appreciate Madwell. Thank you for everything. And you, Spider. So I think I'll just update this then and call it a night. Good night, Lou. Thank you for being here and thank you for the watch hours. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm just going to update this for the watch hours and then be done. be done, me fuck. Nothing here. I gotta. No worries, Spider. I've just gotta count my watch hours and then get out of here. 20, 164 views today. 20.57 times 164. 56 hours made today, so that's good. That's good. That's steady. If we could do 60 odd every day, be happy days. So that's 56. Let's put that up here. How much of it? 56. Banners. Did I? No, I think I did add it, so it's fine. So 56. Oh shit. And it'll be set up for tomorrow then. Fuck's sakes, come on. Nope, wrong one. That one, yes. So 22 more, so 56. 22 off, so that's 42. This is a guesstimate because they haven't updated it for me, but tomorrow hopefully they'll have updated it. Save. So we've got that many watch hours left to get for this channel. It looks a lot, but if we can bash like fucking 50, 60 hours every day, and I'm streaming basically 7 days a week now. That's 350, say, a week. 6, 9, 12. Yeah, so basically 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks would be done. Right. Cool. Thank you very much again to everybody. Hope you enjoyed my song. And please tell other people. And also, please retweet my tweet. I don't ask that lightly. It's just because no one sees my tweets. I'm shadow banned. I appreciate anybody that can do that. I know Spider Girl Mad will do it every time. But anyone else? So with that, thank you everyone. Love you all to bits. Well, most of you anyway. So take care and see you tomorrow. Remember to press that notification button so you know when I get live. Let's go. Bye bye.